Good morning. I'm Dr. Ron Puschi and would like to welcome all of you to our 21st annual Joint Venture New Jersey DEP and Air and Waste Management Association Regulatory Update Multimedia Virtual Conference. Hope you're all doing well and you're all vaccinated. I work for New Jersey DEP, Contaminated Site Remediation and Redevelopment Program. That's a new name. My background is BS, MS, and PhD in chemical engineering with over 35 years of experience in the environmental field. I have been the contact person between the department and AWMA in organizing these conferences. This is a unique conference with 10 speakers and 4 moderators to hear directly from the department's top decision makers on the most current regulatory topics. We are honored to have Deputy Commissioner Sean Moriarty, Assistant Commissioner Paul Baldoff, and Acting Assistant Commissioner David Hames, and many senior managers to speak at this conference. This is the 3rd year we are having this conference online, and since 2001, we had this conference in the public hearing room in Trenton with about 100 people. This year we tried to have it in a hybrid format, but due to 40-to-1 ratio in favor of virtual, we decided to go virtual with about 450 people who have registered to attend this conference. The presentation slides will be available on AWMA and the department's websites after the conference. Email notifications will be sent to all registrants regarding availability of their slides. The conference agenda, a bio summary of all the speakers, and a survey form for feedback are available in the handout section of the webinar. And I think the link also would be available, and you can give us feedback as to the future topics that you would like to hear. I would like to thank all our speakers, moderators, IT team, Tyrone and Anthony, AWMA, and all of you who have made this conference possible. If you have any questions, please put them in the question section of the webinar. Our moderators for our morning sessions are Mike Schaefer and Joanne Held, and in the afternoon, Sunila Gupta and I will be your moderators. Mike?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the conference. To just give you a little bit of a background on this conference, you know, it's a joint venture between New Jersey DEP and the North and Central New Jersey chapter of the Air and Waste Management Association. It's essentially an opportunity for the regulated community to hear directly from New Jersey DEP staff on the latest initiatives. As Ron stated earlier, we're in our 3rd year of virtual, and based on our feedback, that seems to be a preferred format. We're honored to have Deputy Commissioner Moriarty to make the opening remarks about the state of the department. And speakers from NJDEP leadership include all the major programs, including air, site remediation, solid waste, land use, and water resources. Next slide. A little bit of background on our leadership team. I am Mike Schaefer. I am the chair. I've been the chair for a little while. We will, I think, be having an election over the next year, and some of this will change, but you know, we've had a good solid team over the last several years that have contributed very positively to the organization. Joanne Held's our past chair, Millie Daly's our director, Gabby Carrasco's our secretary, Fran Matthews is our treasurer, Sunila Gupta is our program chair, and Ron Pochi is our NJDEP liaison and does an excellent job every year of of helping us facilitate and coordinate this conference. Our web coordinator is Chris Whitehead, and Paul Eisen is also on our board, and our student liaisons are Jyoti Agarwal and Gabby again as well. Next slide. So you've seen the agenda. It's in the handout. This is pretty much the schedule we will stick to. The schedule, the talks will vary in times and in durations, but we will leave about 5 minutes for questions at the end of each talk. We'll have frequent breaks and they'll vary, and if we get behind schedule, we've certainly over the years been able to catch up. And so I think we've got a jam-packed agenda, and certainly use the questions function to ask your questions and any other comments you may have. And I'm here, and Joanne is here, and Ron and Sunila in the afternoon to kind of facilitate and make sure those questions get answered as best as possible. Any other questions that are unanswered, we'll definitely make sure we follow up. Next slide. So just a reminder, to keep yourself on mute and video off if you're not speaking. Again, use the question function. Certainly, if you wish, add your name and affiliation to the questions. And as stated earlier, we will try our best to get as many questions answered as possible in the allotted time of the session. First up is Deputy Commissioner Sean Moriarty. Sean Moriarty serves as the Deputy Commissioner for Legal, Regulatory, and Legislative Affairs to Commissioner Latourette. Sean leads DEP's internal legal team and serves as its general counsel on all matters of regulatory compliance and rulemaking, and will oversee the newly created Office of Environmental Policy. He is also a member of the Commissioner's executive team, providing input on priority initiatives that include climate change and environmental justice. We're honored to have the Deputy Commissioner. Thank you for speaking today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mike. Really got to get a new picture and a new bio. But I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I'd say this is a fun one, getting an opportunity to speak about all of the amazing things that the thousands of brilliant, dedicated professionals that I have the privilege of calling colleagues and friends do each and every day. So let me start by saying that the state of the DEP is strong, and it's getting stronger. Having just completed our DEP hiring blitz to onboard a ton of new really great individuals to fortify our ranks. And we need to do so because we're extremely busy. As we'll talk about today, we're tackling the major issues that face our world, our state, and ultimately us as individuals. And if you've heard anybody from DEP talk, we typically start with climate change, aka the single greatest threat to our environment, our people, our communities, our economy, and our way of life, and the fight for our collective future. As a low-lying state on the coast with dense population development patterns, we are ground zero for adverse climate impacts, from increased rainfall and storm intensity to worsening urban heat island effects to seas likely to rise 2 feet in the next 30 years and as much as 5 feet in the next 80. Couple that with 20 to 50% increases in precipitation by the end of this century, and the picture of the adverse environmental and public health impacts that we're facing quickly comes into focus. As the New Jersey Scientific Report on Climate Change confirms, as atmospheric levels of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases continue to increase, we'll experience those significant direct and secondary changes in our environment, including increases in temperature, variability of precipitation, frequency and intensity of storms, sea level rise we've discussed, ocean acidification, and the associated impacts to ecological systems, natural resources, human health, and the economy. All of this serving as a threat multiplier in the low-income communities and communities of color that are already subject to disproportionate impacts to their health and environment. In the Garden State, as we saw during Ida, we're seeing flooding in places that we've never seen before. That only serves to highlight this point. On health impacts, this year we released an addendum called Climate Change Impacts on Human Health and Communities to our 2020 Scientific Report on Climate Change. If you've not read it yet, I highly encourage you to do so. The information there is eye-opening. Extreme weather events predicted in New Jersey, including heat waves and heavy precipitation, can impact immediate and long-term effects on cardiovascular, respiratory, gastrointestinal, and mental health. Climate change is anticipated to worsen air quality from both natural and human-made sources, and may lead to greater instances of cardiovascular disease, respiratory illnesses, and cancers in vulnerable populations. Infectious diseases spread by arthropods, insects, and microbial contamination of food and water supplies are expected to become more prevalent, as well as population displacement as a result of sea level rise, flooding events, and resource insecurity that may add to the cumulative detrimental effects that climate change has on mental health as individuals cope with the environmental and personal consequences of climate change. And as we said, all of this continues to act as a threat multiplier for our environmental justice communities, exacerbating existing stressors such as air pollution while adding new threats such as infectious diseases. These communities are also more vulnerable as they may lack the adequate infrastructure, health, income, and other resources to prepare for and recover from natural disasters. Now, all this echoes what you've heard from the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the warning that they've given us, Code Red. We're out of time to talk. It's time for action. And while we've made tremendous strides over the last several years in raising awareness, understanding, and acceptance of these facts, we now have to operationalize that awareness into real concrete action on a local, project, and individual level. For the department, our path to action is twofold. First, we need to reduce climate pollutants, and second, we need to prepare for the impacts of those that have already been released. On the mitigation side, we start with our goal. From 2007's Global Warming Response Act, we're working towards an emissions reduction goal of 80% of our baseline year, 2006, by 2050. Along the way, we're working to hit the interim benchmark of 50% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2030. The Global Warming Response Act sister goal, 100% clean energy by 2050, is found in BPU's master plan, energy master plan. Like the EMP does for clean energy, the GWRA 80 by 50 report provides a state roadmap to assist in crafting initiatives needed to meet our 80 by 50 reduction goal. It recognizes that while we've made significant progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, in large part due to our rapid transition away from coal-powered energy, achieving that goal will require increased commitment through additional policy and regulatory changes to replace most of our current applications of fossil fuels with renewable energy alternatives within the next 30 years. It goes through specific strategies for each sector, from transportation to residential and commercial, electric generation, industrial waste, and agriculture, as well as discussing short-lived climate pollutants and carbon sequestration. Now, the overlap between the actions required under the EMP to reach the 100% clean energy goal, as well as those required under the GWRA, is quite clear, from reduction in fossil fuel consumption and GHG emissions in our transportation sector, to maximizing energy efficiency and reducing consumption in our building sector, to efforts to accelerate the deployment of renewable resources. Each is a key part of the overall puzzle of what we need to do to accomplish these twin goals. Now, both the EMP and the GWRA call for broad fundamental changes across multiple sectors. On the energy side, DEP is working to expand the clean energy industry while steadfastly maintaining our goal and our mission of environmental protection. Now, that includes working towards the state's goal of 11,000 megawatts of offshore wind by 2040. We're currently engaged in the assessment of the proposed offshore wind projects while evaluating complementary projects, including the wind port in Lower Alloys Creek. In doing so, we recognize, as we have to, while we follow the science, there may be places where there are gaps in our knowledge that we need to work to close them. We're partnering with BPU on New Jersey's Research and Monitoring Initiative, or RMI, to use $26 million provided by our offshore wind developers to conduct resource projects to assess ecological and fisheries impacts. This is critical to a full assessment of the potential impacts of offshore wind on our communities and on our economy. We have selected a number of research projects to fund in the past year, including research related to potential impacts of offshore wind on surf clam abundance, the socioeconomics of recreational fishing, acoustic telemetry to track the presence and movements of marine mammals and certain fish species, just to name a few. And there are many more projects that are under development. Thanks to the leadership of our Chief of Staff, Jade Rosenblatt, and our Deputy Chief of Staff, Megan Brunati, we are pioneering a regional approach with 9 other coastal states to establish a way to better assess a regional mitigation framework to protect our fishing industry and ultimately distribute fisheries compensatory mitigation funds for offshore wind across the U.S. seaboard, eastern seaboard. We've also partnered with our friends at BPU and EDA to jumpstart development of the offshore wind industry, which will further reduce GHGs, help our clean energy transition, and facilitate the growth of New Jersey's innovation economy by providing green jobs, promising $500 million in economic activity annually, creating good union family-sustaining jobs, and giving New Jersey an opportunity to lead in the emerging $150 billion offshore wind infrastructure sector. On solar, don't forget solar ever. We continue to partner with BPU to facilitate solar development opportunities. We've created a solar siting tool which can identify parcels across the state that are most suitable for solar development. We're working to modernize our regulatory structures to ensure that development can occur in those preferred areas, specifically landfills and contaminated sites. Fortunately, for solar development purposes, we don't lack in either of those categories. With 42% of our greenhouse gas coming from our transportation sector, we continue to invest heavily in EVs and EV infrastructure, with a special focus on ensuring that our far too often overlooked low-income communities and communities of color are first in line for the associated benefits and incentives. As just one example, through the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, or RGGI, we have not only reduced greenhouse gases, but generated almost $100 million for electrification of New Jersey's transportation sector. And that translates to almost 250 electric school buses, shuttle buses, public works vehicles, and delivery vehicles on the road. That reduces some of the most pollution-generating diesel fuel vehicles in our state and has specific and real benefits in our overburdened communities. In our residential and commercial sectors, which account for 24% of our emissions, we're working on plans to electrify heating and make our buildings more efficient. With the progress we've made on EVs, we can now turn our focus more completely to this sector. The Governor's Office of Climate Action and the Green Economy, with support from BPU and the Rocky Mountain Institute, just this week convened the first meeting of the New Jersey Clean Buildings Working Group. The working group will help guide the state's strategic roadmap to clean buildings, laying out recommendations for policy, legislative, workforce, and funding strategies to create cleaner, greener buildings that support and benefit New Jersey families and workers. Engaging in a 12-month process that involves representatives from organized labor, utilities, industry, building science, environmental justice communities, and workforce development, we're going to be able to see in short order those recommendations out of the council. But from the department's perspective, we don't need to wait for that process to play out fully before getting to work ourselves through our Lead by Example initiative. This year, we've added electric vehicles to our own fleet, and just this last month installed solar panel charging stations at DEP headquarters to provide the infrastructure we need to encourage our employees to make the transition to electric. Thanks to grants from BPU, we're also installing electric vehicles charging stations in several of our parks across the state. We'll continue to do more as we move forward. We're also conducting, we're very excited about this, a department-wide assessment of all of our assets to identify clean energy and efficiency opportunities. We're going to benchmark our operations, and we're going to look for places and look for opportunities where we can incorporate more build clean energy capacity and reduce our own emissions. Lastly, on the mitigation front, I wouldn't be doing my job as representative of DEP if I didn't spend at least a minute on regulations. While we recognize that regulations alone won't be successful, carefully calibrated, balanced, and complementary regulatory structures can continue to spur progress. Under the first phase of our pollutant reduction regulatory initiatives, we've pursued multiple really key regulatory amendments. We've adopted California's Advanced Clean Truck Rules, which set standards for manufacture of certain zero emission commercial vehicles, an area in which tremendous growth is required in the state in order to meet both our clean energy and our GHG reduction goals. The adoption of updated GHG reporting rule, which will allow us to identify significant sources of GHG emissions and monitor progress and develop strategies to meet our reduction goals, and that includes closing gaps in reporting on HFCs and fossil fuel infrastructure leakage. We've also proposed cargo handling rules modeled after California regulations, requiring diesel mobile cargo equipment handling equipment in our ports to apply best available control technology while we wait for the zero emission technology to become more affordable. We've also recently proposed an omnibus rule, which focused on setting stronger nitrogen limits on medium and heavy duty vehicles in the model year 25 and closing inspection loopholes for medium duty vehicles. And lastly, perhaps our signature initiative here is the proposal of regulations to set CO2 emissions on electric generating units that will ratchet down over time in line with our progress on renewable energy, as well as in seeking to incentivize transition to electric boilers and reduce the use of certain heavy fuels. The second part of that is resilience and adaptation. Now we know that there are certain things we can't change. The initial stages of sea level rise are coming regardless of what we do now. We expect to see that 2 feet by 2050. No matter what we change. We're already seeing the effects of extreme precipitation, climate influenced precipitation, and the frequency and intensity of storms. So we need to work to strengthen New Jersey against those impacts. We need to work to avoid another Sandy-like storm surge event. Our projections show, and this is in 4 regions of the state, colloquially speaking, Atlantic County, small portion of Atlantic County, LBI, the Raritan River and Bay, and portions of Essex County. A similar event to Sandy in 2070, so a few short years from now, would be projected to cause $45.1 billion in property damage in just those 4 regions. Again, a very, very small slice of the state. There's a tremendous amount of damage. And by comparison, Hurricane Sandy, when it happened 10 years ago, caused $30 billion in damage statewide. So you can start to see the exponential increase in our potential liability if we don't work to become more resilient. As of 2019, the state already ranked 3rd in the nation in claims paid by FEMA since 1978, with $5.8 billion in total flood insurance claims. Now, despite that flood risk extends beyond the boundaries mapped by FEMA. Almost 40% of the claims from Henry and 30% of the claims from Ida originated outside of FEMA designated areas. So really what that ultimately tells us is that flood damage is not clearly or neatly defined to those areas previously understood to be at risk. And that's part because the last data point we've used as a state to determine flood risk is from 1999. So the reality is that our current methodologies for determining flood hazard areas and managing stormwater are inherently backward looking, do not account for the current or future state of climate influenced precipitation. Now our real reforms, the sister reforms to our CPR reforms, acknowledge that our state's flood rules and storm management rules are based on that obsolete precipitation data and do not account for the sea level rise we expect to see. In the absence of amendments to these rules, our communities and our people will continue to invest in ways that do not protect them or their assets. And that is something we cannot simply sit by and allow to happen. It's with that spirit and intent that we work every day to develop rational and reasonable regulatory standards to more accurately delineate risk in inland and coastal areas. To ensure resilient development, we work to put our money behind these principles by investing in communities and in our infrastructure. We do all that, again, with our continued commitment to ensuring that the communities that have already been overburdened, overlooked, and left behind do not continue to face these impacts disproportionately. Our proposed inland flood protection and stormwater rule is informed by that new data and peer-reviewed predictive science to protect New Jersey residents, their property, and their communities from dangerous flooding that's only going to continue to worsen in the years to come. This proposal will help to ensure that those that propose new and improved buildings and infrastructure will be safer for today's residents, as well as protecting those structures in the future. Protecting our communities from flooding is obviously essential to our continued economic growth. And projects that are at risk of flooding will look to see those elevated or otherwise protected to ensure that the residents can evacuate safely, to ensure that those assets remain in place and as protected as possible, with really applying most of those standards to new and reconstructed development and not seeking to go back and change existing development. As Ida showed us in painful detail as well, our stormwater infrastructure is often inadequate for today's storms, let alone tomorrow's. So the project subject to our inland flooding and stormwater rule will need to ensure that the stormwater assets are capable of managing these already increased flows. So while this rule, the one that's currently proposed, addresses inland flooding from stormwater rivers and streams, it does not address the flooding that we expect to see from sea level rise. That critical issue will be addressed as we further develop the second phase of our packed rail reform. We expect to adopt the inland flooding rule in the second quarter of 2023 and propose the coastal aspects of packed rail to follow shortly thereafter. We'll also be engaging over the next several months with our stakeholders on the coastal aspects of this rule to ensure that we're fully informed before we go to proposal. So there's no proverbial silver bullet that will protect every community from the increasing risk of climate change, extreme weather, and flooding. We know, as we will readily admit, that we can't regulate our way out of this. We really need to use a network of solutions. In short, resilience is like a family-style menu. We need big portions of a bunch of different things. That's the way that's most likely to leave people satisfied at the end of the day. To protect our infrastructure and assets, we're going to continue to work with the Army Corps of Engineers to facilitate new investments in flood control infrastructure. The federal government has recently committed more than $1 billion in study, design, and construction of hard infrastructure projects in some of our most flood-prone watersheds. And the state has budgeted more than $60 million of continued investments in shore protection and flood control projects. Now, while those are big numbers, they can only represent a small amount of protection in a very few places that would be needed over the next years and decades to complete if we were to engineer our way out of this crisis. So we can't rely on hard flood control projects and infrastructure and beach replenishment alone to meet our resilience needs. So we need to plan as a state, at a state, regional, and community level to develop specific science-based strategies and actions that will protect our homes, our businesses, our infrastructure, and our natural resources. Holistic climate resilience planning will enable communities to identify where financial resources are best deployed, including where flood infrastructure, stormwater improvements, potentially buyouts are best positioned in any given community. Through Resilient New Jersey, our preeminent resilience planning program, we provided funding and technical assistance to support local and regional climate resilience planning through multiple means and on multiple scales. Currently, we've announced the development of 4 regional resilience plans, and we're going to expand from there with additional resilience projects, regional resilience projects, direct resilience planning and assistance to coastal municipalities for the development of climate resilience strategies and climate resilience related hazard vulnerability assessments as required under amendments to the MLUL. And we're working on a resilience accelerator to provide technical assistance and expertise to local communities on specific resilience goals and projects. Now, the beauty of this approach is that it's local and specific. One size will never fit all, and success in defining actions like a resilience hub in Newark, waterfront development plan on the Raritan that includes a walkway to provide space to adapt, a resilient commercial regional village project in LBI, and a living bay plan in AC are all excellent examples of how when you get into the specifics, you can find solutions that allow for these communities to continue to thrive. We just need to take the first step and start to do the planning. On stormwater, we're working to invest to help communities to assess the feasibility of stormwater utilities across the state under the Clean Stormwater and Flood Reduction Act. Local and county governments, including certain utilities, have the ability to create stormwater utilities to properly maintain, operate, repair, and improve their stormwater systems through the assessment of fair and equitable fees based on the proportion of stormwater contribution. This would allow us, if these are found to be feasible on a local or regional level, to begin to retrofit outdated stormwater infrastructure, which can help us to reduce flooding, particularly in places that are far away from our water bodies. In some instances, this planning approach may lead us to pursue strategic and targeted acquisition of properties in flood-prone areas, or that otherwise provide significant resilience or mitigation benefits. To that end, we've transitioned our Blue Acres program to be more proactive than reactive, and we're reconsidering our prioritization of local, nonprofit, and state acquisition funding to more directly support, among other things, our climate and environmental justice priorities. As climate change impacts threaten local water quality and infrastructure, municipalities and other agencies can counteract these adverse effects with low-income financing from the Water Bank. In recent months, major drinking water main breaks have wreaked havoc on several northern New Jersey communities, limiting water availability, compelling towns to issue water advisories, and prompting some residents to purchase bottled water. Tropical Storm Ida and weather events before and since have revealed our stormwater systems are struggling to keep up with increases, as we discussed. All signs point to a profound and continuous need for water infrastructure investments in the nation's most densely populated state. Some of you may already know this, but this will take tens of billions of dollars of investment in the upcoming decades. To help our communities, earlier this year we launched our water infrastructure investment plan, fueled with state funding championed by Governor Murphy and our legislative partners, and with added federal support from the American Rescue Plan Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. The WIP is bringing critical water and sewer projects across communities in the Garden State. To make state and federal funds go even further, we're partnering with the Infrastructure Bank to leverage these offerings with private market funds. Together, we're aiming to support $1 billion in water infrastructure projects this state fiscal year, and we're just getting started. We recently announced our intended use plan, which puts $300 million in ARPA funds to work on transformative projects, particularly in communities long plagued by combined sewer overflows. CSO systems combine sanitary, wastewater, and stormwater into single conveyances that are built to bypass treatment plants during high rainfall events. The result of this is often raw sewage being discharged directly into waterways without treatment, and in segments that largely run through overburdened communities. Particularly as we continue to face increases in extreme precipitation, these CSOs pose an unsustainable risk to public health and the quality of our rivers, bays, and oceans. Infrastructure projects that advance the long-term goals of the long-term control of CSOs, like sewer separation, storage facilities, interceptors, nature-based solutions, are now eligible for millions of dollars of grants in no or low interest loans. And we ask folks interested in this to check out our website for more information. While we continue to focus on climate change, we're also focusing on other long-term environmental challenges, including PFAS in our drinking water supplies. New Jersey became the first state in the nation to enact regulatory standards for monitoring and removing of PFAS compounds in drinking water. We've now promulgated health-based drinking water maximum contaminant limits for several PFAS, as well as groundwater standards covering the cleanup where these compounds are found in contaminated sites. We've also established, most recently, soil remediation standards for these PFAS, as well as GenX, a company-specific offshoot of our standard, more ubiquitous PFAS. Regulation, investigation, and cleanup of PFAS across environmental media will only continue. As of today, there are 76 New Jersey drinking water systems with PFAS at levels that exceed health-based standards. That requires new multi-million-dollar treatment burden on each utility and its taxpayers, as it lurks in wastewater generated from sewage treatment plants that could similarly require extensive infrastructure improvements. PFAS contaminated drinking water plumes could have the potential to impair drinking water supplies and complicate brownfields remediation and development. With the resources available to us, we're working to defray the cost of PFAS treatment for public utilities, working to aid homeowners with PFAS contaminated private wells, as our people work collaboratively with wastewater treatment systems to identify PFAS risks, and with our LSRP professionals to remove PFAS found in soil and groundwater. To prevent those PFAS manufacturers, the folks who have put us in this position from leaving the New Jersey taxpayers alone to clean this up, we're also pursuing multiple lawsuits to hold those responsible parties accountable for letting these dangerous chemicals loose in our environment. And we will continue to press hard on each of those cases. Shifting gears for a second to something a little bit less concerning is urban parks. Parks and green space are important assets in our urban communities and residents. They play an important role in preserving and supporting healthy environments and promoting quality of life. This is why we've recently launched Outside Together. This initiative is going to bring public, local leaders, conservation organizations, and the eco-tourism industry together to produce a statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan. Through this plan, we'll have an opportunity to ensure that our communities have equitable access to the benefits of all of New Jersey's natural resources, and goes hand in hand with the announcement of a new park by Governor Murphy in September. The acquisition of the Greenway, as it's currently known, is the purchase of a 9-mile former rail trail, which will be converted into a new state park connecting eight communities in Essex and Hudson County in some of our most densely populated areas. This once-in-a-generation project will bring benefits to these communities, including expanded access to green, open space, increased transportation and recreational opportunities, and improved air filtration and stormwater management. This park will ultimately be a place where families, communities can come, make great memories, and build long-lasting traditions. New Jersey has a strong outdoor and recreational culture, and we are proud to do the work that we're doing to ensure that our urban communities have the same access to green spaces. And I'll be back again later if you're not sick of hearing me talk already to spend some time talking about environmental justice, but I always have to mention it in every speech that I do. Our dedication to equity makes us particularly proud that DEP has led a two-year effort to develop the most empowering environmental justice law in the country, partnering with our legislative leaders, governor staff, our environmental justice advocates, and others after the law was enacted in 2022. This law, or excuse me, 2020. This law seeks to remedy the historic injustice experienced in low-income communities and communities of color, as well as those with limited English proficiency. It recognizes that our standards don't fully account for localized environmental impacts, and that this law empowers us to evaluate the environmental and public health impacts of certain facilities in overburdened communities to ensure that we are doing everything we can to address those localized impacts. Now we're fully in the middle and frankly very near the end of our rulemaking process. But we're already beginning to implement a measure of these by carefully constructing an administrative order and working with facilities who would be subject to this law to begin to address those impacts already. When the regulations go in place, which we hope to happen towards the end or early next year, we'll be fully engaged in the environmental justice regulatory effort. Now, as part of our efforts to reach out to EJ communities, we've also continued our statewide community engagement sessions. Last week, Commissioner LaTourette and Director Perry visited the city of Long Branch to hear directly from Monmouth County residents about their environmental concerns, which ranged from contaminated site remediation to coastal resources to increased flooding and degraded waterways. With each stop on this tour, we're able to learn more about the diverse needs of our communities, which ultimately positions us to serve as better neighbors and to ensure that the environment we share is shared equally across the state. So as you can see, there's a lot going on at DEP. That's just a very brief overview. You'll hear in greater detail about some of the initiatives from the rest of our staff today. We appreciate everyone's interest and attendance here today, and I'm happy with the time I have left to take any questions. So thank you.
Okay, so we have a couple questions from Samila Gupta. First is, what actions can industry and NJDEP take that will have the most positive impact on climate change?
That's a fair question. So I think we laid out a bunch of those things. I think what everyone can do, if you're on the outside trying to figure out what you could do on an individual basis, on a individual business by business basis, is to review the information we have out there. Look at the GWI report and analyze how your individual operation can begin to implement some of the principles set forth therein. But also look at the statewide resilience strategy and begin to look at how you can ensure that your assets are protected and begin to take those steps. As we talked about earlier, I think we have really made a ton of progress in ensuring that people understand what climate change is and what the impacts are going to be, but we really do need to start to kind of translate that into individual action. And I think each person, each business, we can begin to kind of take that responsibility on ourselves and start to move in that direction.
Okay, great. And second question, would New Jersey consider specific incentives to residents for transition to hybrid or electric vehicles?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't have all the specifics in front of me, but we have one of the most, I think the most robust incentive programs that help folks to purchase electric vehicles, to purchase hybrid vehicles. So I would encourage folks who are interested in that to check out our climate and sustainability websites, which has some of that information, and or to reach out to somebody from the department. We can get you in touch. We can get that information in your hands so you can understand exactly what is out there to help you to make that transition on a personal level.
Okay. Next question is, please advise when the department is expected to adopt the EJ rule, and will the EJ rule become effective?
Sure. So we expect to adopt the EJ rule by the end of this year or very, very early next year. At that point, the environmental justice rule will be effective for all permits that are not already considered ready for review under the individual permitting structure that they are subject to. So at that point, we'll be transitioning from the AO phase of environmental justice to the regulatory phase of environmental justice. So we're, a month or two away.
Okay. All right. Try to phrase this question as best I can. So how does DEP balance the aggressive regulatory agenda with the organizational changes that are taking place at the department? Are there any concerns about it?
No, the organizational changes that we make are always with an eye towards ensuring that the critical actions that we've laid out and the critical actions that we want to take are going to be accomplished more quickly and more efficiently. So everything we do is in pursuit of those goals, and we would not make any sort of operational or structural changes that would endanger our ability to accomplish those things.
And I actually had a question.
Sure.
So what sort of coordination with neighboring states, given that climate change is obviously a global issue, what sort of initiatives or coordinations with neighboring states is DEP undertaking in terms of the plans to address climate change?
Sure. So part of the challenge we have is we can only control so much of what we control, right? And when you talk about mitigation, one of the criticisms that we hear is, even if you took away all of New Jersey's emissions, it wouldn't change a thing. So we have to lead regardless of that, right? We have to find ways to lead, and we work with our partners through RGGI, through our interactions with PJM, which is that the kind of regional grid, to try to harmonize actions and make sure that what we do as a state does not work to exacerbate emissions in other areas, doesn't work to kind of in any way that is kind of counterproductive to addressing our overall environmental goals. So we're constantly interacting with folks from other states to ensure that we're kind of keeping pace with each other. I think that some of the efforts we're making in the offshore wind space, with kind of the regionalization of mitigation, as well as kind of working with our federal partners and our partners in New York and other places to begin to develop that industry, is another example of kind of cross-state work. But from a resilience perspective, it's all on us. We have to take care of our own stuff, and we're going to have to protect our own assets and protect our own people. And I don't think anyone's going to come and save us on that. So we're going to have to own that responsibility.
Thank you. And we have one last question.
Sure.
I'm curious to hear more about how the DEP will be working with the Army Corps on hard infrastructure and flood zones, and if there will be an opportunity for proper property owners to give input.
So there's, as we work with the Army Corps and folks who want more specific detail, I would encourage you to reach out. We can certainly have those conversations with folks who know all the specifics. Dennis Reinknecht, the director down there, is a force of nature in terms of making sure that these projects move forward. There are public participation components to the Army Corps projects that will be rolled out as they move forward, and that will be an opportunity for homeowners, municipalities, anyone interested to begin to engage and better understand the projects, and to provide their feedback as to to concerns they have or things that they would want to say.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. So thank you, Sean. We'll see you in a little bit.
Sounds good. I'll be back.
And I'll pass the baton over to Joanne Held to introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Sounds like you have given all the subsequent speakers a lot of work to do. I have the pleasure of introducing Assistant Commissioner Paul Baldoff. He's served as Assistant Commissioner for Air Quality, Energy, and Sustainability since 2016. Paul's responsible for management and oversight of 5 DEP programs: air quality, air enforcement, climate change, clean energy, and radiation protection. All those things are things that we as Air and Waste Management are especially interested in. And you'll hear more about some of these programs from speakers later in the program, but Paul's here to get it all started. So thank you, Paul.
Thank you. I'm working on sharing my camera, but I just had to watch Sean's head twice for 40 minutes, so it's probably better you don't see me. There I am. So good morning, everyone. I'm going to do a couple things this morning, talk about some reorganization that we've done recently, and really focus on a lot of the rule initiatives. Sean mentioned a lot of them. I'll go a little deeper as we go through. But first, the organization. I think since last time we talked, AQUIS now has at least 2 more divisions, maybe 3. I forget exact the timing. But you probably announced sometime later today, AQUIS has a new name. So we're no longer Air Quality, Energy, Sustainability. We are now Air, Energy, and Material Sustainability. And structure-wise, we have 5 divisions now. Air Quality, Director Frank Stites, so all the air permitting, mobile source work there, and air monitoring. Division of Air Enforcement with Director Rochelle Warmley. That came when compliance enforcement was separated and went back to their respective medias. Most recently, we now have Division of Waste, Underground Storage Tank Compliance and Enforcement, Director Mike Hastry. We've always had Division of Climate, Clean Energy, and Radiation, Director Paul Orlando. So there is our radiation programs, our climate work, and also Bureau of Release Prevention. And lastly, Division of Sustainable Waste Management, which is recently came over with Mike's shop. That's Director Janine McGregor. And we'll talk a little bit about that. So when I stumble through and say AQUIS instead of AIMS now, you can correct me. And I'll probably say solid waste instead of sustainable waste. I'll probably screw that up too, but I'm learning. Next slide, please. So regulatory updates, and this is as of November. Things are changing, and I'll give you some dates. You're going to see some action in December. Next slide, please. So New Jersey Pact, protecting against climate threats. My shop is strictly on the mitigation side, so the climate pollutant reduction, CPR. And just a quick idea of what we're doing, reducing emissions of greenhouse gases and other climate pollutants by improving the state's greenhouse gas reporting and inventory system and strengthening our air pollution control rules. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go through the adopted rules, our proposed rules, some rules we have coming in the future, and what I can speak to on things that are kind of in the works. So next slide, please. So I think Sean mentioned this briefly. The first rule that came out was our Advanced Clean Truck Program and Fleet Reporting Rules. That was actually published December of 21, so almost a full year ago. And just kind of for ones of you don't understand or haven't heard this before, New Jersey has 2 options on the mobile source side with rules. We either follow the EPA requirements, or we do have the option to adopt California rules. We are what's known as a 177 state. What makes that challenging, though, is there is an identicality requirement for adopting those rules, meaning that we have to adopt them exactly as they are. We can't be less stringent, more stringent, or make any changes. So that can be a challenge. But all these rules that you're going to see that are referenced to California, it's identical to what California has in place right now. So this rule, it's a zero-emission truck sales requirement. So it incorporates California's regulations, and it requires manufacturers of vehicles over 8,500 pounds gross vehicle weight to participate in a credit deficit program, which is intended to increase the percentage of zero-emission vehicles sold in New Jersey. There's also a one-time fleet reporting requirement in there, which basically gives us the knowledge of what's out there, what that universe is fleet-wise in New Jersey, so we can better prepare going forward to strategize and find ways to bring those fleets either lower emissions or electrification or whatever it may be, but it gives us a better understanding of the challenges we have and the best ways to put dollars out there to make decisions to clean these fleets up. Next slide, please. The second rule that was adopted this year, this was in June, is our greenhouse gas monitoring reporting rule. So the big pieces here are new reporting requirements. Natural gas utilities must submit annual pipeline modernization report, provide general information about main and service lines in the state, leak monitoring information, and blowout event information. The second piece, owners and operators of facilities with refrigeration systems and chillers are required of 50 pounds or more of a high global warming potential refrigerant are required to register facility, keep records of that refrigerant usage, and report that information to the department. There was an informational webinar actually yesterday, and the purpose here is that we didn't going into this have a great knowledge of what was out there in terms of the HFCs. We based HFC calculations on population density and a few other things. This is going to allow us to know exactly what's out there, what type of refrigerants they're using, and gives us a better sense of what we can put in place to help reduce those, either get rid of these refrigerants in general when substitutes are available, or at least have lower GWP refrigerants out there. And the last bullet, the department amended its emission statements rules to add a reporting threshold for methane, so that all sources that emit or have the potential to emit methane equal to or more than 100 tons per year will have to report those emissions annually. Methane's obviously a big concern just due to the fact that it has a very high GWP. It's a short-lived one, so it's depending on who you want to quote, it's as high as 86 times on a 20-year time horizon versus a 100-year time horizon when you're doing the estimates. Now, our methane piece in our overall inventory is fairly low. The big methane numbers are really coming from states like Pennsylvania who are extracting gas. The majority of those methane emissions, period, are from the extraction of gas, but ours are, more from the transmission issues and things like that, but we'll be able to get a better handle where we are exactly for methane emissions in the state. And the last bullet, or the last piece there, and I think I already said this, it's really the purpose of the rule was put us in a better position to quantify emissions. Historically, we've been doing inventory since 2005, 2006, in that time frame, and certain things like emissions from air facilities, Title V, we know exactly what those emissions are. They're reported to us. But many other things like HFCs, we've been estimating. A lot of the transportation things we've been estimating. So what these rule changes allow us to do is get better quantification, so we know where to put our resources, where to focus. And when we say, I don't know, transportation is 42% of the overall picture, we're going to be much more confident going down the road that those numbers are accurate. So we're glad the rule's in place, and it's going to help us going forward as we tackle greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. And these are the proposed rules. There are 3 proposed rules I'm going to go through, and they're all at different stages. Next slide. The first, and this is probably, and I think Sean had mentioned this, the biggest one in terms of, I don't know if it's just perception, but in terms of impact, it's control and prohibition of CO2 emissions from electric generating units, boilers, and fuel oils. We call it the stationary source rule. It was proposed last December 6th. The adoption is pending. We have 1 year from proposal to file the adoption, so that means we have to get this done in 2 weeks or the proposal would lapse. I don't want to say very confident, but I am confident that we are going to file this by December 6th. Most likely, as things operate, we'll file it on December 6th. In terms of what changes we're making based on comments, I really can't speak to, but I can give you some ideas of the comments we got and how we may address them. The first on the electric generating units, what we did with that was it was a 3-tier proposal. And I'll give you the reasons behind each of the tiers. The first tier, which are plants that have to do something within, I think it's 2027. I believe it's 2027. These are plants that are the biggest polluters, the highest emissions. It's a subset of the overall group. I want to say maybe it's 10% of the overall universe. They have to get down to a certain level, emission-wise, in those 2 years, or they'd have to shut down. The reason we focused on them because there's certainly things they can do overall to reduce emissions. Might not be economical for them, but it's just not necessary where we are at this time to have emission rates that high. The second tier, which was very purposeful, a few years after that, a second tier, a larger group can be brought in, and what they're going to have to do is bring their emission level similar to the average emission rate of PJM, the grid we're on. Now, why does that make sense? The whole focus there was leakage, and what leakage is that if a plant shuts down in New Jersey, what'll happen is the grid calls on a plant somewhere outside of New Jersey, and let's just say Pennsylvania. Electrons can come from anywhere, but we'll say Pennsylvania. Generally speaking, our emissions are usually, depending on which ones you select, twice as clean as what's coming from Pennsylvania. So the last thing we wanted to do is shut down a cleaner plant in New Jersey, or have a cleaner plant run less in New Jersey and have it made up by coal or dirtier natural gas from outside the state. So what that second tier does is it requires facilities in New Jersey to get down to at least that average emission rate on the PJM grid. And the last one, which goes through 2035, is all units in New Jersey are basically going to be treated as if they are a brand new plant, meaning that they have to have state-of-the-art and meet the lowest limits possible. We didn't put a limit number in there because now, or maybe we do, and it slides based on when technology advances, because those numbers change when technology improves. So in 2035, the remaining units that are operating are going to be the cleanest possible. So those are the 3 tiers. We got a good deal. We got a good deal of comments on the CO2 rule. Changes, edits have been made in response to those comments. A lot of the comments were around emergencies, hot weather days, black start capacity, things like that were more geared toward not everyday operations, but unique situations where if you shut down certain plants that may be, certain peakers will say that may be dirtier, are we going to have power during difficult times? So we addressed those. We work closely with PJM, and I think that when everybody sees those responses, it'll satisfy concerns. The second piece of this rule was phase out of certain fossil fuel fired boilers. For those of you who have been involved may know that we got a significant amount of comments on the boilers. For good reason. An electric boiler is much more expensive than a natural gas boiler. On top of it, an electric boiler is much less efficient than a natural gas boiler. So at the end of the day, at least in the interim, we had a situation where you're going to pay a lot more for that boiler, and you're actually going to increase emissions because it's so inefficient. So I cannot speak to the changes made, but I can say that we did make significant changes to our thought process here. And you'll see that in the adoption. And hopefully going forward, we'll find ways to further go down the boiler route. And last is prohibition of number 4, number 6 fuel oils. The only comment I want to make there is prohibition of combustion. It's only combustion. You could still manufacture, you could still sell number 4 and 6 fuel oils in New Jersey. It's just combustion is not permitted any further. It's not a huge lift for New Jersey. There weren't that many still using it, but the bottom line, there's no reason to have 4 and 6 fuel oil in use anymore. There are substitutes, and it's very, very dirty compared to the substitutes that are available. Next slide, please. So another proposed rule based on California, mobile cargo handling equipment at ports and intermodal rail yards. This was proposed January of 22, January 3rd, which means we're coming up on our deadline of 1 year of January 3rd, 2023 to get the adoption out. This focuses on new and existing diesel-fueled mobile cargo handling equipment at ports and intermodal rail yards, and they must meet performance standards that reflect best available control technology. Tier 4 final engines are required for new equipment. There's a 2-year lead time, and then there's a phased compliance schedule for existing equipment to meet Tier 4. So a couple of things here. We have 2 ports, north and south. The Port Authority of New York, New Jersey, put tariffs in roughly about the same time this rule was proposed that essentially do most of the things that are in this rule. This will not be a surprise, or wasn't a surprise to the northern port. The southern port is different. They don't have any similar type tariffs, so this will be what's driving the changes that they'll have to make going forward in the southern port. And this is not electrification requirement. If you did electrify equipment, you would obviously meet the rule because you wouldn't have that diesel engine there anymore. The reason it's not electrification is a couple. I mean, that's a big lift to require 100% electrification right now. Plus, many of these units do not have an electric option available, so it's not possible in certain cases. But the good news here is, and it seems to get lost in the electrification talk, but the difference between the new Tier 4 engines, the newest Tier 4 engine, and some of these Tier 1 engines that are still operating, and replacing those, the difference in emission is huge. I mean, it's a great reduction. So getting Tier 4s and getting all those Tier 1, 2, and 3s out of service is going to make a huge difference. So that one, like I said, you're going to see that adoption, within the next 4 weeks. That January 3rd is our deadline. Next slide, please. And this is the most recent. This was actually proposed on the 7th, so 11 days ago. We call it our NOx omnibus rule. Once again, I'll go through, say what it is. It covers model year 2027 and later heavy-duty new engines and vehicle standards. This is based on California. There's also a inspection requirement new to New Jersey. You'd be required to get a medium-duty, medium-duty vehicles inspected. Right now, only light-duty and heavy-duty are required to be inspected. So going forward, all vehicles in New Jersey would have to be inspected. That is not California. That's strictly just New Jersey requirements. So the California piece is just on the engines that we're adopting in kind. So what it does, incorporates California emission standards. That's for vehicles greater than 8,500 pounds. I don't think you need the details on what we're repealing and amending. But at the end of the day, it'll put us in a position where, once again, you're looking at cleaner emissions. And if you go deeper into what California is proposing and thinking about in other areas, we're doing the same thing. So each time California makes a change that improves mobile sources, emissions from mobile sources, we obviously don't just adopt it. We evaluate it and see if it makes sense for New Jersey, but we work closely with California to see what they're doing, know what they're doing, and try to make that fit here if it makes sense. And the only piece on the vehicle inspection I want to mention, it's two-pronged, because once this rule is in place, motor vehicle also has to change their rules to require the inspections of that class. Timing wise, we have a virtual public hearing on the 8th, December 8th, and the public comment period ends January 6th. Probably puts us in a position for adoption end of summer, fall of next year. If staff that are listening now are telling me it's going to be adopted November 7th of 23, since that's 1 year, but hopefully we can do it a little earlier than that. Next slide. And future rulemaking efforts. Next slide, please. In air quality, next slide. Put all these placeholders in here. So before I go into these two, these are not PACT related, right? But they do have a certainly crossover with PACT. In terms of PACT, we do envision having another round of PACT rules at some point. And I'm not sure the timing of the announcement for that, but there was a lot of good comments that came in all the PACT proposals. And it gave us some ideas to go forward with another round of certain things that were brought up. When you see the response to comments in some of the adoptions, you're going to see those ideas and some of our thoughts on those ideas. So I think the next round of PACT is going to be that second step. We're going to be stakeholder and some ideas that were brought up. We also had some ideas earlier for the first round of PACT that were just, we thought they were too lengthy or too complex to do in this first round that we may do in the second round. So there will be a second round of PACT, and you'll see that fairly soon. But these two rules, these are air rules. First is the appliance efficiency standards. So this is a law that was put into place in 2021, and it established minimum efficiency standards for certain products, stoves, refrigerators, many things. And it's effective January 18th of next year, and it covers anything sold, offered for sale in the state, or installed for compensation in the state. So the law itself stands on its own, meaning that it has all those efficiency standards listed in it. The department has the flexibility to do regulations if we choose to. We're not required to, but we do have the authority to do it if necessary. So we're going to soon have some stakeholder sessions to talk about this. And the real stakeholder question is, are those efficiency standards in the law adequate, or do some of them need to be modified? By modified, meaning I guess there could be a case where we would make it less stringent, but most likely make it more stringent based upon, something's changed since those standards were put in place. We aren't doing this in a vacuum. There's probably more now, but at one point there were 6 or 7 states that adopted the same type of efficiency standards. I'm sure there are more now. So we're obviously speaking to those states and their experience, but the stakeholder sessions will determine whether or not we do regulations. If we make any changes to those efficiency standards, we would have to do regulations to do so. If we're satisfied with how the law reads, then you won't see regulations, but we figured it made sense. The standards cover a broad, very broad universe, so we wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to give their opinions on future rulemaking, whether it was necessary. And the second one for air, consumer products and architectural and industrial maintenance coatings. This was stakeholdered a while ago. It was kind of put on the back burner because of the focus, of the rulemaking focus on all the PACT regulations. But we're going to be able to move on this now. We aren't going to stakeholder further because we're really doing the same thing we stakeholder before. We're basing it on Ozone Transport Commission model rules, and this focuses on VOC limits for certain products. There won't be any surprises for those of you involved in the previous stakeholder sessions, but the rulemaking's underway, and that's something you're going to be seeing in 2023. Next slide, please. Sustainable waste management. I didn't say solid waste. That was good. So next slide, please. I'm not going to go, this is actually the last slide. I'm not going to go into detail on all the solid waste rules because Jeanine McGregor will speak about some of this stuff this afternoon. Plus, she's probably on and will correct me if I screw it up. So I don't want to go into any details. I want to put this out here just for the fact that how many things are going on in the group in terms of laws that are out there requiring rules to be done. So food waste is the first one you see here, and all these top 5 bullets, as you can see, have already had stakeholder sessions. Food waste, second is single-use plastic bag ban, polystyrene foam, food service product ban, and single-use plastic straws by request. You've probably seen some media reports about the success of the single-use plastic bag ban. You've also seen media reports that that was a success, but now we have reusable bags stocking up when Instacart or whoever delivers groceries and things like that. We don't think at this time it's necessary to amend the law in any way. We think the market will be able to fix some of these problems that come up, but we'll see. I mean, we're obviously monitoring it and trying to work our way through. E-waste is another regulation they're working on. A901, dirty dirt rules, and recycling rules. And recycled content is another stakeholder session. That one's planned. Actually, it happened yesterday, if I have my date correct. But just giving you the scope, I mean, solid waste has only been in my world for a little bit. I think what we're trying to do is have a paradigm shift and get to the point where things are more controllable. As you can see with all these regulations, we want to get to the point that the laws make sense. They get at what we're trying to get at. We have the ability to regulate, the staff to regulate, and we can get regulations out in a timely manner. So we have a lot of hurdles, so to speak, in solid waste. But Janine and her staff are very engaged. I won't take credit for it, but previous Assistant Commissioner Mark Peterson, who unfortunately I can't make fun of now since he retired, one of his last efforts going out the door was to get solid waste a good number of additional staff. That I think Sean mentioned the hiring blitz. Well, solid waste did well with the number of people coming in, and that's going to help us to reimagine, re-energize the program. So we're definitely looking forward to that going forward. But I won't take any more of Janine's ideas because she probably is going to mention some of this later on today. I think that's all I have. Ready for questions. I think every group that I mentioned, every division I mentioned today, either the director or someone from the staff is speaking. So anything you missed for me, you'll have the opportunity going throughout the day.
Thank you, Paul. As people are taking a moment to enter questions into the question box for us, I just want to remind everyone that we will make the slide deck available on our website within a couple of weeks after this program. Also, if you are registered, which is why you're here, you'll get an email to let you know that they're available. So these slides will be available. Our first question for you is related to landfills. The question is about how the landfills might be affected by reporting thresholds for the methane greenhouse gas monitoring requirements.
Well, I mean, they're affected in terms of if they go over that threshold, right? So there certainly will be landfills that are impacted, but the smaller landfills won't be. So it really depends on that threshold. And I really don't know what percentage, but I'm sure a lot of those smaller landfills wouldn't be, but certainly there will be a universe brought in.
Okay, thank you. And then a question from one of our air quality fans, wondering, you gave us a sneak preview as to some of the air quality rules that are coming up. She's wondering what else might be down the road in terms of more stringent air pollution control over the next 5 or 10 years, if you have a crystal ball there with you.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because, you know, everybody focused on electric generating units. There's been a lot of focus the last couple of years on transportation and trying to do things from mobile sources. But the big piece for emissions is going to be the building world, right? It's going to be heating in the building world, and that's a huge chunk. But it's not the standard get an air permit, that type of thing. It's changing how we think. It's electrification and moving away from fossil for, residential and commercial buildings.
Okay. And next question that we've received is somebody asks if there's a listserv or a newsletter that they can subscribe to learn about informational webinars, proposed rule changes, final rules. Is there a single listserv or multiple listservs that people should be looking for?
Just on rules in general, everything, if you go on our website, just go under regulation, it shows everything, proposed, adopted, and that's updated, constantly. That's probably the best. If you're specific to air, our website would have a link right to that, but the department one's probably a little better because it catches everything for you.
Okay, and then you would automatically be notified when there's a change as opposed to remembering to go and look at the website?
That's what I'm not sure. Ours, we'd have to check Circle Back and get you an answer for that.
Mm-hmm. A few years ago, we had a new assistant commissioner who came on, and she said, "I just learned about all these listservs. I'm signing up for all of them." So, so that is a way to make sure things don't slip off your radar.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, and all right. So I'm told there's a hand raised. The person with their hand raised, if you, there we go. It's Christina Lazuda, and we will follow up with her if any questions that we haven't managed to get to during our time here, we will follow up afterwards. And that sort of brings us to the end of our question and answer period for this particular session. And I want to really thank you for going into some of those rules in great detail, because sometimes it just is a blur. There's so much in there. So thank you, Paul. And I'm going to turn it back over to Mike.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Okay, so our next speaker is Acting Assistant Commissioner David Hames. In July 2022, David was appointed the Acting Assistant Commissioner of the Contaminated Site Remediation and Redevelopment Program. Throughout his career at DEP, David has been actively involved in writing regulations, guidance, and legislation that form the framework for site remediation in New Jersey. David has also been active in developing strategies and policies related to emerging contaminants, including PFAS, and the department's ongoing litigation efforts. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mike. And next slide, please. So I'm going to be discussing some of our program priorities, some statistics for work we've gotten done over the last 5 to 10 years, another conversation about per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, and a short regulatory update. Just as a note in there, we were called the Site Remediation and Waste Management Program under Mark Peterson up through the end of July. When Mark retired and I became the Acting Assistant Commissioner, as Paul had already spoken to, the solid waste groups, or the waste groups, I should say, were moved from this program over to the AIR program. So Paul kind of covered half of what I otherwise would have spoken to today. Next slide, please. So what is our mission in the Contaminated Site Remediation and Redevelopment Program? We're here to reduce the number of contaminated sites in New Jersey, ensure protection of public health and the environment, and ready sites for redevelopment. We have a new name, but our mission and our goals really have not changed since inception many, many years ago, back when we were the Site Remediation Program. Next slide, please. So our priorities are protecting receptors. That has been our primary responsibility and our most important priority forever. We want to protect homeowner wells, we want to protect public wells, we want to protect people's breathing air, whether they're at home or in their workplace or any other building. So protecting receptors is our top priority. We're still working on increasing the efficiency of the LSRP program. We think the program has been very, very successful over its first 12 years or 13 years, but we know there are areas for improvement, and we're going to be looking into those. Completing additional publicly funded remediations. This has been another priority for us. if a responsible party cannot or will not conduct remediation, we're going to have to go out there, spend public monies, and take care of that remediation. Whether we do it where we're protecting receptors, removing sources, tracking back to find out where a source may be for impacted receptors, all sorts of different work that we do out there using public monies. Spill fund claims. Somebody has an impacted well, they come to us to help pay for that treatment that needs to go on the well. Investigating and remediating sites with emerging contaminants. I'll speak to this a little bit more later. But again, we have sites with PFAS contaminants, 1,4-dioxane we're finding in wells, TCP, any of those types of contaminants. Again, whether there's nobody out there doing the work, if we come across the work through some other means, such as a private well testing act or a public well that has been notified by drinking water that they have impacts to their wells, we'll see what we can do about trying to identify where those contaminants are coming from. Again, preparing sites for redevelopment. We have our Office of Brownfield Remediation, and that's one of our primary groups for this. But again, just assisting, whether it's a private or a public cleanup, getting sites ready where they can be put back into productive use. Another priority, ensuring the program's continued financial health. As I said, we manage public funds, we spend public funds. We have that fiduciary responsibility to make sure we're spending those funds wisely. Are we getting bang for the buck for the sites that we're cleaning up with those public monies? And again, as I said earlier, just an overall program evaluation. A lot of that is geared towards the LSRP program. We're 10 years into full implementation of the Site Remediation Reform Act, 13 years into LSRPs, issuing response action outcomes and how we interact with those LSRPs. So again, we have meetings frequently with LSRPs and other interested stakeholders, and we're just trying to see where we can iron out any wrinkles that we have in that LSRP program. Next slide, please. So as Paul and I have both been saying, we've lost a chunk of the program over to Paul's group. So this is what the Contaminated Site Remediation and Redevelopment Program looks like right now. There's the Division of Remediation Management under Gwen Zervis, and there's the Division of Enforcement, Technical, and Financial Support. That was the division I was director, and we're looking to fill that position in the near future. Remediation Management handles the LSRP program that's under Lynn Mitchell on the far left, the remediation review element with inspections and reviews and remedial action permitting. Remediation oversight element has a vacant assistant director right now. That's the Bureau of Case Management, which handles our traditional oversight cases as well as direct oversight cases. Traditional oversight still goes through a regular review and approval process through the department. And then it also houses our Bureau of Field Operations. Those are kind of our boots on the ground. Those are the folks who get out in the field, see what's going on at some of these sites, as well as our unregulated heating oil tank program, which is primarily homeowner sites. That is the one instance where the department issues no further actions rather than LSRPs issuing response action outcomes. The last group in that division is the publicly funded response element. And again, that's our Bureau of Site Management, where we are the lead. We're out there, or we have our contractors out there doing work and investigating and remediating sites. And then we have our Environmental Measures and Site Assessment group. They do our immediate environmental concern responses. They are our group that does unknown source investigations. We have an impacted well, we're not sure where it came from. They work backwards and try and find where that source is. In the other division, Enforcement, Technical, and Financial Support, we have the Enforcement and Information Support Group, and that handles enforcement issues, responsible party investigations, where we are engaging in an enforcement action, and we work backwards. We try to see who else is on that property, who might be responsible, potentially responsible for a discharge. It houses our information systems. That's our IT group, data mining reports that you see up on the web. If you do work with site remediation and you use our online services, information systems has been hand in glove helping to develop those online services that we have out there. And we also have our case assignment and initial notice group, and that's kind of our clearinghouse. They've also been involved in developing the online services, but for paper documents, case assignment, make sure that the document then gets routed to the right party that needs to review it. And the last group in there is our Office of Community Relations, which is our public outreach group for the publicly funded cases. If we're going to be doing well sampling in people's homes, they're the group that does outreach and speaks to the homeowners, lets them know what we're going to be doing, how we're going to be doing it, and just trying to make sense of what it will be when the folks from DEP show up at the house. We have our technical group, which is Hazardous Site Science. Marianne Kuzer is recently the assistant director there. And I'm sorry, Ann Wolf was recently named as the assistant director for enforcement and information support. So in the hazardous site group, we have environmental evaluation. These do our soil investigations, ecological evaluations, and this is the group that comes up with soil standards. We had promulgated standards come out, I believe it was in 2019, although it could have been 2020. And then we also just recently developed some soil standards for PFAS, which I'll discuss a little bit later. And then we have our groundwater pollution abatement group. They handle groundwater investigations. They establish the classification exception areas when contamination remains at a site. And both of those groups assist with soil permits and groundwater permits. And lastly, we have our financial services group, the fund management section. This group manages our spill fund claims, our underground storage tank, petroleum underground storage tank fund claims. Those are primarily for homeowner tanks and some other types of underground tanks. And again, those are grants and loans or just outright reimbursements for work done. Spill fund is primarily third party. You've been impacted by somebody else. You've had to clean it up. You can come to the spill fund and seek reimbursement for the money that you've put out. Underground tank claims can be either grants or loans. And again, that's the same idea, but this is from your own discharge. And then lastly, and then we have our fiscal support and contracting group. This works with publicly funded, coming up with contracts for our contractors that go out and do publicly funded work. And then we also have within that group is our Office of Direct Billing and Cost Recovery. If you have traditional oversight where it's hour for hour billing, they'll send you that bill. If you are working under an LSRP, they'll send you your invoice for your annual remediation fee. And then for publicly funded actions where we know who's responsible for the original discharge and the discharges that are out there, we will hunt you down through this Office of Cost Recovery, and we will try and get our money back for the money that we spent out on a property doing a cleanup that the responsible party should have been doing. So that goes through the whole organizational structure. Here in the AC office, I have my executive assistant, Sana Qureshi. I don't know how many of you call into site remediation, but a lot of times Sana is able to help you, point you in the right direction or answer your question. For rules and regulations, working on legislation, Judy Andraco is the regulatory officer, and Lisa Imbergia is here helping me with my HR issues. Next slide, please. So going over some statistics. Again, the LSRP program was pretty much in full force and effect as of November 2012. It's either May or 2012, I'm sorry. So again, this is just showing how cases overall in site remediation have varied over the years, over these last 10 years. So starting with total active cases, new cases coming in, and cases being closed. As you can see, we've had some upticks and downticks in all of those categories. We're thinking that some of the uptick in total cases is still due to COVID kind of slowing things down. The downtick in the closed cases was definitely due to, we think, to COVID. We were granting extensions, cases that were due to be finished in 2020, 2021, 2022. Because of COVID, we did issue some administrative extensions through Commissioner McCabe and Commissioner LaTourette. Next slide, please. So response action outcomes, these are final remediation documents that are issued by LSRPs as opposed to final remediation documents issued by the department. I mentioned earlier, those are no further action letters. These are equal documents. They just have different names depending on who's the person issuing the document. So again, the number of RAOs issued has increased every year. We saw a little bit of a down dip in 18. Part of the uptick in 19 was also there was a regulatory time frame, or I'm sorry, a statutory time frame for work completion. That was actually for a middle phase, the remedial investigation. But we think a lot of cases were moving along, and through the remedial investigation, they were able to document that their entire remedial action was completed. Again, we saw a little bit of a down dip during COVID. There was a due date of last year and this year for some remedial actions that got extended, but we're thinking those will be taken care of in 2023, next year, and 2024, where again, we'll start to see an uptick in what those numbers are. Next slide, please. Remedial action permits. This is one of the areas of the program that we have been looking at. Just in general, we know if you look at the bottom line there for the two sections, the average number of days for a permit to be issued for groundwater and for soil, 9 months to issue the groundwater permit, 7 months to issue the soil permit. We know we need to do better. We've been saying this for a number of years. We've met with stakeholders, we've met with LSRPs, trying to figure out where we can improve on those numbers. I'm sure LSRPs have their own opinions on where we can improve on that. So if we are having stakeholder meetings, we formed there's a stakeholder committee, the Effective Collaborative Communication Committee. A lot of it is just getting information out to people. We're working on a frequently asked question document that we're hoping to get posted in a month or so that, again, hopefully will address a lot of the issues. There are some administrative issues on one side, and there are technical issues as well on both sides. We are also working towards online services where, again, electronic submittals, this will take care of a lot of the administrative problems that we've been seeing, that the document won't be able to be sent through if the electronic system notices that a box that needs to be checked off isn't, or an incorrect document is being submitted at the wrong time. We're also looking regulatorily, we're looking at doing general permits. Currently, we issue 2 separate permits, one for soil, one for groundwater. When we adopted the remediation standards for indoor air, that in effect created what would potentially be needed as a third permit for vapor intrusion. And instead, what we're looking at doing is having a single permit with different sections depending on what you need. If you need a soil permit, you'll get that section added. If you need a groundwater permit, you'll have a second section added. If you already have a groundwater permit and now you see that you need some soil issues, we would just amend the existing permit, we would modify it. We're looking at that as administratively, that will hopefully help to simplify things. You will only have one permit as a permittee, there will only be one permit that you need to track. You can request separate permits, but our preference will be moving towards issuing just a single permit. And again, we're also looking at addressing administrative deficiencies earlier in the process, whether we do that by hand currently. We're looking at dedicating staff that they can look at some of the problem areas that we're seeing on the administrative side. One issue has been for financial assurance. There is a specific financial assurance document to use rather than a remediation funding source document. If you're going to get a line of credit for your financial assurance, but you use the remediation funding source, the RFS version of that document, that's going to be an administrative deficiency. It's going to be sent back to you. And instead, you need to use the line of credit document. Again, we're trying to find that sooner in the process. So when the permit finally gets looked at administratively, it's in good shape and we can just do that technical review and keep moving it forward. And again, a lot of that will hopefully be taken care of when we get the online service going. And we're also looking at cross-training staff. Right now, we have a groundwater group, we have a soil group, we're going to need to have a vapor group. So, for the staff that are in that bureau, we're looking at getting more people trained up to be able to handle all aspects of a permit. That if I'm working on the groundwater portion of it and there's a soil portion, rather than having to hand it off and have that person start from scratch, one person can review the entire needs of that permit and issue the permit. Next slide, please. Per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS. Everybody seems to be talking about this one today. Again, just in general, PFAS have been used in a wide variety of industrial and commercial processes since the 40s and 50s is when they started being used. So they're a big part of remediations now, or at least the need to investigate whether they're a potential discharge at your site. So we're looking at it now that remediations have to include an evaluation of the potential for spills and releases through any media, whether it's air, water, or waste discharges, and if PFAS were manufactured, stored, or handled or used at a site. It's like, but we're treating this no differently than how we treat any other contaminant. It's just, PFAS gets a lot of press coverage right now, and it's in the news a lot, but anytime you're evaluating your site, it's kind of just in general, did I use it at the site? Was it used historically at the site? Is it something that I need to look into? And if the answer is no, you're probably done with your PFAS investigation. If the answer is yes, then it's business as usual. You need to start sampling for it where you think it may have been discharged. And if you find it, you need to delineate it. And once you've delineated it, you will need to do the remedial action to take care of it. We have guidance out on our web pages. We're in the process of updating some of those guidances. And again, we have a group that you can come to if you have questions, and we'll try and address these PFAS issues as they come along. Next slide, please. So interim soil and soil leachate remediation standards for PFAS. These were posted to our webpage on October 17th, and were posted in the New Jersey Register. Through our rulemaking process, or through our rule, the remediation standards 7:26D, we are allowed to post interim standards, provided we follow the process and procedures that are spelled out in the remediation standards themselves for developing any other promulgated standard. So we posted soil standards for direct contact, specifically the ingestion dermal pathway, as well as soil leachate remediation standards for the migration to groundwater pathway for PFNA, PFOA, PFOS, and GenX. As Sean has stated earlier, GenX is potentially a industry-specific contaminant. So those numbers are posted here on the slide, whether it's for the residential pathway in that third column or the non-residential pathway in the fourth column, and the soil leachate standards are given in the last column. The soil remediation standard as a milligram per kilogram standard for a dry weight standard for those four contaminants. For the PFNA, PFOA, PFOS, they are site-specific. One of the factors that goes into calculating the standard is very soil-specific. So you can calculate a site-specific number, but again, it's a 5 or 6 order of magnitude range. We do not want to post a standard that for somebody could be too liberal, or for another person could be too conservative. If they want to develop that number, if you need to develop that number for your site, we just ask that you do it on that site-specific basis. There is no migration number for GenX because there is no groundwater quality or remediation standard for GenX. Migration to groundwater is in effect back calculated to see if there will be an impact that causes that groundwater number to be exceeded. So because there's no groundwater number, that we can't calculate that migration to groundwater number. That is it for that slide. So the next slide, please. So for regulatory update for rulemaking, we are working in 2019. What we call SARA 2.0 was passed by the Assembly and the Senate, and Governor Murphy signed it into law. So we refer to that as our SARA 2.0 rulemaking. It's mainly going to impact our administrative requirements for the remediation of contaminant sites rule, that's 26C, and our technical requirements for site remediation, the tech regs in 26E. So we've had some ongoing stakeholdering. We're addressing specific issues that came up because of SARA 2.0. And then, as I noted earlier, we're equally important is we're looking at what we can do to improve that permitting process. So we're looking at an overhaul. I shouldn't say overhaul, but we're looking at I guess, an overhaul of the permitting sections in specifically in 26C, the ARCS rule. We're anticipating a 2023 publication of a rule proposal in the New Jersey Register. And again, a lot of that will be contingent on how we get through on the permitting. We are having a permit, we're hoping to have a permit stakeholder meeting in December of 2022, sometime next month. And that is my last slide. So we can go to the next slide, which just asks if anybody has any questions. Thank you.
All right, and you have, David, a few questions from the audience. First couple of questions, I guess they're together. Is there any update on the dirty dirt and A901 rules? And a follow-up to that, expected date when the department will implement the rule?
So this is where I get to smile and say, unfortunately, you should have asked that question of Paul, that A901 is under the Sustainable Waste Management Program and that division with Janine. So actually, she may address that issue when she gives her presentation later today. So no, I cannot answer that question for you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Next one is DEP issuing M&A permits for sites with PFAS compounds.
At this time, we are not. Again, PFAS are called forever compounds. The idea of a monitored natural attenuation groundwater remediation is that nature will take care of the contamination for you rather than you having to do something proactive. So knowing that these persist in the environment, at this time we are not approving M&A for PFAS compounds.
Next question, please advise the regulatory triggers that require the PFAS and 1,4-dioxane sampling of soil and or groundwater.
Again, it's similar to any other contaminant. If you had a PCE tank that you think had a discharge, you need to sample for PCE, for tetrachloroethylene. So if you used, and we do have lists, there are lists out there that are available to say, you may not have recognized that you were using PFAS directly, a PFAS compound directly, but there's a chance that the PFAS is instead associated with something else that you used. The same thing for dioxanes. So we would look at it that, go to the web pages that describe what other, what industries were known to use PFAS or known to use dioxane, or what chemicals are out there where there's the potential that PFAS or dioxane is a co-contaminant for what you were using. And if it ends up that was used at any time on the property and you're responsible for potential discharge, you would be looking at doing an SI, site investigation, see if there was a discharge. And again, just from there, you just follow it like you would any other contaminant.
Okay. Next question, what remedial actions are available for sites with 100 parts per trillion PFAS concentrations?
It depends on what you're trying to do. Again, if it's in the groundwater, you can do regular pump and treat. I'll acknowledge I am not up to date in terms of knowing if there are any kind of injection technologies that are there that might break down the PFAS. You may just be caught in that you need to be doing something more active in terms of a pumping scheme that pulls the contaminated groundwater out. You can treat it. Typically, we're leaning. There's resin treatments that are out there. There are granulated activated carbon treatments that are out there. But it may just end up being that you have to do an old-fashioned pump and treat, put it through some kind of treatment system, and then inject the treated water back into the subsurface.
Okay, next question. With the position of remedial action permitting chief vacant, how does the department plan to manage the workload for applications submitted in 2022? Many of the legacy sites had 2022 deadline. Many of the sites still show unassigned to a permit reviewer.
Right. So the lack of a bureau chief is not the cause of having unassigned permits. The problem with the unassigned permits is, as whoever asked this question noted, a lot of permits were coming in. We are wholly aware of that. I actually had a meeting this morning. We are looking at potentially allocating other staff from elsewhere in the program to help out the permit writers. And it's folks who have either a soil or groundwater background, so they're familiar, at least in general, with what's going on and being able to evaluate the appropriateness of the proposed permit. But we are very, very close to having somebody in as a bureau chief in that permitting group. And that will go a long ways towards, helping with some of the administrative issues that are going on there.
Okay, questions keep coming. It's great. If the only soil exceedance on a site is a migration to groundwater exceedance, is a remedial action permit required for long-term monitoring, or is there another pathway to an RAO?
This is one of those questions that, for whatever reason, I can never get it straight in my brain. So I need to go back to the permitting folks and get the correct answer to that question. And Mike, if you can let me know who asked that, I'll make sure we get back to them with that response.
Okay, so David Puchalski.
Okay, David, if you want to email me directly, you can. My email is up there on the web, and you can send that to me, and I'll get it to the permitting group, and I'll get an answer for you on that.
Great. All right, we'll just wait 1 or 2 more seconds to see if there's anything else. Going once, going twice. Looks like we're through all the questions. So thank you, David, for your presentation. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to take our morning break now. We're about 5 minutes early, and we'll come back online at 11:05 for Dr. Nick Procopio. So we'll see everyone then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, I want to welcome everyone back to our conference as we continue. As you're all getting yourself settled in, I just want to share with you one of the a nice concise answer we just received to one of the questions about listservs. If you're looking to get onto multiple listservs, you might try www. This is easy, alertmedep.nj.gov. So alertmedep.nj.gov will give you an opportunity to sign up for a whole lot of listservs. And heaven knows we need all the help we can get to keep up with all of this information. So welcome back again. I have the privilege of introducing now Dr. Nick Procopio. Nick is the director of NJDEP's Division of Science and Research, where he oversees multidisciplinary research and science-based technical support for the department's programs. Nick is also responsible for the coordination and administration of the DEP's Science Advisory Board, which provides the commissioner with independent peer review and advice on scientific and technical issues. We welcome you back today and look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Joanne. I assume you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, thanks. And I'm glad to be back, and I'm glad to be able to share our information about the Division of Science and Research with you. It looks like we have a really, really good group here. I guess let's just jump right in. So next slide, please. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll open the presentation with a brief overview of what the Division of Science and Research is and does, talk a little bit about our Science Advisory Board, and then I'll go into some of the recent research that we're doing. So the division itself, we have a few goals. Specifically, we provide the department with an access to expertise and information that supports its technical programs and all policy needs. And so as we walk through, and there's a lot of words on the slide, you can sort of peek at some of those, but I like to describe the division kind of two different ways. One, kind of getting at the third bullet there, perform research. We're sort of the consulting arm within the department, whereas when programs have issues that need some technical or scientific basis or background, they can come to us and we can do our best to fill those goals. And then in another sort of light, in that first bullet, expertise and information, technical support, sometimes we can be looked at as sort of a Google for the division, for the department, right? And programs can say, okay, we don't need a full-scale research project, but can you do a literature review? Can you find out what's out there? What's the background information? Pull together a white paper. So the division has that capability. We have a wide range of technical subject matter experts throughout the division, and so it's easy is never the right word, but it's possible for us to pull together a lot of information. We try to do it in a short period of time, but from both of those angles, we can do technical support, and we can also help programs with larger scale collaborative research projects. Collaborative being with outside consultants or other research group, academic partners, and so on. Next slide, please. And so mentioned a variety of staff expertise. This is what fits on the slide. So anything from high level topics right now, climate change, certainly in a lot of avenues, toxicological research, risk assessment, fate and transport of contaminants. I don't know if I have that on there specifically, but for this group, we have a few experts with background in fate and transport, air quality, air modeling. You can see them there, chemists, statisticians. So we have a broad range of specialists throughout our division. Next slide. And then again, providing science-based support for the department, and whether it be for air monitoring and modeling, we produce fish consumption advisories for the state. So we work in collaboration with our Bureau of Freshwater and Biological Monitoring to collect those data, and then we'll analyze that data and put together advisories so across the state, across different types of water bodies, just to give the public who do consume the fish that they collect some sense of the health of the fish that they're going to consume, and with recommendations on how often they should eat fish of particular species from the water body from which they fish. Again, literature reviews. We have Office of Quality Assurance, which I think since the last time we talked to this group is new into our division. So I'll give you a little bit of overview of what they do. If you're not familiar with our Office of Quality Assurance, that's, again, trying to say that that's new to the Division of Science and Research, not new to the department, but it's now in our program. Next slide, please. Okay, so one of our big assets to the division, I think to the whole department, is access to a science advisory board. This is an external board made up of 50 plus members, 58 I think is our current number. And this board made up of, again, external partners from academia, from consulting, are a resource. The Division of Science and Research serves as the liaison to. So we're the intermediary. We will survey programs, ask them what their needs are, research needs, background needs, questions that they have that'll help them inform some of their policies or some of their regulatory approaches. Sometimes we don't have the in-house expertise, and sometimes it's best to get that expertise from outside of the department. And so this board liaison through this Division of Science and Research, but really is an asset to the Commissioner's office. And so the board itself, we have a few different, 4 different standing committees, think of those as subcommittees, who focus on climate and atmospheric sciences, ecological processes, public health, and water quality and quantity. And then if need be, if a charge doesn't fall nicely into one of those 4 subcommittees, we can always develop an ad hoc committee, and that could be members from each of the standing committees or even off of our full board, or it can be asking members from outside of the SAB to serve on an ad hoc basis for a single charge question. And next slide, please. Just to highlight some of the recently completed reports, a couple of peer reviews. So the board is really excellent as serving as an external review committee, right? I mean, that certainly is one of their great assets to the division, and just validating or verifying some of the reports that our division or other programs put together. And so recently, and you'll see this later in the presentation, a little bit more detail, but we completed an addendum to our 2020 scientific report on climate change. And this addendum focused on the impacts of human health to communities. And so anything climate change is rolling into different policies and regulations or guidelines or guidances within the department. It's value to have our external science advisory board sort of weigh in and offer that peer review. We also asked the board for a peer review of looking at changes in projected changes to extreme precipitation. Again, another climate-related activity that is valuable to multiple programs across the department. And so their review is always appreciated there too. They looked at horizontal directional drilling with basically the charge of what types of impacts can one expect from horizontal directional drilling, especially to groundwater, and what are some recommendations to be able to mitigate those impacts. We asked our ecological processes committee to look at vernal pools and review some of the mitigation approaches that are out there. And they also looked at submerged aquatic vegetation and methods to survey and map SAV, or submerged aquatic vegetation, along our coast. And they're just a snapshot of some of the recent reports. Next slide. And they're still currently engaged in these four, across those committees, these four charge questions, or at least topic areas. So looking at microplastics and how they impact ecosystems, human health impacts of estrogens and pharmaceuticals in New Jersey's waters, and evaluating biofuels with the ask to provide recommendations for how biofuels can benefit our economy and our energy usage. And then also looking at carbon storage capacity in our forest soils. And so there's sort of a tie in both of those last couple, again, back to some climate change issues and concerns. So always very, very valuable, their input. Next slide. All right. So that's the Science Advisory Board. And so what I'll do is transition to talking a little bit more about the division itself and some of our tasks over the last couple of years. But first I mentioned the Office of Quality Assurance, which has been in, maybe past couple of years, maybe you've heard from Quality Assurance or at least mention of it from other programs. But as of now, it sits within the Division of Science and Research. So I just want to make sure you're aware that this program exists and a little bit about what they do in the short time that we have. So the Office of Quality Assurance is really the lab certification program for the state, or at least through NJDEP. And they certify about 800 labs across the country. We have about 10 auditors who do about 250 audits of those labs per year. And their certification through two different windows, if you will, or two different angles. It can be through the Environmental Laboratory Certification Program, or, the Environmental Laboratory Certification Program, or the National Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program. So one of those two ways labs can come to us for certification for their analytical approaches and the different matrices for which they might want to be certified. Next slide. So out of those 800 labs, about 167 of them are certified specifically for drinking water. And just to show you this slide again, or this breakdown, just to show some of the variety in what our statewide certified labs do. And so of those 167 drinking water certified labs, some are certified for microbiology, some are certified for different inorganic and non-metals, 109 of those 167 labs, so a lot of them in inorganics. Only a few labs certified in asbestos, and you can see for radionuclides, organic compounds, and inorganic metals, a handful certified there. And so, Office of Quality Assurance, they are our lab certifiers, but they also have a small group that also are responsible for quality assurance around the department. So especially with science and research, but any program that is undertaking some type of monitoring, research project, assessment, environmental assessment, can work through the Office of Quality Assurance to ensure that they develop a quality assurance project plan, so that the methods, the analytes, the analyses all meet assurance protocols. And so, this group will sort of oversee and provide the guidance and evaluation for our programs. Next, please. So, so certification provided for the samples, right? Could be drinking water, could be non-potable water, could be for air, could be solid chemical materials or biological tissue even. And you'll see how biological tissue is important in some of the studies that I will highlight as we move through. And next. And just a graphic here to show variety of the analytes that are certified through Office of Quality Assurance. And so you can sort of pick a little bucket area, whole effluent toxicity, organics, metals, micro, inorganics, just to see some of the analytes. And this is just a handful, right? This is not comprehensive. Next slide. And so transition from our Office of Quality Assurance into really a comprehensive overview of our other two bureaus within science and research, and they would be risk analysis and environmental assessment. So those two groups are our research arms of the division. And so let me just step you through some of the active research that we have going on, and we'll talk a little bit more. So next slide. Environmental trends. These are a great resource if you're looking for just a quick assessment of changes over time. And so we maintain about 39 different reports or chapters, if you will, on the status of key environmental parameters. And there's a yellow box in one of those slides with the link if you're interested in seeing the whole suite of these parameters. But 39 chapters, they're updated when new data become available. We like to say that we can update these every 2 to 3 years, but it's really based on when new data are available from the programs, and provides a summary of major environmental topics or issues. And each chapter includes references, DEP contacts, sources for additional information. So what we're looking at on the screen, the graph on the left, for example, is average annual concentration of arsenic in particular, in particulate matter at 5 different monitoring stations across the state, with data from 2002 to 2008. And so what's interesting to me, maybe what's interesting to you and everybody else, I mean, these are trends that they're set up to look at the change in a particular metric over time. And so we can see pretty clearly, and the stations with the lines drawn through them are statistically significant decreases in that arsenic concentration over time, right? And approaching or dropping below the health benchmark. And so, they're great quick references, and they're very useful. We find the feedback we get is that it's very useful from everybody from, from consultants to have a quick resource to all the way down to the high school students or even, grade school students who are pulling projects together for an environmental science class or a biology class. Next slide, please. All right. Quickly mention the scientific report on climate change. I think at this conference last year, I presented a session basically on this research. So we did talk about it last year, But just as a recap and to invite everybody to come back to this report, nj.gov/DEP/climate change. If you have interest in what the department is doing on climate change, what resources are available, this is certainly a good hub to go to. And this report covered greenhouse gases and climate pollutants, sort of laid out what climate change is, how it's going to impact New Jersey. We talked about temperature, precipitation changes, sea level rise, ocean acidification. We looked at resources and ecosystem impacts, and then identified a section which is really important. It's really because it offers the next steps, those research and data gaps. So it's the issues and gaps that we throughout the department need to focus on as we identify research areas, and where do we close some of these gaps? What do we know? What don't we know? How can we be more sure in certain areas? And then I mentioned what you see in the black font there does not include anything about human health or communities. And so we recognized that right away and developed this addendum, which has now been released and complements what's in the 2020 report that was released just a couple of months ago in 2022, posted online with this at the climate website. And so also, and I don't have a slide for this, but also at the website are 2 new reports, recent reports, on expected changes in extreme precipitation. And so if that is something that is of concern or interest to you, how might our severe storms change over time? And what are we projecting them to look like by the middle of the century or by the end of century? There's 2 excellent reports posted I would encourage you to go take a look at. Again, you can find them at the department's climate change website. Next slide, please. All right. Related to climate change and energy transitions away from fossil fuels, we have New Jersey Offshore Winds Research and Monitoring Program. We refer to as the RMI, the Research Monitoring Initiative. And it stems out of Governor Murphy's goal of setting New Jersey on a path to 100% clean energy by 2050. And I should update these numbers here. The building on the goal is actually now 11,000 megawatts by 2040. So that 7,500 megawatts by 2035 has been superseded by 11,000 megawatts by 2040 to help reach this goal. And that's enough renewable energy from offshore wind to power at least 2 million homes. Theoretically, could provide enough power for 2 million homes throughout the state. And so through the RMI, we're looking to address the need for regional research and monitoring of marine coastal resources during offshore wind development. And so we're not, to be clear, the RMI is not looking at specifically how wind turbines work, how much energy they produce. It's more of it's the environmental and ecological, potential environmental and ecological impact that we might see from the establishment of the wind farms offshore. And so addressing marine and coastal resource impacts, and the process is really to identify the most valuable resources, vulnerable resources, coordinate regionally through our neighboring states, New York, Delaware, and up and down the coast, form some type of rigorous scientific questions, develop projects that will answer those questions, and then share that information through our partners publicly, and then adapt as necessary. And so our current focus is on pre-construction data collection at this point. And if you want to learn more about the offshore wind projects, you can quickly go to DEP/offshore wind. If you want to dig a little deeper on the RMI, you'll see a link there for RMI, Research and Monitoring Initiative. So I encourage you to check that out as well. Next slide, please. Okay. In the same vein, with some of our climate and energy transitions. And so natural and working lands, we're trying to develop a working lands strategy. So think of this as the department coming together across multiple programs to identify how do we move forward and identify ways in which we can encourage carbon sequestration and carbon sequestration and increasing protection, restoration, and strategic management of our natural and working lands. And so when we talk about natural and working lands, we're looking at forest, agricultural lands, even aquaculture, grasslands, wetlands, some respect developed lands, and aquatic resources and habitats. In what ways can we maximize how these lands will absorb carbon out of the atmosphere, store carbon, and also how do we manage those lands so that in some cases they don't continue to be a source of carbon to the atmosphere. And so we've developed a scoping document, basically a scoping document, a strategy of the strategy, scoping to let us identify and understand what the issues are, and then the scoping document will be guidance for the department how we move forward. Next slide, please. Switching gears a little bit, we do a lot of different things. From you saw our slide earlier on, where the division is sort of have our hands in a lot of different areas. Climate, certainly, and I'm sure what we're hearing a lot already, and I've heard, Dave Hames's presentation, PFAS, that, term came up a number of times. We're also actively engaged in the department's PFAS efforts in one particular way here, right? It's mentioned fish earlier on, fish consumption advisories, but fish tissue, just where is PFAS in the ecosystem, in our environment? We know it's in the soils, we know it's in the air, believe it or not, it's in fish tissue as well. And so we're looking at PFAS and how it bioaccumulates in fish in particular, but also through a process to develop a way to help develop water quality standards for PFAS, this group of compounds. But specifically, we're looking at PFOS, PFOA, and PFNA specifically. And we'll be branching out to some of these other PFAS compounds as well. But developing a state-specific bioaccumulation factor, that's the BAF, bioaccumulation factor, that can be used to calculate protective surface water quality criteria in both saline and fresh waters. And so in 2002, this past field season, we were collecting fish in surface or in freshwater, and then 2023, we'll be looking at more in the that slide. I'm sorry, some of these terminology is not great here. 2022 was marine waters. 2023 is collecting fish from freshwater areas. So between those two field seasons, we'll get a collection of fish tissue, develop bioaccumulation factor, allow that to be used back to our standard development program in their assessment of water quality criteria. And this is a project that's being done in cooperation with the Academy of Natural Sciences at Drexel University. Next slide. Okay, perfect. Ongoing project, we've been looking for probably over a decade now at the ecological health in Barnegat Bay. And in particular, after there were comprehensive assessments of the entire bay, and then a few years back, there was the announcement that the Oyster Creek Nuclear Generating Station was going to close. And so we decided to look at specifically within Barnegat Bay around the nuclear station before it closed, and then monitor after closure to see what type of ecological rebound there would be. And so we're looking at many different things, from gelatinous zooplankton with Monmouth State University, fish, crabs, and benthic invertebrates with Rutgers and Ryder, zooplankton communities, and phytoplankton communities, again with other partners in academia. And we're in year 3 of that study, which is the final year of the project. Next slide. And I mentioned the fish advisories, and so posting up here a website that you can find more information, but specific to a water body that maybe you fish at. Maybe you know somebody that is an angler and fishes and likes to take home something for dinner that evening. All well and good, but I just encourage you to take a look at the advisories, because believe it or not, fish are accumulators of a lot of different toxins. So mercury being one, PCBs being another. We're finding that they're cumulative of PFAS as well. So take a look, and always use caution. Next slide, please. Again, in the vein of PFAS, we're looking at it to help develop that bioaccumulation factor, but we're also looking at it as in a light of fate and transport. So we're looking at PFAS across the state. We're looking, and so when we evaluate PFAS in fish, we're also collecting water samples and sediment samples from those sites, and looking at the migration in the water column into the fish, but also into the soil, or the sediments at least, and trying to identify holistically that transport of these compounds through our ecosystem. Next slide. Another big, goal of the department is to take a fresh look at invasive species throughout the state, and the division has been charged with developing an invasive species management strategy, and this strategy is to be developed across the program. So we've been asked to take the lead, but it's really in cooperation with many of the other programs throughout the department. And so we're revisiting what we did in 2009, but we're inventorying DEP projects and partnerships, identifying new priorities and emerging issues, and then identify what can be implemented with available resources. So what can we do now in the short term, and then what can we plan for long term? And one of the easy actionable items that we can tackle is a new invasive species website, and that's currently in development, and we hope to have it go live in the next few months. And that'll be a hub for folks to come to, for the public, identify what we mean by an invasive species. What are invasive species, and what resources does the department have for identification, management, and so on. From a research perspective, we've got projects that are using eDNA, or environmental DNA, to help detect the presence or even absence of invasive species. And in particular, clinging jellyfish, I'll talk a little bit more about in the next slide, but New Zealand mud snails, Chinese pond mussels, there's a number that we are interested in. And eDNA is proving to be a pretty valuable tool, where you don't actually have to find the mussel itself or the snail or the jellyfish itself. They leave a signature behind in the water column, and that alone can be enough to even if you don't find them, to know whether or not they've been present recently. And so, next slide. Just quickly touch on clinging jellyfish and ongoing monitoring there, right? 5 minutes? Yeah, perfect. And so objectives with clinging jellyfish, this has been an ongoing project for a couple of years. A couple of years back, maybe you remember hearing about clinging jellyfish in the Barnegat Bay and Mantita-Conk River. Very small, but with a pretty lethal sting to them. And so we've been monitoring up and down the coast, and we have another couple of years left, which we expect to keep monitoring. We're developing an eDNA approach to this monitoring too. So going out into the field, sampling, you're hoping to catch just the right spot where you swipe your net through and catch one of these dime-sized jellyfish. But we're tweaking the process of being able to get a signature through DNA, where you just need a grab sample, and the DNA is dispersed throughout the water. So that's working pretty well right now, and we hope to have results that we can present specifically on this shortly. Next slide. That just sort of talks about the studies that are ongoing. So I'll just, for sake of time, I'll just go to next. And can't have this conversation without talking about harmful algal blooms. And we have ongoing research looking at trying to understand drivers behind toxic and non-toxic blooms. Sometimes there are blooms that have cyanotoxins, which are much more dangerous than just an algal bloom. And so it could be, the same waters 1 week or 1 month produces a non-toxic bloom, the next month there's toxins. And so what triggers the toxins versus the not, to be toxic versus non-toxic. We don't wholly know the answer to that. So we're trying to really investigate and find either some triggers or some proxy measures that will give us some indication whether a bloom, if not immediately, may turn toxic. Next slide. All right. And maybe one of my favorite things to talk about, because the data set is so rich, the state has a Private Well Testing Act, and part of that testing act, so any homeowner that sells their home, they have a private well, has to participate in this testing act program, where they have to test the well, and those results have to be shared with a potential buyer. And so as of December 1st, 2021, PFOA, PFOS, and PFNA were added to that. To date, we've sampled, this is to the to the beginning of the program in 2002, we've sampled over 400,000 private wells. I'm sorry, there's about 400,000 private wells throughout the state. We've sampled about 100,000 of them through this program. So only about 25% of homes with private well have been tested. They're required to be tested for a number of parameters. You can see them in that second bullet. And the map and the web, there's a quick website link at the bottom of the map there. The map there is just showing the number of wells tested across the state. So you can use this to help identify areas that are high in or dense with private wells. And at the link, you can have, you'll see interactive maps for different parameters where you can get a sense of where certain contaminants or wells with certain contaminants exceed MCLs or secondary water standards more frequently than not. And so part of the act asks us or directs the department to make the data publicly available without showing any of the site-specific information, without showing any particular home. And so we use these 2-mile by 2-mile grids or data that's summarized by county or municipality to share that information. Next slide. Just to wrap things up, we try to make our science publicly available and put it through that peer review process, put it under scrutiny, let outside blind reviewers have at it and help critique the science that we're doing. It makes for better science, and it makes for science in a way that is shared not just regionally but nationally, but also globally. And so some quick publications here just from the past year or two. And last slide just has contact information. So go through a lot when we try and do this to give you a full breadth of what we do. But always feel free to reach out, shoot me an email if there's a specific project that you have any interest in. We'll talk more.
Thank you. You covered a lot. And I have 2 questions so far. One is sort of a follow-up to one of your last slides about the PFAS in groundwater, and wondering, let's see, this is a complicated question. I've been reading it and trying to figure out how it fits in. For the background prevalence of PFAS in the environment in the state, are there plans to take the information you're collecting, put it all together so that people can have a better idea about risk reduction strategies, what LSRP should be doing at their sites, that kind of research that'll help everybody make decisions?
Yeah, I think one of the important things that we in the department can do is share information. And so the data that we're collecting, for example, through that Private Well Testing Act, right? There's, it's one avenue that indirectly is collecting, directly is collecting PFAS information. And that information gets shared with our site remediation program. And so they can touch on that data. It can help them identify locations where they should focus some attention, because sometimes we're seeing it's not necessarily just around polluters, right? The compounds, like many, travel through the air and get deposited. They move through waterways, and so I think one of the most important things we can do throughout the department is know what data we have and know how to share that data across the programs. It's going to make for better policies and better approaches and better it'll help us tackle these large problems.
Right. Presumably that would help you to answer the question like, okay, found some. Is that a big number or a little number compared to everything else in the state? Is that something that you'd be able to help people understand?
Yeah, I think so. I think the more data you have, the better handle you have on what those extremes are. And from on the high end, you know what the detection limits, analytical detection limits are, so you kind of know what the low ends are, and then you fill in that in between, and you have a pretty good, what we hope is a distribution of data that is hopefully skewed to the low end, but you have that range, so you know what's high. We have MCLs, we have standards, groundwater standards that are set, and so we know where those sort of thresholds are, which a lot of times they're based on a human health or toxicological response, but then just what's in the environment, water quality standard development, and so on, which we're also responsible for. We get that gradient, so we know the range of values.
Okay. Yeah, I guess another question just came in on the same topic is, do you know what percentage of private wells tested to comply with the Public Well Testing Act have had PFAS concentrations exceeding the drinking water standards?
I don't have the numbers directly in front of me. But when we say PFAS, we're looking at three different ones. We're PFOA, PFOS, and PFNA. PFNA is exceeding the least amount across the homes that have been tested since December. And I think it's PFOA and PFOS. I might get them backwards, so I want to be careful. Are exceeding more frequently than PFNA is sort of localized, more localized, if you will, than PFOA and PFOS. I don't have the exact exceedances, but yeah, we are seeing them around the state at levels that exceed drinking water levels. The important part I'll say, and I know we need to, is when it comes to the Private Well Testing Act, the homeowner or the prospective buyer has those results, so they're aware, and they can move forward as they see appropriate to treat and get assistance.
Okay, I guess here's another. Let's make this a yes or no question because we're running out of time. But has there been any extended testing for PFAS in soils yet? Is that something that's starting to happen?
Through science and research, we're doing a little bit in cooperation with EPA, but we're not doing that alone. We do that with a site remediation program, and I don't want to speak specifically for site remediation program, but I think they're doing more in soils around than we are.
And one more final quick question about the Science Advisory Board. The questioner is wondering if those meetings are open to the public. I guess does the board itself have meetings as opposed to the committees?
So the way it would work is the committees deliberate on responses. They develop their written response, and which is shared with the full board. No, those are closed meetings. Yeah, they're closed meetings.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you very much.
I'll just say, I'm sorry.
No.
Those reports do get posted, and so if you went to DEP, DSR, SAB, all of their reports are posted.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate your time, and I'm going to turn it back over to Mike.
Thank you all.
All right, so next up, we have compliance and enforcement update and initiatives. We have two speakers. First one is Director Rochelle Wormley. She oversees the Division of Air Enforcement. Her and her staff ensure compliance with state and federal Clean Air Acts. DAE consists of the emission measurement section, which is responsible for overseeing quality assurance of the stack emission sampling program, 3 regional offices that conduct inspections and issue enforcement actions to stationary sources, and the diesel enforcement program, that enforces the mobile source regulations to include idling and tampering. Dr. Michael Hastry oversees NJDEP's enforcement program for solid waste, rec hazardous waste, regulated medical waste, recycling, public waste utilities, hazardous materials, transport, and underground storage tanks, regulating over 40,000 facilities and businesses throughout the state. Welcome, Rochelle and Michael.
Thank you. Mike, we're going to do tag team here. We agreed I go first, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So unfortunately, Mike and I are splitting time right before lunch, so I'm just going to try to keep this moving. As the introduction indicated, I am the director of a division of air enforcement, which consists of 3 regional offices: Cedar Knolls, Camden, and there's an office in Trenton for the enforcement offices. I also have under my purview the diesel enforcement program that Tim Davis oversees, and I also have the emission measurement section. Next slide, please. First thing I wanted to say, I think Deputy Commissioner Moriarty and Assistant Commissioner Paul Baldoff indicated that there was a hiring blitz, and I just wanted to say that's a great thing right now. We have been hiring. I have a lot of new staff. There's been a lot of attrition. In the past year, we have 6 new people, and I think I'm waiting to onboard 3 more. Some other changes within my division with staffing. Jim Scarvalli has moved from the central office as a supervisor to Bureau Chief of Southern, where Mary Toogood used to be. And I now have 3 new supervisors, 1 in each region. Doug Bannon up in Northern, have Dave Conroy in Central, and Kevin Eichman has moved to Southern. Next slide, please. So what I want to talk about today is last year I briefly talked about tampering. As you're all probably aware, the division is required to fulfill federal mandates for inspections to include major facility inspections at least once every 2 years, SM80 inspections once every 5 years, and minors as we can get to them. We've been fortunate that we've been able to negotiate alternate work plans with EPA. They've been very flexible with us. We've convinced them that in New Jersey, we have a lot of stringent monitoring record keeping. And based on the monitoring record keeping requirements or compliance, we've found that in the field inspections are not necessarily needed for major facilities every other year, but less frequently based on enforcement history. In addition to our work plan, we've been focusing on tampering of vehicles. Tampering of vehicles is huge in New Jersey. We have been seen as a national lead. EPA has given us many accolades for being very proactive as far as addressing tampering of vehicles. Basically what a tampering is disconnecting, detachment, deactivation of altering any of the emission controls of a vehicle. We have found this to be a serious problem in New Jersey. Diesel enforcement program under Tim Davis, and working with Tim Davis has one inspector, and he has been working with the Bureau of Mobile Sources to conduct inspections throughout the state to enforce our regulations for tampering, which can be found in NJAC 727, 14, and 15. Basically, when he's finding tampering, he's finding that people are removing the EGR, they're removing the diesel particulate filters, they're just doing all kinds of things, they're tampering with the OBD, just all kinds of things just to modify emissions or have their modifications undetected. Next slide, please. Why do they do it? The most common reason provided is that it increases performance. But it's really to avoid maintenance costs, according to some folks. So that's why they're doing it. Next slide. How big of a problem is it? EPA estimates there's 550,000 medium-duty diesel vehicle trucks that have removed their emission controls. Excuse the typo there. The emission increases from these vehicles is equivalent to having over 9 million additional stock trucks on the roads. 9 million is huge. Also, what we're finding is that class weight that Paul mentioned, the medium duty weight vehicles, that's going to be addressed in the omnibus NOx rule. The rule was proposed November 7th, that class weight of 8501 to 1799. They currently do not go through inspection. So promulgation of that rule will be huge. Again, he mentioned that it was proposed November 7th. Public comment is December 8th. What I have here, and I just have this pictured here, the upper picture is actually someone in a shop taking apart a diesel particulate filter and removing the medium. In the bottom picture right there is basically the medium that's inside a diesel particulate filter on a vehicle, and this shop, we know about it, and if anybody knows who this is, just let them know we will be coming. Just to let you know how often we find tampering. Next slide, please. These are the dealers that we've inspected. We've inspected multiple dealerships, 258 vehicles. Of the 258 vehicles over the past 3 or 4 years, we found 69 were tampered, which is about a 27% non-compliance rate. These are just the dealerships alone. How do we find these dealerships? Often people are disgruntled because they purchased a vehicle and found that it couldn't pass, that there were issues with it. We're also being creative in using social media tools to target these facilities and conduct inspections, but we're finding amongst dealerships, there's a 27% non-compliance rate. Next slide, please. Private citizens. This right here represents private citizen cells. For about the past 2 years, we kind of expanded our inspection universe. Again, we were initially focusing on dealerships. These are private citizen cells. We just recently hit 300, where we have found private citizens actually selling or offering to sell tampered vehicles, which is in violation of the regulations. We have been issuing enforcement actions to private citizens. They're none too happy, and I'll go on to that next, but they're none too happy. And some of them are claiming they didn't know about the regulations, but we've been educating them. And the only way that you can comply, there's penalty in itself, but that's not the end game here. Basically, the dealerships and the private citizens must make the vehicle whole again. They must install emission controls, whatever it's needing. And after they've contacted us and after they contact us, we will conduct another inspection to see if the emission control device has been reinstalled on the vehicle. Next slide, please. I just included some links here that I don't know if you guys have read in the news stories lately. We have citizens have gone to drive.com, car and driver, complaining about New Jersey and what we're doing. To me, some may look at this, it's like, oh my God, New Jersey, what are you doing? To me, this is a good sign that the citizens are getting the word that we are out there and we are expecting. This is a headline here: New Jersey won't let you sell your dirty diesel truck on Facebook. And yes, they know. Yeah, okay, yes, we know. To the right, there's a posting that came from Facebook. If you look at it, it says 6.0 Power Stroke, bulletproof, but has emissions intact because the state is a joke. I guess that's supposed to be an insult, but to me that says that the message is out there and they know that we are actually coming for private citizens in addition to the dealerships. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is not a medium duty diesel truck, obviously. These are 2 Volkswagens. Actually, we were able to find these. I think it was a referral that came from Mike's inspector, that they received a complaint from a neighbor about these Volkswagens. If you can see the smokestacks on top, they have modified the Volkswagen. They were blowing black smoke. And basically what we did here is we actually referred this case to criminal justice. Criminal justice actually inspected with our staff with them and found that the vehicles had been modified. And as such, there were some legal proceedings, and actually the state now owns these vehicles and they're currently impounded at a state facility. So just to let you know, our reach is just not medium duty diesel. which I'm hoping with the promulgation of the proposed rule for omnibus NOx rule that we won't see too much of the medium duty, but there's still a lot of work to do out there. Next slide, please. So that's basically what we've been doing in the past year or so. I wanted to share with you, Mike will tell you too, compliance advisories. If you ever want to know what we'll be focusing on next, what our priorities are, please subscribe to the Client Compliance Advisory link. It can be found at nj.gov/DEP enforcement. You can subscribe to all of the advisories for all of the media. This is an advisory that was recently published on September 21st regarding fumigation. Subchapter 8, 8.2C22 requires that if you use fumigants in greater than 0.1 pounds per hour, that a permit will be required. So what does that mean? As of February 3rd, if fumigation activities take place at your facility, we're expecting an application to be submitted. There are exemptions to this, and the exemptions are for emergency fumigation operations, and I will cover that. Next slide, please. As I indicated, the applications are due February 3rd, 2023. You're probably asking what happens then. I think it's pretty obvious. I go in enforcement mode on February 4th. I have been working with the Division of Air Quality, and they are currently maintaining a list. There were formerly a lot of applications submitted for fumigation. I believe with the promulgation of the rule, there's been a lot of withdrawals. If you're one of those facilities that have withdrawn a permit, just be sure you resubmit again February 3rd. We are sharing a database list of facilities that are withdrawing. Again, we will be in enforcement mode on February 4th. Next slide, please. Basically, the exemption I was telling you about, a facility can do emergency fumigation. There are requirements, however. Advance notification must be required. There needs to be a posting of signs. There are staff requirements, concentration requirements, and there also is a fumigation report that must be completed. All these requirements can be found at 727 8.2G. And next slide, please. Just to let you know how serious we're taking this. If you fail to comply, there is no grace for the emergency fumigation notifications. All the violations are non-minor and do come with an associated penalty. That's all I have right now because I want to split. Mike and I are unfortunately right before lunch, and I didn't want to hog all the time, but I want to let you know, coming up, we have a training May 3rd, 2023, that will happen at in Hamilton, New Jersey at the State Police Auditorium. If you have any suggested topics or if you're interested in us discussing anything in particular, please let me know. Please drop me a note, my email. We have done some cross-media training and we'll be open to that as well. And my contact information is as on the next slide. And that's it. Are there any questions? Or Joanne, I guess you want to do them afterwards?
So we're saving the questions for after Mike's.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, thanks, Rochelle. And I just need to correct, Mike in his introduction identified me as a doctor. I'm not. My son is actually, but I'm not. Also, yeah, as Rochelle noted, presenting two worst times to present are before lunch or just before the end of the day. But I have to tell you, in this virtual world of presentation, I could be talking to 300 empty seats and not know it. So, ego-wise, it's okay. Plus, probably less questions when everything's said and done. Next slide, please. Just some quick updates here. On the waste side of the house, I want to talk about soil and fill, and this has the Dirty Dirt 901 slant, a little bit about scrap yards and sustainability. On the tank side of the house, just two quick things on the emergency generator fuel tanks, and also enhanced vapor recovery for fuel dispensing tanks. Next slide, please. On the soil and fill side of the house, back in it's no secret that New Jersey has issues with the quality of soils being reintroduced into the market, whether it's through processing of soils or just general reuse of soils from one location to another location. To the point where in 2020, the legislature amended the A901 rules, and the A901 rules are basically their licensing rules. And they require a rather extensive review of entities who are engaged in the solid waste business or the hazardous waste business. The legislature expanded that to include entities who are engaged in the soil and fill recycling businesses. The rule was actually immediately enacted so that the requirements gave some time in the rule. We had some difficulties with COVID and trying to work out the rule, so there were delays in the rule. But right now, we are in the presence. We had a number of stakeholder meetings. We are in the presence of drafting the rule. We would hope to have this done probably sometime in early spring, at least the proposal. While we're going through that process, we have, by policy, enacted two little changes to the rule, to the initial legislation. And one was for de minimis quantities. If you have de minimis quantities of soil that you're dealing with, I may be a plumber and I'm dealing with, I do some kind of excavation for the new sewer line or something like that, and I have a little bit of soil. You don't have to get a full license for that. We're also looking at the issue of anybody who can certify to us, and they have a legitimate QA/QC program in place, that they only deal with non-contaminated soil and fill materials. They may not have to go through the licensure program. So those are two things we're working on. Ancillary to this change with the 901 rule is we're actually looking at soil, and we're considering putting soil as a Class B material. We have other materials that are Class B materials that are used for recycling for fill purposes. You can take concrete, brick, block, you can grind it all up, and you can use it as a fill. However, we didn't have soil as a fill as a Class B material, and so we're considering making it a Class B. So entities who are dealing with soils from a processing perspective would have some kind of regulatory controls. We're also thinking of including some kind of quality assurance with regards to the back end of the products coming out of the recycling centers. Right now, believe it or not, we only have that for certain facilities, but for facilities that generate soil and fills, we don't have that. So we're going to be adding that into it. So at least people know that if they're going to get materials from these DEP approved facilities, that there's some indication that it's a quality product. We're also developing a comprehensive soil and fill guidance document, which sounds sounds simple, but it's not simple because various programs look at soil and fills from a little different slant. SRP has its the new whatever their new name is. SRP has a little different version of what it considers soils. Their definitions are a little different. Clean fill soil is maybe a little different than what we know on the waste side. Dredge folks have a little different slant to what they do. So what we're trying to do is put all that together in one somewhat easy readable document so that people understand, this is soil and fill. And oh, by the way, if you're using it here at a remediation site, there's some nuances here. If you're using it from a dredge perspective, there's some nuances here. Next slide, please. Second thing we're looking at is scrap yards. And scrap yards, believe it or not, they recycle scrap metal, but they're not recycling centers. And by law, they're not. And historically, they were really regulated at the local level. The local levels are having problems from a resource perspective and trying to look at these facilities. And there's quite a few of them, and they range from large shredders who deal with hundreds of tons a day to the mom and pop small U-pick boneyard. They really don't have the resources to do it. while we don't have a great regulatory overlay on these, from what we're seeing, at least from an incident perspective, seems that the incidents are kind of on an upward trend. We also have the issue of the EJ rule. The EJ rule that Deputy Commissioner Moriarty is going to talk about this afternoon actually requires DEP to look at the impacts of these scrapyard facilities. A little difficult to do that when we really don't have a formal regulatory structure to deal with them. They don't have permits with us. They don't have approvals. So overall, we're kind of working to figure out a way to kind of bring these entities into the fold. And again, we're cognizant of the degree from the large guys to the small guys, but to bring them into some kind of degree of control, similar to our other recycling facilities, where we can talk about the sizes of piles, operating hours, processing rates, volumes, turnover rates of the materials. So we're working on that. Next slide, please. Sustainability, and I have no doubt that Janine McGregor, the director for the Waste Sustainable Program, the Sustainable Waste Program, we'll talk about this a little more, but more recently, we had a number of rules passed that are sustainability related. We're talking about the plastic bag ban, the polystyrene, styrofoam bans, recycled content. And recycled content, quickly, is for folks who may not understand it, it's basically requiring entities that provide stuff like this, that they actually have to use recycled content in the manufacture of the product. So many people now will make a product that, you can recycle this, but they're not actually using recycled products. So that's what that rule is. And over the years, DEP has had a number of rules that were passed in similar regards regarding, we talk about banned containers, motor oil, toxics in packaging, covered electronic devices. And a lot of these have retail components to them, meaning that there's retail requirements. The retailer either can't sell this product, or the retailer has to have some kind of little bit of a take back program, or they have to have some kind of advertising, or they have to provide information to the consumer to say, oh, by the way, you can recycle this here. And historically, we really haven't had resources for DEP to have that retail presence. With some of the additional resources that are coming on, that's exactly what we want to do, is develop that retail presence. So we kind of have to be careful from the optics perspective, what we call kind of the Go Shopping initiative, where we will have folks going into the retailers, explaining to them, okay, this is what the deal is, this is what you have to do. You have any questions about it, and we have CHA, the CHA agencies, County Environmental Health, do some of this work, but it's DEP. DEP is really obligated to get firsthand knowledge about how these rules actually are working, and how we can make them better or improve them in some regard. So we're kind of excited about that. So we're looking forward to doing that. Next slide, please. On the tank side of the house, back in 2018, DEP adopted the California rules, the California Air Resource Board CARB rules regarding enhanced vapor recovery. So we used to have, it was like 90-something%, 93 or 92. Now we have to be at 98%. So for all new facilities that have tanks, and these are fuel dispensing tanks, and this is regardless whether it's an above ground tank or it's an underground storage tank. But if you have a fuel dispensing tank that's 2,000 gallons or above, you are required to have this higher efficiency vapor recovery components. In 2018, when the rule came in, anybody new putting in a new tank would have to already have those components on there. we gave about 6 years though for facilities that were already in existence prior to 2018 to say, okay, you know, eventually you're gonna have to do some retrofitting here for your pressure release valves, blah, 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 you know, whatever other components you have that really deal with the emissions. So while we're still 2 years out, because the end date is 12/23/24, you know, we always put the pitch out to make everybody aware that, you know, and if you look at that date, it's like 2 days before Christmas. So, you know, 2024, you know, the Grinch is going to be coming before Christmas, not Santa Claus here. So, you know, we want to make sure that we put it out as much as possible. If you have any of these tanks, you know, you're going to have to ensure that they're retrofitted with the proper carbs. Otherwise, there's going to be violations. Last slide, please. Emergency generator fuel tanks. And, you know, one of the reasons why I bring this up is in kind of this new world here with climate issues and resiliency issues, and we have a number of tanks, more tanks coming in for emergency generator purposes. And yeah, it's not so much particularly for, you know, to run this particular process at a facility. A lot of times it's for simply maintaining the electricity for the electronics. You know, people have a lot of businesses now have a lot of servers. They have a lot of electronic devices, and they need the juice to keep them going. So, and years ago, the general thought process was that, you know, these were relatively smaller tanks, and, you know, they didn't get the abuse necessarily that other fuel tanks get, you know, at gas stations where you could be putting loads in twice, two, three times a day. And so they didn't have monitoring requirements on them. Time told us that, yeah, that was not the best methodology or the best outlook on these, and they have leak rates similar to just about every other tanks, you know, whether it's used a lot or not used a lot. So a few years ago, across the nation, actually, EPA put this in, and we adopted the rule naturally, that these generator tanks also require release detection monitoring. And we still come across a number of tanks that do not have not implemented release detection monitoring for these tanks. And if anybody's putting in new tanks, you don't necessarily need approvals. There's no permits necessarily, at least on the state side, to put in some of these tanks. So, but you still have to be aware that you need release detection monitoring now for the emergency generator fuel tanks. And that's it. I tried to bring us back on time. I did okay. If you have no questions, we're really going to be back on time.
Well, don't get off just that easy. There's a couple. Both for Director Hastry. First was a previous question we got earlier. Yes, it was posed again. Is there any update to the dirty dirt and A901 rules, expected date when the department will implement the rule?
Well, like I said earlier, we're working on them now. You know, our hope is that by spring, early spring, we'll have the proposal out the door. But again, these rules they were made active on the passing of the legislation to begin with. You know, what we're looking at is some, you know, nuances to the rule, but for all practical purposes, if you're engaged in soil and fill, you know, you have to get a 901 license unless you can certify that you're just dealing with clean soil or fill material, or you're handling materials at a de minimis level. You know, I have one little pickup truck load, and that's all I deal with. So, you know, I don't have to go through the full licensing process. So, but in short, we hope to have by spring, I would hope that we at least have the proposal out.
All right, and a second question, how will the new promulgated soil standards for PFAS compounds impact sampling for fill?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah, we actually talked about that. And for folks who don't know, is there's a loose marriage between the site remediation, residential soil standards, and the determination of a soil or fill material being considered a solid waste. So if you are above the residential standards, that material, even though it may not have discrete waste in it, plastics and that stuff, but just from a contamination perspective, it would still be considered solid waste. And all those standards that are out there, recently, as David Hames had said this morning, the PFAS, PFOA compounds were added to that. And for someone to demonstrate that this material is not contaminated and, is not contaminated to the residential levels and thus is not a solid waste, they are going to have to test for these compounds. Right now we are aware that the testing protocols are not fully laid out, meaning that usually for certain tests, we have ASTM standards that are developed either by EPA or by us. We also have a lot of facilities, our certified labs, would be doing these tests. We're of the understanding that not all the labs are actually doing these tests yet, and that the methodologies have all been fully certified. So, with that in mind, we have to understand that. So if something is done and, there's no indication that particular test was done because there's no way to do it right now, we all have to live with that until time catches up.
And then one last question. What is the department's review of leak detection monitoring of AST day tanks fed from USTs for emergency generators?
Lay that on me again.
All right. What is the department's, it said review, maybe you meant view, of leak detection monitoring of AST day tanks that are fed from underground storage tanks for emergency generators?
I don't know. I'm not sure I fully understand the question, but whoever that is, or if you can get it to me in some other form, and we'll respond back to you. I'm just not sure I fully understand what you're looking for.
I think they meant day tank feeding the emergency generator, but maybe they had it reversed. But I'll let gentlemen interact with you offline on it.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think that is all. Wait, 1 second. There is one more question. Do the new fuel dispensing regulations for vapor recovery cover both gasoline and diesel fuels?
We're talking about the 2018 rules?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I think that's it. Going once, going twice, sold. Okay. All right, so we're going to break for lunch. Thank you both directors for your talks today, very informative. We're going to break for lunch now. We will be back online at 1 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
So people that are starting to come back in, I'm Sunila Gupta with Haley and Aldrich, Program Chair for AWMA, North and Central New Jersey chapter, and I will be moderating this afternoon's panel together with Dr. Ron Pushy of the New Jersey DEP. I would like to welcome Deputy Commissioner Sean Moriarty again To start this afternoon off, to provide an update on environmental justice and equity programs and initiatives. I know that's a big topic of interest to the regulated community. And Sean, as I was saying, we appreciate you making your time available for the morning session as well as the afternoon session. And a quick introduction recap of your bio, who might have missed it in the morning. Sean Moriarty, he serves as a Deputy Commissioner for Legal, Regulatory, and Legislative Affairs. He leads DEP's internal legal team and serves as its General Counsel on all matters of regulatory compliance and rulemaking. And he will also oversee the newly created Office of Enforcement Policy. He is a member of the Commissioner's executive team, providing input on priority initiatives that include climate change and environmental justice that you're going to hear about now. And before joining the DEP, Sean represented the department as a Deputy Attorney General. So with that, Sean, it's yours.
Thank you, Sunila. Appreciate that. If folks are not tired of hearing me speak today, they're probably at least tired of hearing my bio for the second time. So we'll try to move on to more interesting topics. Specifically, our environmental justice law, our work to build capacity in communities, and I'll provide some specifics on our rulemaking efforts. So starting with the basics and the kind of the top level, the department and the state takes a holistic approach to environmental justice, and that includes both our inward facing work to provide guidance designed to implement concepts of fair treatment and equity across all state departments, to our outward looking work, which includes the implementation of our environmental justice law, which we'll talk a little bit about today. During Governor Murphy's first 100 days, he signed Executive Order 23, which directed all executive branch agencies to ensure that the principles of environmental justice are at the heart of our programs and policies. In October of 2020, under the leadership of former Deputy Commissioner Olivia Glenn, the department issued Furthering the Promise, a guidance document for advancing environmental justice across state government. What that document does is it provides a path for New Jersey's executive agencies to weave the principles of environmental justice into their core functions, including the development of action plans and interagency council to coordinate these efforts. Over the last year or so, Director Candace Perry has led our efforts with our interagency council to begin to develop kind of a sense of work plans across agencies, as well as focusing significant efforts internally to help us to identify opportunities that we have beyond the confines of the rulemaking to be able to continue to advance the principles of environmental justice in all of our programs. And we're going to continue that work in earnest over the next year and hopefully be able to provide kind of additional examples of places where we can continue to improve there. What we think is that together, all of these actions will help us to push towards the triple bottom line of social, environmental, and economic success in the state of New Jersey. Onto the environmental justice law and more specifics. In September of 2020, as folks likely know at this point, Governor Murphy signed New Jersey's landmark environmental justice law. It's really the first of its kind and the nation's most empowering environmental justice legislation. Ultimately, what it allows us to do is focus more broadly on facilities and to address more localized impacts than we're able to address under our existing environmental authorities. You can see some of the legislature's findings and declarations here. I think they're quite instructive. Really, what those findings say to me is that the law really speaks to a legacy of inequitable siting of pollution-generating facilities in low-income communities and communities of color. It talks about the need to more equally share the burden of the state's economic development and the need to correct the historical injustice that we have seen, what the legislature has documented, through meaningful public engagement and under appropriate circumstances, placing limits on the construction of new and the operations of existing facilities. So what the law allows us to do at its most basic, what it really requires us to do, is to consider how certain facilities seeking permits to construct and or operate in our overburdened communities need to assess how they would contribute to environmental public health stressors in that community in a manner that is disproportionate when compared to its neighbors. So what we're conducting here is a comparative analysis. It's not a true cumulative impact analysis. It is ultimately a comparative analysis to determine whether in a given community, as we'll talk about, and we'll talk about how those communities are defined, is facing a disproportionate environmental or public health burden as a result of facilities, present conditions, and a bunch of other things. So I'm going to walk you through how our proposed process will work. And then we'll hopefully have some time for questions. So we can skip ahead 2 slides, if you don't mind, Tyrone. Just want to quickly, recap our stakeholder process. I think we consider this to kind of be the gold standard for departmental stakeholdering, at least in recent memory. And that type of approach is warranted and necessary given the novelty of the issues at play. These types of things, tend to show up, kind of result in a fundamental change in how environmental law is going to be implemented. So we want to spend the time with our stakeholders to really get into the details, to get a tremendous amount of feedback, and ultimately kind of shape the final product. What I've said repeatedly, and I will say again, the ideas that we had at the beginning of that process in, let's say, October of 2020, and where we are now on the cusp of being able to adopt these rules are vastly different, and most importantly, vastly improved as a result of the interactions with our stakeholders. So when these rules are adopted, we owe our stakeholders, both on the advocacy side and on the industry side, a tremendous debt of gratitude for their time and their attention to help us find what we think is a really good place to be able to implement this rule. Go to the next slide. So we kind of talked about the philosophy. Let's talk about a little bit more about the specifics. And first thing here is where does the rule apply? Where does the law apply and where do these rules apply? You have to meet each of the 3 criteria you see on the screen. First we're looking at facilities. Again, one of those 8 types of facilities under number 2. Those are the facilities that are subject to the rules and the law. They're largely solid waste facilities, as well as large sewage treatment plants, medical waste incinerators. It's these types of facilities, along with major sources of air pollution. So that's your universe. The second question we ask ourselves, or the first on this slide, is whether that facility is located or seeking to be located in an overburdened community. And those are as defined by the legislature as being communities in which, census block groups, in which at least 35% of the households qualify as low income, at least 40% of the residents identify as minority or members of a state-recognized tribal community, or at least 40% of those households have limited English proficiency. As we've said multiple times, it's critical to pay attention to the use of the word "or" here and to understand the breadth that gives us as far as potential applicability. A block group, which is a finite unit of census data as we have available to us. If that block group meets any of those 3 criteria, it's considered an overburdened community in the eyes of the legislature. So it's a very broad, potentially very broad coverage. The third question you're asking yourself is whether that facility is seeking one of the permits identified there. It's most of the permits. It's a fairly broad subset of permits that the department issues. Again, but it's important to note here that the bill applies to individual permits, so not your general permits, and ultimately excludes authorizations or approvals necessary to perform remediation. And it also excludes minor modifications to major source permits that do not increase emissions. So you have a very broad potential applicability with regard to people, and then a slightly more narrow applicability with regard to specific facilities and the types of permits here. So when we work to kind of identify the appropriate regulatory provisions to implement these criteria, our approach was really to try to provide consistency and predictability to regulated and advocacy community, and really to define and incorporate permit definitions and thresholds as they exist under our existing and underlying regulations. In some instances, was necessary to make some changes, but by and large, we tried to stick with the way that we have been doing this while drawing on our additional authority. What I also want to note here is this information. So the identification of all overburdened communities within the state of New Jersey is available through NJDEP-AWMA, our environmental justice assessment and protection tool. It's an incredible tool put together by some really, really brilliant people. And you can click on that and on a address basis down to your own street address. You can put that in there and you can determine whether you live in an overburdened community. You can look at any property in the state and determine where it is. And as we talk a little bit more, you'll be able to also use that tool to assess what the relative stressor levels are in that community versus the rest of the state. So to the next slide. So we've talked a little bit about how we define these. Let's show you what they look like on a map. So this is what the overburdened communities in the state look like. It's 364 out of 6 of communities have overburdened communities. What we've, and what it really covers is about 4.5 million people in over 3,400 block groups. So that's your kind of universe. That's where you start. Again, that information can be found on EJMAP, and what we're really doing here is we're pulling kind of the most recently available census data to allow us to draw these maps. As that census data is updated, we're required to update it at least every 2 years. We're going to continue to refine that analysis in accordance with the most recent data, and we expect to have further updates to that analysis as we get towards the end of this year and into early next year to dovetail with the overall adoption of the rules. Next slide, please. So there's a couple of kind of concepts that we need to identify in order to understand the remainder of the analysis that we'll go through. So what we talked about really is at its most basic, we're looking at how a facility might affect environmental and public health stresses in an overburdened community as compared to its neighbors, right? That's our comparative analysis. In order to do that comparative analysis, you need to be able to understand what those stressors are in order to make the comparison. So the statute gives us broad categories to fill in with appropriate data points. And what we've done is we've tried to use data that is publicly available, reliable, accessible, and usable at the block group level to inform each of these different categories. So when you're talking about environmental stressors, you're looking at concentrated sources of air pollution, you're looking at mobile sources, you're looking at contaminated sites, transfer stations, and other solid waste facilities. So, number 4, I think important to note, the types of facilities identified as being subject to the law are also identified as being potential stressors. So we're looking at those on a density basis within given communities to really try to account for historic inequities in siting. We're also looking at point sources of water pollution. So for each of those categories, we are going to have, and I will show you, specific data points and specific stressors that we're going to be able to use to fill out what those categories should be. For public health impacts, we're looking at conditions that may cause potential public health impacts. It's really important to understand how the term "may cause" affects our ability to identify these things. So we're looking at conditions that may cause asthma, cancer, elevated blood levels. What may cause allows us to do with regard to these stressors is to consider present conditions, age of housing stock, lead service lines, ambient air monitoring, proximity to highways to inform these categories. It doesn't require us then to rely on specific health data, which may be either unavailable at the scale we need it to be, may be unusable due to privacy concerns. So there's a lot more latitude to look at present conditions to kind of inform these categories to make sure we're getting a more complete picture of what stressors in the given communities might be. So next slide. So as we talked about, we needed to kind of fill in those definitions. So in order to do so, we developed a pretty extensive brainstorming list that was based on prior department efforts. Folks in the building, folks who used to be in this building, they've been working on this for a good decade before the bill got passed, which really put us in a position to be able to capitalize on the opportunity we had to really show our work and convince folks that if an environmental justice law like the one that we have was going to be passed, that we would be able to implement it, and we'd be able to implement it fairly and reasonably to both protect our communities, and with a level of respect for our regulated entities. The work that folks did put us in that position to do that. So we had a lot of legwork already done. We also looked at similar tools, EPA's EJ Screen, California's EnviroScreen, as well as input from our stakeholders. So we started with a list of 60 plus stressors. Ultimately narrowed that down to the final list, which is about 26 or 24, 26 stressors. When we did so, we considered a bunch of different things. We looked at alignment with the categories of the EJ rule, the things we just talked about. So, what stressors could inform concentrated sources of air pollution. Looked at the availability and quality of data. It needs to be reliable. It needs to be publicly available. We looked at our ability to use that data at the appropriate geographic scale to be able to extrapolate that data down to a block group level. That is absolutely critical to being able to make this analysis reliable. And we also looked at marginal value, right? You could stack stressor upon stressor. You could have 60, 100 different stressors. Our stated goal here in trying to create a reasonable and workable regulatory structure was to use the minimum number of stressors necessary to accurately assess environmental and public health conditions in an overburdened community. We think we've hit that mark. with the 26 we've selected. And if folks are interested in going through the proposal or some of the other information we have, you can kind of see each of the individual stressors that we've used, but in the interest of time, we'll probably move through that pretty quickly. So we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so we can kind of just go through these, but you can see ground level ozone, you can see fine particulate matter. Like these are the types of things that we're pulling from to inform these categories. These are your concentrated sources of air pollution. Go to the next slide. These are your major sources of air pollution. These are the types of data points we're looking at. Similarly, on the next slide, we have point sources of water pollution onto scrapyards and solid waste facilities. We're looking at those, as we said, with the legislature defining those as potential stressors. We're looking at the number of facilities within that block group. So we're considering the density of facilities present in a given block group. Similarly, with contaminated sites, we are considering contaminated sites, both those sites that have that are known contaminated sites that have not undergone remediation, as well as those that have undergone remediation, but remain subject to institutional controls or deed restrictions, as well as looking at CEAs and current known extent restrictions. So properties that are not fully remediated, that are subject to institutional controls or have some residual remediation, residual contamination, we are considering those to be potential stressors. And then next slide, we're also looking at things that may cause public health issues. And from an environmental perspective, looking at drinking water quality, we're looking at potential for lead exposure. Again, being able to look at that housing stock as a condition that may cause public health concerns. Continuing on, we're also looking at a lack of benefit as being things that can cause public health issues. So we're looking at a lack of open space. We're looking at a lack of tree canopy. Both of those have potential health impacts. Lack of tree canopy, particularly in light of climate change, as we discussed earlier today, and the need to address concerns of heat island effect and the lack of trees in many of our urbanized communities. That's something that's a pretty significant stressor. We're also looking at impervious cover and flooding, specifically as those might relate to flooding impacts in communities. We want to be able to try through this process to address some of those things. And then lastly, we're looking at kind of social determinants that might cause public health issues. In that situation, next slide, we're looking at things like unemployment and education, using data points, U.S. Census data points that allow us to draw some conclusions there with regard to those. And the basis for each of these is laid out in the proposal. If folks are interested, you can kind of walk through the thought process as to why we land on each of these and how they individually affect public health or environmental conditions in a given community. Next slide, please. So now that we've talked about the stressors, we need to discuss what we're comparing them to. And I talked about that earlier. So we're basically, we're comparing it to the neighbors, and that's what in the rural parlance, that's what we call our geographic point of comparison. So the statute gives us discretion to find the appropriate geographic point of comparison, and what we've landed on is a hybrid approach, which we think is the most protective. Looking at it in layman's, lawyers, non-mathematical terms, what we're really doing is when we're making a comparison, we're comparing the lower of the county or state average of non-overburdened communities. Now, average is not the right word, but it's helpful in how I try to explain it. If you take kind of the median or the middle point of a state or county with regard to any individual stressor or all of those stressors combined, if your given community is higher than the lower of those two numbers, so the higher of the more protective standard, that community is going to be considered subject to adverse stressors. And that's going to trigger several things within the regulations that we'll go through. So really what we're trying to do is compare the conditions in overburdened communities as defined by the legislature to those not considered overburdened. So we're looking at that kind of threshold screening criteria and making determinations based off that. So each of the stressors that we just talked about, they'd each be assigned a value specific to that block group. And then that value would be compared to the lower or county of state to determine whether that stressor, either individually or, next slide, either individually or when combined, is determined to be adverse. And adverse being a key aspect of this, adverse stressors allowing us to assess disproportionate impact. So some of the key terms in our comparative analysis that help kind of some of this hang together, and we've kind of tried to create a bit of a language around this rule that we hope will be picked up and kind of used moving forward. So as we discussed, an adverse stressor. So that's a stressor, one of those on the list that we talked about, that's higher than the geographic point of comparison, lower state or county 50th percentile. So any individual stressor that's higher than that comparison point is considered adverse. For each block group, each overburdened community, you have a combined stressor total. So that's the total count of adverse stressors in an overburdened community. So if you look at all the individual stressors and do that geographic point of comparison and add them up, you get your combined stressor total. So the example that we have here, 18 of the 26 stressors in the overburdened community are higher than the geographic point of comparison. That combined stressor total for the OBC is 18. It's pretty simple math. The next part is determining whether that particular block group is subject to adverse cumulative stressors, right? So what you're doing here is you're kind of combining the concepts of adverse stressors and combined stressor total and doing the same math that we're doing for each individual stressor with that combined stressor total. So adverse cumulative stressors exist where the OBC's combined stressor total, so that 18 that we talked about, is higher than the geographic point of comparison, state or county non-OBC at the 50th percentile. So if the OBC's combined stressor total in this example is 18, and the geographic point of comparison, or the average, median, whatever the right word is, for the state or county, the lower of those two is 13, which it is in this instance, then that overburdened community is subject to adverse cumulative stressors. As we work through the process, overburdened communities that are subject to adverse cumulative stressors are going to have slightly more process and more analysis associated with their applications versus projects that are not located in communities that are subject to adverse cumulative stressors. In those instances, in the latter, where the community is not subject to adverse cumulative stressors, we're going to be looking to ensure that that project or that facility does not change that designation, does not create adverse cumulative stressors as being our point of decision in the environmental justice process. Next slide, please. So what we've tried to do here, really to make this process as consistent, objective, and accessible as possible, the department decided it was appropriate for us to be charged with providing certain baseline information to applicants and to the public upon submission of an application. So you can see here what that information is. Essentially what we're doing is taking a lot of what we've talked about already and providing that information to an applicant up front so that everybody has common ground to start the process. And really, ultimately, we think benefits facilities by limiting the analysis that they're required to undertake to be part of this process. Only thing a facility is really going to need to do is engage with the public in the way that we outlined in the regulations and assess how its activities, how the impacts from its facility might affect the stressor levels in that community. But we're going to give them all of that baseline information. So we're going to outline the environmental and public health stressors at play. We're going to tell them what the appropriate geographic point of comparison is. We're going to tell a facility in the public which of those stressors is adverse. We're going to give them the combined stressor total, and we're also going to tell them whether they're subject to adverse cumulative stressors. So while it makes sense to understand all of those pieces, we're going to do a lot of that work for applicants and for the community up front. And in fact, when the EJ map, the tool that we discussed earlier, is completed, all of that information will be available at the click of a button for every individual property within the state of New Jersey. So folks are going to be able to use EJ map. You're going to be able to click onto that tool. You're going to be able to go to a specific block group and you're going to be able to determine all of that information yourself. We'll provide it to folks, but folks will be able to, with a click of a button and a printout, be able to have a specific kind of spreadsheet that will lay all that information out for everybody. We've also prepared, spent a lot of time preparing guidance documents on this. And what the guidance documents are going to be able to do, because this rule is not mandated by, this tool is not mandated by the rule, we'll set forth the manner in which applicants could, if they wanted to, do the analysis themselves to determine this information. We think that that's critical. If folks, for one reason or another, think it's appropriate to do that analysis, we're going to provide them with the information that's necessary to do so. But we also hope and expect in many instances, the work that we've done to create EJ map will make that something that doesn't need to happen. Next slide, please. So once we've kind of established the concepts, we have stressors, we provided this baseline information, that all sets the stage for our environmental justice impact statement and meaningful public participation process. So the goal of this process is to identify those communities that are truly subject to disproportionate environmental and public health burdens. What it does is narrow the field of OBCs down to those that are most in need of that additional protection and the additional conditions that may come with permits in those communities. As I said earlier, where a community is not already subject to adverse cumulative stressors, the environmental justice impact statement is going to require less information than where a community is already subject to adverse cumulative stressors. The goal in that situation is to ensure that we're not creating new overstressed, overburdened communities. The rules cannot serve to shift the burdens of economic development and shift, the legislatively defined pollution generating facilities just over to another overburdened community that the legislature has asked us to look at that happens to have its combined stressor total below that line, below that average. That can't be the outcome here. So we want to make sure that doesn't occur. So the environmental justice impact statement assesses the potential environmental and public health stressors associated with the facility, looks at those already borne by the community. So you're looking at kind of your baseline information, as well as what impacts the facility may potentially have. We're looking at ways in which a facility can work to avoid impacts to those environmental and public health stressors. And we're looking for the measures that the facility is willing to put in place where you can avoid to minimize those stressors, and in certain situations provide a net benefit to the community. But we're ultimately looking at an avoid, minimization, and net benefit paradigm, with avoidance of individual impacts always being the first stop in this analysis. Additionally, none of this matters and none of this is effective if we do not generate meaningful public participation. Meaningful public participation by people who live in the community, who are going to be directly affected by the operations, and who need to have their voice heard to inform the department's decision making. So in order to do that, the legislature has laid out some specific criteria that we need to follow, but we've worked to enhance some of that, considering the legislature's direction to be the minimum required. First thing you're going to need to do if you're in this process is hold a public hearing in the overburdened community. Minimum 60-day public comment period, sufficient notice 60 days prior to the hearing. That's going to be in newspapers. We're also asking for notice to property owners within 200 feet, signs at the facility. And we also have a provision that tries to solicit additional community-specific methods. We cannot, there's our overburdened communities. We talk about them. We talk about these communities as a group because that's what the law requires us to do. But they're not homogenous. They are made of individual people who have individual backgrounds and who may need different ways in which outreach will get their attention. What we're trying to do is provide room for that to occur because we cannot dictate effectively all of the different ways in which that should work. So the rules provide some flexibility there and ultimately ask applicants to build relationships with their communities and help us to identify the appropriate methods. We're also working through the Office of Environmental Justice to build capacity in communities so folks can more effectively engage. And we're also considering how we might develop some best practices for community engagement to assist both our community members and our applicants in really generating kind of the appropriate interest and response for these hearings. We're also going to require a response to public comment that the applicant needs to prepare. And then on completion of that process, the environmental justice impact statement with that information is provided to the department for review and issuance of a decision. Next slide, please. So really, at this point, what we're really trying to do, we've talked about disproportionate impact, and let's define it now. The point of the environmental justice impact analysis is to consider whether a disproportionate impact is present. We've defined disproportionate impact in two specific ways. First, it occurs where a facility creates adverse cumulative stressors in overburdened communities. So, a community that doesn't have adverse stressors, the facility is going to create it. That's a disproportionate impact. Or where a facility contributes to adverse environmental or public health stressors in a community that's already subject to those. So if you're already subject to adverse, and that facility is going to have an impact on something that's one of those stressors, one of those individual stressors that's adverse, that's going to be a disproportionate impact. So our goal in all of these applications is to avoid a disproportionate impact. Where a disproportionate impact cannot be avoided, that's where we get into our minimization, avoidance minimization paradigm. So in that situation, applicants would analyze and propose feasible measures to, as applicable, avoid or minimize contributions to environmental or public health stressors individually. So each of those stressors we talked about, we're going to ask for an analysis of how you can avoid or minimize impacts to there. And in certain situations, we're going to ask applicants to consider feasible ways in which you can provide a net environmental benefit, or, and we'll talk about this in a second, for new facilities, how the facility would serves a compelling public interest in the overburdened community. Next slide. So then we get to the department's decision, right? So we're trying to avoid a disproportionate impact. Next slide, please. The department would considers the environmental justice impact statement and all that information and makes a determination of whether that facility can avoid a disproportionate impact. Where the facility can avoid a disproportionate impact, that sends us down one decisional path. The department would authorize the applicant to proceed with the imposition of conditions that are really only necessary to ensure that that disproportionate impact is and remains avoided, right? So it's a slightly narrow set of potential conditions, but we want to make sure that if the facility is representing it will avoid that impact, the permit should be conditioned accordingly. Where a facility cannot avoid a disproportionate impact, we have two different types of authority. For new facilities, so applications for new facilities, the department is required by law to deny the application for a new facility unless it demonstrates it will serve a compelling public interest in the overburdened community. In the overburdened community is underlined there because it is critical to what we're talking about. The benefits that any facility provides, that the public interest that it provides, must be keyed to that overburdened community. It must inure to the benefits of the individuals in that community, broader societal benefits, ratables, general promises of employment. Those types of things do not affect or cannot effectively provide benefits to the overburdened community specifically. We can't condition applications that way, and it's just not going to work in a way that doesn't at least threaten to continue to push forward the status quo, which the legislature has said needs to be changed. For expanded facilities or major source renewals, so we have another category of things we're looking at. So for expanded facilities or major source renewals being the only renewals that the department touches under the EJ rules, we are not authorized to deny those applications. What we're authorized to do is to allow an applicant to proceed with permitting subject to appropriate conditions to address facility impacts to the environmental and public health stressors. So let's talk a little bit about compelling public interest. So we talked about, when new facilities were required to deny. Compelling public interest is the exception to that rule. What it means is, as we've defined it, a compelling public interest means it primarily serves an essential environmental, health, or safety need of the community. It's necessary to do so, and there are no other reasonable means available. So really what this does is allows a focus on public work type projects that are necessary to serve those needs in the overburdened community, such as those that directly reduce stressors, CSO projects, appropriately scaled composting projects, like things that could fall within those categories of facilities, but their benefits are needed and ultimately wanted and desired and keyed to benefiting that specific community. What we've said in the rule, and this has gotten a lot of attention, economic benefits of the new proposed facility, so the examples being employment and tax revenue, those are not to be considered in determining whether it serves a compelling public interest in the overburdened community. We will, however, we do think this is critical to living up to our commitment to ensuring public engagement and a level of self-determination by individuals in the community. We specifically state in the rules that we are required to consider the positions of the members of the overburdened community, supportive or otherwise, in determining whether a facility satisfies the compelling public interest standard. We have to give folks a voice. We have to listen to that voice. Next slide. So this is the last part. We get to permit conditions. So we talked about the couple of different scenarios here. We've kind of laid them out. So for renewals, of your major source permit, those conditions are going to look as you see on the screen. For those renewals, we're going to ask applicants to avoid impacts, and where avoidance is not feasible, to minimize the facility's contributions to individual stressors in overburdened communities. We've also, which we heard from our stakeholders, we think is critical, for our stationary sources, for our major stationary sources, both on renewals and expansions, we've developed objective standards for those components based off of existing standards that we think will provide a level of understanding for folks that's a little bit more concrete than a general avoidance and minimization paradigm, but also we think will help address legacy sites that have lagged in technology upgrades over the years. and kind of bring real pollution reduction benefits to these communities, really while asking new facilities to do everything they can to reduce emissions even below standards for their stationary sources. For non-stationary sources, for kind of more generally, for new and expanded facilities, we're still going to ask for avoidance and minimization under a feasibility standard, but we're also going to look for applicants to propose measures that could be put in place to reduce offsite stressors or provide a net environmental benefit that improves the baseline environmental and public health stressors in an urban community. That could be as simple as removing impervious on site or offsite. It could be providing additional tree canopies somewhere within that community where you've already gone through your first steps of what can I do to avoid, what can I do to minimize. But if I'm going to be expanding my facility or I want to build a new facility, there are going to be places where we're going to look for applicants to provide additional feasible offsite benefit as a way to help to reduce impacts within the given community. So last slide, it just kind of lays out our timeline. The most important date here is by 12/31/22. That remains our goal. We're hopeful to be able to adopt the rule by the end of this year. If it's not adopted by the end of this year, it will be adopted very, very early in January. That would be an operation of review time. The team that has been hard at work on this, Melissa Benamarco and Armando Alfonso in particular, along with Julie Wong, from my team, have been absolutely killing themselves trying to get this response comments document done. We're very, very close. And we're very, very excited to be moving on to the next phase of this, which is implementation, which will not be easy. Will be something that the department has to embrace as a whole, both from top down and all across. We'll be working with our partners from the Office of Permitting and Project Navigation, Dave Pepe and his team, the folks in our AIMS program, the folks in our land use program. All of those programs are going to need to come together to be able to do this. I'm quite confident, based on the quality of the folks that we have, that will not be a problem once we get going. So with that, to the extent there's time left, I'm happy to answer some questions. I want to thank everybody for listening to me talk for over an hour total today.
Thank you, Sean. And as expected, we do have a bunch of questions. So I want to get to them quickly. I'll take them in the order they came in. The first question is, the program has changed vastly, as you mentioned, through the stakeholder process. Can you give some examples of elements that you felt did change significantly?
Sure. So, it's almost hard to remember where we were when we started because the ideas we have now are so much better, right? But I think, some of the things that help to inform us, like a very, very strong, a lot of feedback and kind of strong opinions and a lot of really useful ideas with regard to compelling public interest, ensuring that the narrowness of that to make sure that type of, exception doesn't swallow the rule. A focus on that avoidance and minimization paradigm that we talked about to ensure that we are getting the maximum reduction in stressor impacts that we can through individual permitting, and not looking at this as kind of being like a net benefit or offset type situation, right? We're trying to really focus specifically on impacts. And I think, from the other side of that, like the development of those objective standards as best we could come up with for stationary sources was not an idea we had at the beginning of the process. And that was, I think, well articulated from the industry side as being something that was critical to the success of this rule. We're hopeful that we've hit the mark, and we'll see how it goes when we finalize our response to comments. But I mean it when I say it's better. And there's probably other examples I'm not thinking of right now. But
No, those are some.
You wouldn't recognize it if we had two things to show you side by side.
Those are some great examples. So the next one is, how does the department evaluate? Actually, let me go to this one first. Are hazardous waste treatment and disposal facilities subjected to the EJ rule?
Yes, they are. Yeah, they're covered under the solid waste facilities aspects of the regulation, so they are covered, and we'd be working with folks to assess their impacts as part of this process.
Thank you. How does the department evaluate potential sources that are contributing to, say, asthma or cancer in areas that are not defined as EJ areas but may still have sensitive populations?
Yeah, so I mean, I think we're always looking at that through our air monitoring data, right? We're always trying to assess that. With this, this is never meant to indicate that we only care about public health impacts in overburdened communities. Really what it's meant to communicate is that, there may need to be a higher degree of attention paid, but we have to continue to work to address, air toxics and all of the impacts that folks across the state are faced with, regardless of whether they live in overburdened communities or not. So we're going to continue through air monitoring, through the work that the AIMS team does to ensure the quality of our air, both from a state specific and a regional basis. We're going to continue to push that forward, and that analysis is ongoing, regardless of whether it's an overburdened community or not.
Great. How is the EJ law applicable to a large source emission, taking Newark Airport as an example? Will the burden be placed on individual entities or airlines to minimize those stressors, or how will DEP go about doing it in those scenarios?
Yeah, so that's likely a project specific question. What we will be looking at are the kind of couple things that we talked about in the first, towards the beginning of the presentation. One, is it a covered facility, right? So airports are not covered unless they cross the major source threshold. That's a more technical determination on any given facility that works through our AIMS program. The questions of common control and a lot of other things to determine whether it's a major source. So each of those decisions is then made on the specifics of whether that requires a permit that's covered by the law. So if you need a Title V permit, the things that are covered by that permit will be subject to the regulations, and to the extent that that specific entity holding the permit controls more, then we would look for them to assess their full impacts, the full impacts of their facility to the environmental and public health stressors in the overburdened community that they're located. So, the airport is probably an exceedingly complicated example, but there's going to be other situations where you have a solid waste facility with a kind of associated source on the site. We're going to be looking at kind of the underlying permitting there to determine how exactly to go about addressing the EJ law.
Great. In interest of keeping us on time, I'll just ask one final question. When are the responses to comments expected, and will the department address the comments received before finalizing the rule?
Yeah, so in accordance with our APA process, our comment period closed, I would say in early September. And now we're in the process of responding to all of those in writing. So APA requires us to, along with the adoption, issue a robust response to comments document that will be included with the adoption. So when that adoption goes up on the department website towards the end of this year or very early next, it will contain our responses to every relevant comment we received, of which there were many. So it'll be a good read for folks who are interested.
Thank you so much, Sean, and I will now invite Ron to introduce our next speaker. Thank you again.
Excellent. Thanks, everybody. Have a wonderful day.
Again, our next speaker is Borough Chief Kimberly Sino of the New Jersey DEP's Division of Water Monitoring and Standards and Pesticide Control. She has been with the department for over 30 years. She is a graduate of Douglas College, Rutgers University, and holds a bachelor's degree in geology and has a master's degree in city and regional planning from Rutgers. Her program oversees the development and adoption of New Jersey's surface water quality and groundwater quality standards, monitors New Jersey's beaches, prepares the Clean Water Act 303D list of impaired waters, total maximum daily loads, and implements the Clean Shores Community Water Monitoring and the AmeriCorps New Jersey Watershed Ambassadors Programs. Welcome, Borough Chief Christina.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me at the annual Regulatory Update Conference. Next slide. So I'm here to talk about the Division of Water Monitoring, Standards, and Pesticide Control and let you know what it is that we do. We regulate the pesticides and assess New Jersey's waters in order to protect and manage public drinking water supplies, recreational uses, shellfish harvesting, and the health of aquatic organisms. all in accordance with state and federal regs. And to accomplish our mission of protecting public and ecological health, our division collects and analyzes water quality data. We coordinate the development of water quality standards and the restoration of impaired waters, and we ensure compliance with pesticide regulations, and we provide public education and outreach. Next slide. So where we are housed under Assistant Commissioner Pat Gardner in Water Resource Management, and we are, as I said, the Division of Water Monitoring and Standards and Pesticide Control under Director Bruce Friedman. And we have 4 bureaus, and I'll give you some highlights of initiatives that we have going on today. Next slide. So starting with the Bureau of Pesticide Control, managed by Bureau Chief Mike McConville, they have 2 major initiatives ongoing: certification and a training plan, and Public Law 1016 about the neonicotinoids legislative mandate. Next slide. So under their certification and training plan, under the Pesticide Control Code, they have a target filing deadline has been extended until November 2024 for the adoption of the federal requirements. And New Jersey is presently well ahead of the scheduled deadline for our approval. Next slide. So for the neonics pesticide restriction, they are beginning the rulemaking process required to amend the Pesticide Control Act to restrict and curb the use of neonics in New Jersey. Mid-December 2022, they're proposing to have a stakeholder meeting, and their deadline is October 31st, 2023 by law for the restriction to take effect. And at that time, only ag uses of the neonics will be permitted, and only by valid pesticide applicator licensed individuals. There will be banning the use of the neonics by golf courses, landscapers, and homeowners after October 2023, and there will be exemptions for environmental emergencies. Next slide. Moving on to the Bureau of Freshwater and Biological Monitoring, which is headed up by Vic Peretti. That bureau monitors the rivers, streams, lakes, and groundwaters of New Jersey. They do chemical and physical monitoring, biological, microbial, and they also have a laboratory certified for HAB, harmful algal bloom, toxin analysis, chlorophyll analysis, and field parameters. This bureau collects the data to assess the Clean Water Act uses, that is aquatic life, recreation, drinking water, and fish consumption. They enhance the regional monitoring to support the development of the Integrated Water Monitoring and Assessment Report. This is the report that's due every 2 years. It's handled by my bureau to EPA, and it includes the list of the 303D list of impaired waters. So we use the data collected by VIC's bureau and USGS and other stakeholders to assess the state's waters against standards. The Bureau of Freshwater and Biological Monitoring also does monitoring to determine environmental trend and performance metric indicators, and also now contaminants of emerging concern. Next slide. New and enhanced initiatives in this bureau include this source trackdown and status monitoring related to the contaminants of emerging concern. More recently, they've handled track down for the nutrient source of the 8-mile stretch of the harmful algal bloom that was on the Millstone River that was affecting the local water supply. And they're also doing track down for PFAS in the Cedar Brook, Bound Brook area based on a groundwater discharge. And then they've also assisting with 1,4-dioxane monitoring in the Delaware River, and they are assisting other bureaus in that endeavor. Next slide. And then with the harmful algal blooms, they are certified for microcystin analysis for both surface water and then low level in finished drinking waters. And as you can see here, in the slide some of the machinery and the technology that's used in order to make that determination what the level is for the microcystins, and that they analyze and investigate finished drinking water for HAB concerns as well. Next slide. And most recently, they acquired a YSI HiCap autonomous surface vehicle. And this is really cool. They take it out in the lake and it can characterize the type of HAB and the surface water quality conditions. And why this is really important is you want to know if this HAB has the potential to form toxins. And so therefore, with the new technology, they can get a better handle on the algal blooms and possibly the prevention of it to turn toxic with this new technology. So really good information coming out of this bureau. Next slide, please. In addition to that, they've been able to work on fish eDNA using a variety of lab techniques, including qPCR and metabar coding. They can actually find trace amounts of DNA detected in waters, and they have the ability to detect invasive species and to monitor entire biological communities. So two examples are in the Paulins Kill and Musconetcong River, they were able to determine the presence and upstream migration of adult American shad now that several dams have been removed along those waters. And early results show that the American shad DNA was detected, and this indicates the presence of young of the year American shad and that there's been successful spawning upriver. So this is really a great success story here. Next slide. Then moving on to the Bureau of Marine Water Monitoring, that's headed up by Bob Schuster, and they have a field component. They have their own laboratory as well, and then they also do assessment for shellfish water classification and ocean benthic index monitoring, as well as assisting in Barnegat Bay monitoring and analysis. Next slide. Major programs include the shellfish water classification. They administer conformance with the National Shellfish Sanitation Program. They issue permits for shellfish-related activities. They do ambient water quality monitoring. They have real-time continuous water quality monitoring and aircraft remote sensing, microbial and pollution source trackdown as well, shellfish vibrio monitoring, and marine phytoplankton monitoring. Next slide. As part of their continuous water quality network, they did add additional freshwater buoys, and that produces more data that they have available online. So if you check out their website, you would be able to see this image a bit more clear on the website and be able to see what type of data that they have available. Next slide. And then for their aircraft remote sensing for the flights, they were also more recently in the past 2 years able to do flights over lakes, and with the newer sensing technology that they have, they're also able to determine HABs, the harmful algal blooms on the lakes. And interestingly enough, it's November and we still have harmful algal blooms on some of our lakes in New Jersey, including some warnings that are still going on. So HABs are a very critical thing these past several years and will unfortunately continue in the future. So getting ahead of that with these newer technologies that the two monitoring programs have really helps New Jersey be in the forefront and to get a handle on the HABs and the prevention and hopefully mitigation of any toxins related to those HABs. Next slide. Then my Bureau of Environmental Analysis, Restoration, and Standards, and we call ourselves BEARS for short. We provide the scientific foundation for the restoration and protection of New Jersey's water resources, so all our rivers, lakes, and coastal waters are fishable, swimmable, and support healthy ecosystems, and so that all our freshwater resources are clean sources of drinking water. Next slide. We developed the foundational surface water quality standards, which are the basis for all designated uses in New Jersey. These designated uses being, again, aquatic life, drinking water, ag, industrial supplies, navigation, and recreation. And we maintain the water bodies to protect the migration and propagation of the natural biological community, and primary and secondary contact recreation, and as I said previously, as water supply sources. Our stream classifications are assigned based on whether a water body is fresh or saline, and on the absence or presence of trout, or the potential for primary or secondary contact recreation. In addition to that, there are criteria designated to protect the designated uses, specifically the protection of aquatic life and for protecting human health based on the needs for drinking water, fish consumption, and primary contact recreation. Criteria can include thresholds for conventional pollutants such as phosphorus and bacteria, in addition, metals and carcinogenic substances. In the policy section of our surface water quality standards, they are general policies such that all fresh waters are protected as potential sources of public water supply after conventional treatment. We have technical policies for assessing criteria based on the flow of the stream, and we have anti-degradation policies for high-quality waters and outstanding national resource waters, and mixing zone policies for dischargers. Next slide. Our surface water quality standards are required to be revised at least once every 3 years in order to stay up to date with scientific development. The surface water quality standards must be readopted every 7 years by an administrative notice. And our statutory authority is from the Federal Clean Water Act, and our state authority is the New Jersey Water Pollution Control Act and the Water Quality Planning Act. Next slide. And the surface water quality standards are implemented by many programs within the department. For example, riparian zone provisions in relationship to stream classifications are carried out by the Watershed and Land Management Program. The site remediation program uses the standards as a goal in restoration projects for specific parameters. For the development of total maximum daily loads, they are determined for water bodies that are impaired and not meeting the surface water quality standard. And so we do the TMDL calculation to determine the loading reductions necessary in order to attain the standard. And in some cases, the TMDL might also result in the development of site-specific criteria, which is then cross-referenced under the surface water quality standards. Water quality certificates are issued for activities affecting water quality and requiring federal licensing under coastal zone management rules. And the surface water quality standards are used as reference points during the assessment for what I talked about previously, our biennial integrated report for general water quality of the state. And then if there's impaired waters that are not meeting the surface water quality standards, they go on the 303D list of impaired waters. In the water quality management planning program, Category 1 waters is one of the things that must be taken into consideration when developing wastewater management plans and site-specific amendments. And the NJDEP program, through their permits issued by the Division of Water Quality, when they calculate their QVALs, the water quality-based effluent limits, they are derived using the surface water quality standards. So really quite the important and foundational program implemented by many parts of the department. Next slide, please. So this slide just goes through in greater detail what the different anti-degradation categories are. Again, we have our outstanding national resource waters, and only 15% of the state's waters are that. And these are waters within state and federal parks, and no activity can occur that would cause a measurable change in water quality in these areas that are designated with the outstanding national resource water. The more familiar Category 1 waters, 32% of the state's waters are classified as that, and these provide additional protection to water bodies along the riparian zone, the 300-foot riparian zone, and that waters should be protected from measurable changes in water quality. And then the remainder of the state's waters are automatically receiving a Category 2 anti-degradation policy. Next slide. So the different components that create the criteria are our drivers. We have criteria development for aquatic life, human health, and conventional pollutants. And then we produce the final standard. Next slide. So ongoing rule amendments to the surface water quality standards. Some of you may be familiar with the rule we proposed back in July, and that entailed updates to the primary contact recreation bacterial quality criteria based on EPA 2012 recommendations. We also made changes to the freshwater aquatic life ammonia criteria, and we also added water quality standards variance provisions. We put definitions in there for what that would entail. So with these changes, specifically for the bacteria, we don't anticipate that there'll be changes required in disinfection practices, and no issues with compliances are anticipated. The statistical threshold value recommended by EPA will be applied as an action level if exceeded, and DEP will be required to submit additional data for analysis of an exceedance. So that's basically how the interpretation of the bacteria standard will be, is using the statistical threshold value calculation. And now for ammonia, it may result in more stringent permit limits for some NJDEP permittees. And the water quality standards variance language provides a pathway to establish a temporary standard for NJDEP permitting purposes only, which will allow for incremental improvements in achieving the underlying designated use in the surface water quality standards criterion. So I know folks may have questions on that. We did receive a fair amount of comments on that part of the rulemaking process, and we're finalizing our response to comment document for this rule, and we anticipate adoption before the summer of 2023, as we have the 1 year from the publication in order to move forward and have the rule adopted. And we do not anticipate any changes to that from what we had proposed, just some additional clarifications. Next slide, please. Then we are concurrently working on the next update to our surface water quality standards, and we're calling that our toxics rule. And we held stakeholder meetings back in June, and we do anticipate having a rule proposal early in 2023. And what we had talked about at those stakeholder meetings were these potential updates to human health, surface water quality criteria. We were looking at revisions and additions to freshwater and saline numeric criteria for 94 toxic substances based on EPA's 2015 recommendations. And in addition to that, we were specifically having freshwater numeric criteria for toxic substances based on drinking water exposure. And those include PFNA, PFOA, PFAS, and 1,4-dioxane. Next slide. And at the stakeholder meeting, we talked about what the impacts would be, and we went into a little bit greater detail identifying the 94 toxic substances. And we explained how, for example, in the fresh water, that 73 constituents would be more stringent, 13 less stringent, 2 no difference, and that there were 6 new constituents. And we talked about why that is more stringent or less stringent, and we walked through some of the science behind that and the calculations that were done to get us to that point. Similarly, we did the exercise in saline waters and walk through that with the stakeholders. Next slide. This just walks in greater detail what we talked about at the stakeholder meeting, and we put forth the values that we were recommending for the freshwater criterion for the specific constituents you see in front of you, the PFNA, PFOA, PFAS, and 1,4-dioxane. Next slide. And then moving on to groundwater quality standards. The groundwater quality standards operate in much the same way as the surface water quality standards. They establish anti-degradation policies. We classify the groundwaters of the state based on their characteristics. We assign designated uses to those classes, and we establish criteria to protect those designated uses. However, for the groundwater quality standards, there is an additional component. The groundwater Sorry, my screen went blank for a second. The additional component is that the groundwater quality standards consider detectability in the overall implemented standard. This takes place in the form of what we call a practical quantitation level, or PQL. The PQL means the lowest concentration of a constituent that can be reliably achieved among laboratories within specified limits of precision and accuracy during routine laboratory operating conditions. The higher the human health-based criterion, and the PQL becomes the implemented groundwater quality standard. Next slide. The groundwater quality standards must be renewed every 7 years by and through an administrative notice. And the statutory authority for the groundwater quality standards is under New Jersey's Water Pollution Control Act and Water Quality Planning Act, as the Clean Water Act does not have authority over the groundwaters. Next slide. Implementation of the groundwater quality standards is through NJDEP-AWMA's permits and through site remediation program. The site remediation program uses it as the remediation standard for cleanups of groundwater at contamination sites. And the NJDEP-AWMA's program uses the standards for deriving effluent limits for the permit requirements. Next slide. As with the surface water quality standards, there's the drivers, the criteria development, and the final standard. So the takeaway from this slide is you can see how we derive the human health-based MCLs or PQLs, and we have to look if it is a carcinogen or a non-carcinogen. And the final standard is whatever's the higher between the derived specific groundwater quality criterion and PQL, and it becomes implemented through the constituent groundwater quality standard. So we are in the middle of updating and revising our groundwater quality standards homepage. We have a table and a lot of words on that page, and so we're trying to make it a lot more user-friendly so that the process for developing the groundwater quality standards is understood by the general public. And so it's transparent what the process is and how we derive it. All the information is already there. It's just not in a very user-friendly format. So people had commented on that in the past, so I just wanted folks to know we are actively working on that and hope in the new year to have a much more new, improved, user-friendly groundwater quality standard homepage. Next slide, please. And practical factors considered in standards development for groundwater is if it's a drinking water, the groundwater, and surface water quality standards. So let's go on to the next slide, please. And then potential rule amendments to the groundwater quality standards. So what we are looking at is updates to existing specific groundwater quality criteria, PQLs and standards for constituents in the class 2, which is potable use groundwater, and that's found in Appendix Table 1. We're looking at amendments to the default values for the body weight and drinking water consumption rate. So what we're looking at is it's currently the average adult weight used in the calculation is 70 kilograms. And so in line with the EPA, we would propose to go to 80 kilograms. And then the default value for the assumed daily water consumption of an individual is 2 liters a day. And what we are looking at is to update that to 2.4 liters per day. And then we would be consistent with EPA. We're also looking at amendments to the rounding provisions, and we give the citation here, and we would walk through and explain in the process of rounding to 2 significant figures rather than 1, and we outline what the protocol is for that. Next slide. We are also looking at specific groundwater quality criteria and PQLs updates, and we're looking at updates that can be, in some cases, more strict and in some cases less stringent, and a few are by an order of magnitude or more. So this is part of the analysis that the Division of Science and Research does that is then utilized by my bureau as it goes into the development of the groundwater quality standards. And the rule language would include the derivation and how the calculation is done for each of the standard and what it is based on and what studies. So it'll be a very great detail leading up to the result of what the number becomes. Next slide. And that is the end of my conclusion for updates to our division. I have on here the contact information for all of us, the 4 bureau chiefs, for the different programs that comprise the Division of Water Monitoring Standards and Pesticide Control. And I thank you for having me again.
Thank you, Kim. There are a few questions. Will NJDEP's permits be amended to include PFAS?
I can't speak to that. If there is somebody on from NJDEP's that would. However, that would be addressed and very clear when the rule comes out. That would be discussed in the rule. Offhand, I don't have the answer to that, but I can find out.
Thank you. Another question is, does the department intend to require all permitted discharges to test for PFAS as part of their permit?
Again, I'm not in the permitting program, I'm sorry, so I can't speak to it. For me, one of the nice things is we develop the standards and they're implemented by other programs. So I'm sorry, I'm not as well versed in that.
Okay, there's a few more questions here. Let me see. Are there background studies and reports available for groundwater quality and surface water quality for New Jersey waters?
I don't know of the person asking the question, if they're asking it in relationship to the new standards that are coming out, the updated numbers, or are they asking that in general? I can speak to,
Sure.
okay, well, for the numbers that are coming out, all the citations and all the background materials would be included in our rule, and where that information remains, and then there'd be fact sheets developed also for all the new numbers. I don't have the answer to a more general question like that. I would consult with the New Jersey Geological Survey on that.
Great. Thank you so much, Kim.
Thank you.
We're going to refer those questions to the appropriate programs for response.
Thank you.
You're going to take a break, for 10 minutes break. Right now it's about till our agenda is 2:25. We should be back by 2:25. Thank you. And please complete the survey form for the feedback. There's a QR code here you can scan, and also there should be a link that you can use to complete the form, or download the form and complete an email. Thank you.
I've dropped the link in the chat too, Ron. So
Great.
3 ways of doing it.
Okay. Thank you.
Great.
We'll
Thank
see you at 2:25.
Welcome back, everybody, from the break. Hopefully, everybody was able to grab a cup of coffee and stay awake here. I am honored to introduce Director Janine McGregor, who will provide an update on Sustainable Waste Management Initiative. Janine was appointed DEP's Director of the Division of Sustainable Waste Management in January of 2022. Her division is responsible for the regulation of solid and hazardous waste facilities, as well as recycling facilities, and also charged with reimagining sustainable materials management for the future. So not just now, but looking into the future. Janine was formerly the Executive Director of the New Jersey Site Remediation Professional Licensing Board, and she has held various staff and leadership positions in the areas of planning, strategic development, and information system support. Thank you, Janine, and it's all yours.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you all so much for inviting me. I'm happy to be here. And just to tell you a little bit about what we're doing in sustainable waste management. So I'm the Director of the Division of Sustainable Waste Management. This was formerly the Division of Solid and Hazardous Waste under Mary Jo Aiello. You may be familiar with what we do or did. Solid and hazardous waste and recycling, planning, and permitting is basically our bread and butter. But our responsibilities, though, can range from helping keep organized crime out of the business, to regulating medical waste, planning emergency debris management areas during storms and catastrophic events. So a lot of additional stuff other than the permitting and planning. And we're also focused now, really laser focused on the future. When I was appointed to this position, the commissioner changed the name of our division to include a greater focus on sustainability, and I will talk about more on that in a minute. But I also want to let you know, and if you heard Paul Baldoff this morning, we've recently been moved under Air Quality, Energy, and Sustainability, AQUIS, or now we're going to be called, as Paul mentioned, Air, Energy, and Material Sustainability. So far, it's been great. We are very excited. We've joined air permitting, air compliance and enforcement, and the Division of Climate, Energy, and Radiation Protection, along with our partner to our Solid and Hazardous Waste Division under Mike Hastry, our enforcement division. And this move is, it makes a lot of sense for us. It helps us sort of pool our efforts that are working on sustainability. It's more of a common language in this particular topic area of sustainability, maybe than we had in site remediation. And it really merges the two groups that are working on the lion's share of EJ cases from the program's air and solid waste. So there's some great commonality and hopefully some great synergy that will be going on. So if you can move to the next slide, please. So back to this focus on sustainability and our division name change. We've been in the recycling, game a long time. We're very focused on recycling, which is great. The more, people recycle, the less garbage goes in landfills. However, we really know that recycling rates are not enough to get us where we need to go. And we need to do more, and some of that will come through legislation. Two examples of the kind of stuff I'm talking about. So for materials such as plastics, we are not keeping up with the production of new plastic from virgin materials. We're just not. So out comes a law such as the recycled content legislation, minimal recycled content, that I'll talk about a little bit more later, but that helps us set requirements for the amount of recycled content that must be in containers. And that helps establish a market for recycled plastic. Another example is food waste. We know that 22% of municipal solid waste is food waste. We know that this contributes to greenhouse gas emissions, and so we need to reduce food waste in the waste stream and also recycle food waste. So now we have laws such as the Food Waste Reduction Act and the Food Waste Recycling Act. The real environmental benefit comes from reducing the products in the first place. It's the highest priority in the reduce, reuse, recycle model, and it's the main tenet of sustainability. So our name change signifies that we're going to redefine the next generation of sustainable material management in New Jersey. We're going to do this by looking at what's happening in other states and countries in the areas of zero waste initiatives, circular economy concepts, extended producer responsibility concepts, and more. We're doing a comprehensive review of our own data, trend analysis of existing solid waste and recycling data, food waste data. We'll also be working with stakeholders who bring their own wealth of knowledge and experience to inform our recommendations. And we'd like to translate all this information into policy and be ready to assist the legislature when these topic comes up as draft bills. So next slide, please. So real quickly, I'll just, in case some of you don't know, I'll go over our structure and my excellent team. Anthony Fontana is the Bureau Chief of the Bureau of Solid Waste Permitting. These, in addition to like permitting landfills, transfer stations, closure, post-closure of landfills, and resource recovery facilities, Anthony's group is also, they work on the emergency contract management and planning and permitting of debris management areas during catastrophic events such as, recent Hurricane Ida and other events. Dana Lawson took over this year a post formerly held by Karen Clue. Dana is now the Chief of the Bureau of Recycling and Hazardous Waste Management. There are 4 units under Dana: recycling facilities, hazardous waste permitting, electronic waste, and regulated medical waste. And then I also have on my team Seth Hackman, who's the Bureau Chief of Solid Waste Planning and Licensing. This group is going to be the ones doing the research, the issue identification, and recommendations for new policy. And they are also already, they implement and do all the rule writing for new legislation that's related to the recent progressive laws, recycling, dirty dirt, plastics, and recycled content, plus for many years, A901 and solid waste district and county planning, and much, much more. So, okay, next slide, please. I know that we're here to talk about some of the regulatory efforts that are going on. I do just want to spend a few minutes before I get to our rules and what we're working on to talk about what's sort of rising to the top for me. I started here in like maybe the beginning of February, and it took me, the first several months to really get to know my team, meet with the regulated communities. I'm sorry, should have been off. Meet with the regulated community, just the day-to-day stuff that we have to do, and to keep the lights on. And really, I am constantly impressed by all the staff, what they do and how well they do it. New Jersey though has been we've already passed some like really progressive and important laws which fall upon us to implement. But we're trying to move, our current focus is to move to a more proactive mode. I mentioned before that, the research that we're going to be doing. We want to find out what the next big bang for the buck law is, so that we're ready when the legislature begins talking about some of these issues. So as part of this, like reimagining what we do, we've been given 10 new positions, which is amazing because DEP doesn't get any in staffing very often. So we've got 8 new positions. We gave 2 to our enforcement partners. But what we're doing with this group is we're setting up this Office of Policy Planning and Outreach. So that's really, one of my highest priorities and main focuses right now. Another thing that is real short term is extended producer responsibility for packaging. This bill is S426. There's a draft bill floating around. We're handling comments on this bill in a team approach. We're developing the expertise in our bureaus. We're doing a ton of research. We're putting information and comments together. We've been asked to share our thoughts with Senator Smith's office. So this is a big one coming up and probably our top short-term priority. We're looking at what other states are doing. We're comparing, how they handled it and exactly what they include. So EPR for packaging is also on my short list. Advanced recycling, nationally, everyone's talking about advanced recycling and everyone's saying something different. No, really, it's an emerging technology, and we in New Jersey, we need to do more homework on it before we can come up with a position. We don't really know much about the facilities. We've spoken, industry has come in and give us, a few presentations. We know that industry is for it. Enviros seem to be not as, a little bit more against it. States are somewhere in the middle. I mean, we'd all like to increase the type of plastics that can be recycled, but each state really needs to figure out how to regulate these facilities. Are they solid waste facilities, recycling facilities, manufacturing facilities? There's different requirements depending on how it's going to be regulated, and New Jersey has not articulated a position yet, and I feel that we need to get our research done on this. So we're looking into advanced recycling, and it's really a good example of what I see as our role going forward. This OPPO office that we're talking about, we've done a ton of research on the matter. We've looked at the technology. We've looked at how other states are regulating it. We've drafted internal white papers. We came back with some questions and more homework to do. We also have to hear from stakeholders on this. I mentioned we already heard from industry. We also need to hear from the Enviros and other agencies, and then advise management, and then decide what the department's position will be. So that's another very high priority for us. And then finally, this fourth one here. So all the priorities I'm talking about up to this point are sort of must-dos because we're being asked about them, or the industry and legislature is working on them, and we're trying to catch up and find out how we're going to respond. But what do we want to do right now? What can I do, our group do, that's really not controversial? It fits in with our goals, it's progressive, and we can sort of control it. And so we are in the very early stages of developing a plan to reduce our waste footprint and to bring different types of recycling into this building here at 401. We're trying to see if DEP can move toward zero waste. I say toward because it's very difficult to get to zero waste, but we want to practice what we preach. And this initiative, we want to start this initiative here at 401 and then take what we learn and recommend similar actions at other state offices. There's, of course, procurement issues, contracting issues, and laws that we have to deal with, and budgetary issues. But, we'll work through them. We are working right now on a variety of projects. One, we're starting kind of simple. One is that we are currently collecting candy wrappers through this Trick or Trash Halloween candy wrapper collection, which is candy wrappers are being collected on each floor of the building throughout the holidays. Mostly we wanted to get around Halloween, which we did. And they will be processed and recycled into doggy bags for use at animal shelters. In addition, we're looking, we're very close to starting a food waste feasibility study, and that will help us improve how we reduce and manage our food waste in the DEP cafeteria. We're also investigating how to get a complete waste audit done throughout the building, all types of waste, to determine our baseline waste output, and then allow us to make plans and kind of find the right recipe for reducing our waste output. So while this initiative is in its infancy, I will say, we at the division, we look forward to implementing some of these projects next year in 2023. So all of these things have been on, these items are basically on my list whenever I'm asked about our immediate priorities. Okay, so next slide, please. All right, so I'm gonna do a quick rundown of some of the laws we implement, just so you're familiar with them, and then we'll talk about the regulatory status of those laws. So right now, the biggest thing, unless you're living under a rock, you should know that we no longer allow single-use plastic bags in New Jersey. And for grocery stores, there's no single-use paper bags allowed either. We also prohibit polystyrene foam food service products. And this law also requires that plastic straws are provided only upon request. This law was fully implemented on May 4th of this year, and it's getting a lot of attention right now, mostly positive. Paul, I believe if you listened, mentioned that there has been a buildup of reusable plastic bags, and we're trying to manage our way around that. It was sort of an unintended consequence. And so we're working on addressing that. But the numbers are astounding for how many single-use plastic bags, how much they've decreased. Even litter marches and things like that, they're finding they're not getting a lot of plastic bags in those cleanup events. So it's definitely making an impact. If you determine or think that someone is violating the law, you could contact your own county health office or the county where the business is concerned, the business is located, or you can call the DEP hotline, 1-877-WARN-DEP. But for general questions, which is probably more likely, or information, you want to go to this this Get Past Plastic website that you see here on this slide. Let's just make sure I covered everything here. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, so the Dirty Dirt Law expands licensing and background check requirements, which are part of the A901 program and apply to solid and hazardous waste facilities. So it expands those same requirements to companies that engage in various activities related to soil and fill recycled materials. These businesses must, and the types of businesses here, collection, transportation, processing, brokering, storage, purchase, sale, or disposition of soil and fill recycled materials. So business engaged in these services must register with the department and apply for an A901 license. There was a lot of confusion initially, and there have been 2 amendments to this law, but basically right now, as of July, the amendment that's in effect extended the deadline to register to July 14th, 2022, which is already passed. And it also extended the deadline to submit, or established the deadline to submit a valid and administratively complete application for an A901 license. It extended it to 1 month after the department promulgates rules. We've also had there's FAQs out there on this. If you have questions, there's also a compliance advisory. We did develop a certification program for businesses that exclusively, and I say exclusively, handle non-restricted soil and fill recycled materials, so that they can certify that they only deal in, I'm just going to put it in quotes, clean fill, and they can be exempted from the A901 requirements. So it's not a high bar, but there is certain information that needs to be provided, and so that's out there if anyone needs any more information on that. I will say that LSRPs that are conducting remediation, and if they're as part of that, and subsurface evaluators, if they're as part of that, they're moving soil around, and they're retained to do remediation, they are not subject to the requirement to obtain an A901 license for that activity. So probably most of you knew that, but I thought I'd get that out there anyway. Okay, so next slide, please. All right, food waste reduction. Near and dear to my heart, I have my bag, food waste reduction. So I'm going to give you a few facts first about food waste reduction. And this information is from New Jersey's 2020 80 by 50 report. And also from the 2017 Food Waste Reduction Act. Some of these statistics were provided in that report. So on the average, a person generates about 3.5 pounds of food waste per week. It's probably higher than that now because it is going up. About 68% of that is potentially edible. We have a couple problems here. We have climate change, and we also have hungry residents of our country, and we have this huge food waste problem. Food waste represents tremendous lost economic value. It's estimated at $680 billion annually is lost economic equivalent of economic value. It also impacts the environment through the decomposition of landfill waste. Food waste is the single largest component of municipal solid waste, and it releases methane, which is a powerful greenhouse gas and contributor to the existing climate crisis. In 2019, the total methane emissions from landfills accounted for 5.5 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. It was found, we've done calculations that a 50% reduction of food waste, which is part of the goal in this law, disposed in landfills by 2030 could eliminate 1.6 million metric tons of CO2 annually, CO2 equivalent, annually by the year 2050. So, we would ramp up to get to that amount that could be reduced annually, and it's a very important number, and that's what we're focused on. This is equivalent to over 344,000 gasoline-powered passenger vehicles driven for 1 year, or over 180 million gallons of gasoline consumed. Regardless, or beyond that, if 1/4 of the food that was lost globally could be saved, it would be enough to feed 870 million hungry people, and this is from the UN Food and Ag Organization. So this is incredibly important, and we want this, just like everyone got on the plastics bandwagon, the plastic bag bandwagon, incredible amount of support for the prohibition against plastic bags, single-use plastic bags. We want this to be the next thing that people who are aware and influencers of this become aware of and start talking about. Back to the law, you see on this slide, this law sets goals for reducing food waste 50% by 2030. We're trying to accomplish this through outreach to the public and other stakeholders. We've provided tips and best practices for reducing food waste, and we have, as we're required, developed a food waste reduction plan, which some of the components are already on the website, but which a draft of the formal report is pending. approval in the department as we speak. So we are working on this. I think that's it for that. We can move to the next slide, please. Okay, thank you. This law, the Food Waste Recycling Act, is this requires large food waste generators, as you read here, who produce 52 or more tons of food waste per year, and these are calculated estimates, and are located within 25 road miles of an authorized facility. They are required to source, separate, and recycle their food waste. There are currently 2 authorized food waste recycling facilities. Doesn't sound like a lot, but they do cover a lot of the real estate of the state. They're in Elizabeth and Trenton, and we are working on rulemaking in this area. In fact, we just held our first food waste recycling Market Development Council meeting on November 9th, and that council needs to report on the market and recommendations for action. They have a report due, I believe, in May 2024, I believe it is. Next slide, please. Okay, recycled content. So the minimum recycled content law, this law was, it's pretty new, just signed into law in January of 2022, and New Jersey is the 3rd state to have such a law. We've talked about recycling before. We talked about recycling not being able to keep up with the production of new plastic. This law will actually help improve the market for recycled plastic, also glass and paper, by increasing the demand for the recycled material and increasing the value of scrap material. So the demand shifts, hopefully, from virgin materials to recycled feedstocks, improving the resiliency of the recycling industry. So basically, the main parts of this law, any manufacturer which produces a covered product is responsible for meeting certain standards, which are defined by product, and they increase every few years. So manufacturers are required to register. First thing they have to do is to register. And then beginning, and I believe that's by July 2023, and then beginning July 2025, they must certify to compliance of the standards set in the law. For this one, we put up FAQs and a new website, and we had our first stakeholder session just yesterday, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, next slide, please. Actually, could you go to the following slide? The next regulatory, yes. So these are some of the things we're working on now in terms of regulations. The electronic waste management, the e-waste regs, we're working on these. The intent here is to strengthen and to streamline manufacturer reporting requirements. And the other thing, main part of this is going to be establish a credit tracking and trading program. And there's other proposed changes as necessary, but I think those are the 2 big ticket items. The draft proposal is under legal review, and we anticipate proposal, I believe, by the end of the year, or thereabouts. And the rule manager on this is Janice Hotinger. The recycling rule exemptions. So in section 1.4 of our recycling rules, we're proposing revisions to this rule to address some issues that have been identified over the years of implementing it, but also to remove some problematic or unnecessary exemptions and to add new exemptions as necessary, including food waste composting, to try to spur some reasonable additional recycling and composting. One of the goals here, though, is to ensure that recycling centers like Class B, C, and D recycling centers and exempt facilities are on somewhat of a level playing field, and that they're each treated fairly. So there will be some additional requirements of the exempt facilities. The last stakeholder meeting on this was held in December of 2021, and again, we anticipate publication sometime near the end of the year. and so very soon. And the rule manager on this one is Dana Lawson. Okay, so solid waste rules and recycling rules for dirty dirt and A901. We've started the rulemaking process to implement the dirty dirt law and to provide for the licensing of companies that engage in the management of soil and fill recycled materials. There were stakeholder meetings on this rule in December of 21 and March of 22, and we anticipate publication of the proposal in the New Jersey Register sometime in the summer of 2023. And Jill Aspinwall is the rule manager for this rule. Okay, now if you wouldn't mind going up to the prior slide. Yes, thank you. So we talked about food waste. We're working on new rules for food waste recycling and food waste energy production. Again, the goal, reduce the amount of food waste disposed in landfills and resource recovery facilities, and instead convert that food waste to usable energy and compost, and to assist in the reduction of food waste generated. So we do anticipate, especially for the food waste recycling, we anticipate opportunity for growth in this industry as like an expansion of food waste collection and hauling, I think will be required to support implementation of the law. But back to the rulemaking, stakeholder meetings were held in December of 2021 and February of 22. And for the food waste rule, we anticipate publication of the proposal in the Register early next year. And the rule manager is Julia Garcia. And let's see, this says plastic bag ban. It should not say ban. It should say get past plastic. We're working on new rules to implement the requirements of the Get Past Plastic Law, which is the prohibition of single-use plastic bags and paper bags at grocery stores. The stakeholder meetings were held in December of 21 and February of 22, and we anticipate publication of the proposal in the Register in the second half of 2023. So it's still got a ways to go yet. And the rule manager for that is Erin Jensen. We also have a recycled content rule that we're working on right now. Again, the rule for the post-consumer recycled content in certain containers that we discussed earlier. Effective date of that law was January 18th, 2022. The stakeholder meeting was yesterday. The rule manager for this is Chris Michaelwitz. And last but not least, actually, we have the environmental justice law and hopefully rules that are coming out soon. This is not under our purview, but we do have a role and responsibility for implementing it. This law requires DEP to evaluate environmental and public health impacts of certain facilities, as you know, on overburdened communities when reviewing certain permit applications. And for us, that includes transfer stations or solid waste facilities, recycling facilities that receive more than 100 tons of recyclable material per day, scrap metal facilities, landfills, and medical waste incinerators, except those that are attendant to hospitals or universities. We're working with the Office of Environmental Justice and Legal Affairs as DEP promulgates these regulations to implement the law. As you know, of course, EJ is a priority for this administration and for us. So that's I believe it for me today. I just want to say I'm still in a learning curve, but I have an amazing team. They've not only handled our legacy responsibilities, but they've taken on brand new work and additional responsibilities with gusto. I mean, they're great. We're all glad to be doing this important work of the governor and the commissioner, that they've charged us with trying to bring us to the next generation of materials management while keeping sustainability, climate change, and environmental justice as overarching principles. So So I thank you, and I will just end by saying that there's more to come, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Janine. Yes, and there are definitely questions. So let me just start with the first one. For a town that wants to be more proactive and educate their community and school-age students through their town's Environmental Protection Commission or something similar with regards to Zero Waste Initiative, are there resources available or a contact person designated by DEP that one can reach out to for assistance or available information?
Well, our group is working mostly on our own little bubble here at DEP. I would have to check on that to see if the Bureau of Sustainability is working on that, or if it's on their or our website. So people can send in their name and information if they want to. For me, I'll leave my email address if you want, or if you can put it in the chat, and
Yeah,
I'll get that to the right person.
Sure, we can have Tyrone put your email in the chat.
Great.
Since you talked about the bubble on, DEP's internal waste reduction efforts, are you specifically looking at examples of, what other large office buildings or, other campuses might have done, what works, what doesn't work, rather than like sort of reinventing the wheel?
Yes. I mean, private sector has done this, but the private sector has a lot more flexibility than we do. But we are looking at the private sector, and every time I'm at another recycling conference, some companies up there, talking about how they did it, what worked, what didn't work. Some of it is, habitual and what your habits are and stuff. And so that's something that we could all learn from. But the procurement, the budget, the contracts, that kind of stuff is uniquely, those are unique problems that the state has to deal with, and that the private sector may not as much. So, but we are trying to get information from people who've gone through it before.
And that's a fair point about just, having resources limited or just different ways of procuring things. A couple of more questions, Janine. What are we doing about the poor quality plastic bags that are reusable but not really? There are many challenges with people accumulating an excess of these bags, and when they break, they're really not usable and they are not really recyclable.
Yeah, there's a definition of plastic bag on our website. There's 4 components regarding like how it's made and what happens to it. And we've not really tackled this problem yet. We're hoping to tackle it in the rules. But, there's a couple of different, there's this issue of these flimsy non-compliant bags. Or they could be compliant, but they look flimsy to people. They don't look like they would last 125 uses. So we're kind of answering them on a case-by-case basis. We have not gone out with any, we've posted what is acceptable or what is the definition of a plastic bag. Anything that cannot say it's not a plastic bag. If it's a plastic bag, it does have to be, it can't be used. So we know we have some work to do in this. And not only is the department dealing with this, but the Plastic Advisory Council is dealing with this issue. And, we're working on whether it be called, a bio bag or a vegetable-based bag or non-petroleum, but doesn't really, not really as sturdy as what we'd hope and get 125 uses out of, which is, where we'll start to see some real improvement. So we're still working on that. That's a work in progress. More information will be coming out in the rule.
So there are definitely a couple of questions we did not get to. So what we'll do, Janine, is get them to you.
Email.
And then we will make sure that they make it back to the audience when we send them the slides. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Ron, thanks for the reminder that we were right on time. So I'll let you take it away. Bye.
Thank you, Janine and Sunila. Our next speaker is Director Frank Stites, who is the Director of Division of Air Quality with 30 years experience in air quality regulation and 18 years of managing environmental professionals whose responsibilities include monitoring New Jersey's air quality, review and permitting of stationary and mobile sources of air pollution in New Jersey, and the evaluation and planning to implement measures to meet federal and state clean air requirements. Frank has a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from Lehigh University and a Master of Environmental Engineering from Penn State University. Frank, you're welcome.
Thanks, Ron. How are you guys doing? Hey, I'll try to keep this to the point, and I'll try to leave as much time as possible for questions, and at the same time, try to get you through to your last speaker. So,
thank you.
All right, next slide, please. So the quick outline of what we'll cover, I'm primarily going to just cover the air quality rules first, those New Jersey rules affecting stationary and area sources. There was an ask to talk about some of the federal transport rulemaking, so I'll cover some of that. And I'll finish out with some New Jersey mobile source rulemakings. As Paul mentioned, we have a new name. We're no longer Air Quality, Energy, and Sustainability. We're Air, Energy, and Materials Sustainability, AIMS. Same basic crew in the Division of Air Quality. A couple fewer permit writers and some other staff who have retired over the last year, but we're keeping our head above water with our backfills, and hopefully that continues. Next slide. All right, so the first rule, and Paul mentioned this already, was our Protecting Against Climate Threats rule that was proposed a little under a year ago. We have 1 year from that proposal to make a decision on adoption, and we anticipate, as Paul said, making that call very shortly. And in that proposal, there's, and I'll talk about each one of these, there's an EGU, Electric Generating Unit Performance Standards, a ban on the combustion of number 4 and number 6 oil, and a non-fossil fuel boiler replacement requirement. Next slide. So in the section of the rule 727F, subchapter 2 at 2.5D, standards were put in place or were proposed to be put in place for electric generating units. And those standards, as Paul mentioned this morning, are in fact graduated. The first group are those units that are well above the levels that are the average emissions from the PJM. The second group is about average for fossil units PJM. So the first 2 dates, January 1st of 2024, which would be a little over a year away if we adopt. And then past that, another 3 years, we'll be looking to reduce emissions for EGUs to levels somewhat above, but more in line with the average heat rates, or excuse me, CO2 rates for units. And finally, in 2035, trying to reduce CO2 emissions from EGUs in state, but allowing enough time for existing units capacities to be made up by renewables. And again, next slide. Those units, pretty much straightforward, well understood. Combustion ban for heavier fuel oils, the more carbon intense fuel oils. We are looking, if adopted, to ban those as of the operative date of the rule, and what we would allow under the proposed rule would be for those commodities already in storage 2 years to fully combust that material before combustion was completely ceased. But no new oil could be brought in for the purposes of combustion. Additionally, ocean-going vessels who burn this fuel, number 6 is also known as bunker C, those would not be affected as they are covered, they're pretty much excluded from New Jersey's authority to ban. And again, comments we received during the comment period are being used for consideration of the rule adoption. Next slide, please. The non-fossil rule placement, this is at 27F 4.4, and it requires the evaluation for a non-fossil fuel boiler for those units between 1 and 5. It's based strictly on technical feasibility, but it did propose allowances for public health and safety concerns. Now, for larger fleets, there was a much more aggressive proposal requiring replacement, along with annual reporting of Schedules 2 replacement. And as Paul alluded to this morning, we received extensive comments, and if the rule is adopted, significant changes would occur in this section of the proposed rule. Next slide, please. Now, looking forward slightly, Paul mentioned this already this morning, but my involvement with the Ozone Transport Commission is in this area, the stationary and air resources role. And what we're looking to do is to adopt new rules for consumer products and architectural coatings. The commission developed these rules probably about 5-6 years ago. Many states, a lot of the states in and around New Jersey have already adopted these rules. We have stakeholdered this multiple times. We stakeholdered them before the pandemic, and we recently updated, as recently as June, we updated our stakeholders. And we're looking towards a spring of 23 proposal, but don't hold me to that because it will depend on all the other departmental priorities that the Division of Air Quality is working towards. There is a link if you want to take a look at what the actual levels are. These were the levels that we shared during the stakeholdering. They will be identical to those states like New York, Delaware, Maryland that have already adopted these rules. And I think Pennsylvania actually just adopted these rules last year. So we're actually behind Pennsylvania in keeping up with these standards. So it's an interesting situation considering that these sectors represent the largest VOC sources in our emission inventory. So we may be a little bit remiss in keeping up with the Joneses on this one. Next slide, please. Continuing that, just so everyone's aware, this is several phases of the rulemaking, but we were talking about phases 3 and 4. We are not talking about Consumer Products version 5, which is on the website. But as I mentioned, the other states in the area, Delaware, Maryland, New Hampshire, New York, Rhode Island, and now just adopted Pennsylvania, have already adopted the Consumer Products rules, phases 3 and 4, that we are looking to propose. AIMS, in case anyone not sure what AIMS is, it's architectural and institutional materials, I think. It's basically maintenance. So paints, think paints. We already have the Model Rule 1, which is on the website, already up and is in our rulemaking. We have done Model Rule, we're looking at Model Rules. It says that we've already done phase 2, but we haven't. We're working on that right now. AIMS 2 is the one we're looking at. Next slide, please. There was a question, I think, posed by AWMA to me. What about the Cross-State Air Pollution Rule Update rulemaking, or CUR? What's happening with that rulemaking? It's actually a federal rulemaking. So let me go to the next slide, and I'll just try to run you through what it is. So this past April, EPA looked to address the upwind states' contributions, commonly referred to as the good neighbor requirements, for transporting of ozone and ozone precursors to downwind states. And EPA took this measure to address not just states that had proposed transportation steps like New Jersey, but other states that had failed to address those state implementation plan requirements with a federal implementation plan to address the regional ozone transport for the 70 part per billion ozone standard that was first enacted in 2015. Interestingly, what EPA did, they established reductions based on modeling and several monitors that they zeroed in on. They zeroed in 3 monitors, 2 in Connecticut, 1 in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and they looked at the impact of upwind states, and they analyzed what would be necessary through a emissions trading program to reduce those upwind emissions, primarily, almost exclusively from electric generating units, to reduce upwind state contributions. States do have the option to replace any of these FIP requirements by submitting a state implementation plan that produces equivalent emission reductions and assists in the attaining of the air quality standard for ozone. Next slide, please. There's a quick map of the states, and I'll go more into that. But the proposed NOx reductions were, again, primarily from electric generating units. There were a few non-electrical generating units and other items that were proposed. But on the EGUs, they expanded the group of states subject to the trading program to 25 states, as far west as Nevada. because New Jersey's air quality and Connecticut's air quality, all the Northeast, is actually impacted all the way from Texas to the Mountain West. There are declining budgets that are based on ozone season training for any electric generating unit greater than 25 megawatts. And the units will be required to do two different phases. The first is to optimize any existing control device for the 2024 ozone season, if they have control devices. And the second will actually require retrofitting to add air pollution controls to control ozone for the 2026. This is all proposed. Now, EPA has also looked at providing some unit-specific NOx emissions for ozone season reductions, which will require units to install, approximately 235 units to install controls. Keep in mind, some of the source categories that we have recommended, EPA chose not to put in place any VOC emission reductions, mobile source emission reductions, or, as New Jersey and the Ozone Transport Commission asked for, controls on municipal waste combustors. Interestingly, I'll go to the next slide, please. Interestingly, for those non-EGU sources, we do not anticipate any required emission reductions for non-EGU sources in New Jersey. In other words, EPA modeled the requirements after New Jersey's existing regulations, which was a nice shout out to us. Again, as I said, the 12 states that are currently in the Group 3 trading program, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Michigan, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia. EPA added in Alabama, or they actually moved from one group to another, Alabama, Arkansas, Missouri, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, and Wisconsin. And they pulled in, as I mentioned, they pulled in even Delaware, who most of us agree had very little impact on New Jersey's air emissions, even though they're downwind right away. They added Delaware, Minnesota, Nevada, Utah, and Wyoming. And there's a color-coded map there showing the magnitude of emissions. It's about 60,000 tons of ozone season NOx reductions. Over 60,000. Of that, New Jersey's portion that we were asked to reduce is about 116 tons, which, according to my staff, it can already be accounted for by unit shutdowns this past year. So we do not anticipate there being any additional emission reductions required in New Jersey. But if you look at our neighbor to the west, Pennsylvania, nearly 5,000 tons, almost cutting their EGU sources seasonal emissions in half. Same thing with Texas, which Texas is just the largest source. Missouri, Kentucky, all of those sources that have been contributing to New Jersey's summertime ozone problems are being required to do significant emission reductions. Again, this is a proposal. We are expecting them to adopt this spring and hopeful that it will be in place for this summer ozone season. But we will stay tuned. We will keep you updated. Next slide, please. Now I want to talk about the mobile source rulemaking. Next slide. So some of the measures, we have a cargo handling equipment that was put out to public comment last January. And again, if adopted, we are working on a final decision on that, and if adopted, would take place or would become effective in 2025. And basically, it's a modernization of the engines for the cargo handling equipment at ports and intermodal yards. And again, this applies to both the owners and the sellers of equipment at these facilities. And there are some minor exemptions for very low use applications. And for all intents and purposes, it would require the most recent Tier 4 cleanest engines, Tier 4 final or Tier 4 engines with an alternate particulate emission limit. There is credit in the rule if a source replaces a combustion engine with an electric engine. So there are considerations there for that, but it does not require electric cargo handling equipment yet. And if adopted, we have until the end of this year to make that decision. Next slide, please. The Advanced Clean Trucks Rule, which was adopted about 11 months ago, and it's a sales requirement starting for model year 2025, and it allows for credits for electric vehicles for early adopters. So anyone who's adopting or putting in place electric trucks now will get credits. So what's required in the rule? So vehicles greater than 8,500 pounds must meet sales requirements for an increasing percentage of electric vehicles starting in 2025 and ramping up and continuing through 2036. It's not quite as stringent as what California has for light duty vehicles with the complete phase out, but the requirements that we adopted are identical to those that are currently in place for medium and heavy duty vehicles electrification in California. Next slide. As part of that rule adoption process, we also had a one-time fleet reporting rule. And as part of the adoption last year, there's a reporting requirement for this April. And any fleet owner of over 50 vehicles is required to report. And this includes government fleets and brokers who handle over 50 vehicles. And there's a link there for the reporting template. Also on the reporting template, there is contact information for assistance in completing the reporting form. And we anticipate this being a fairly heavy effort this spring to get our fleet owners in and reporting, just so we have the information on what fleets are out there and considering future rulemaking or no future rulemaking as these vehicles come online. Next slide, please. All right, and Paul mentioned this is one of our rulemakings that we recently proposed last, I guess it was 2 Mondays ago. And this is looking at the combustion engines in vehicles, heavy duty vehicles, starting in model year 2027. This is a California certified engine. So this is the same program that's already been adopted in New York, California. I believe Maryland has done this program. Maine has adopted this program. Several other states, Connecticut is looking at this program. But it's for new and heavy duty vehicles sold and engines of those types for all fuels that have to be sold or that would be sold in New Jersey. There are very limited exemptions, such as transit buses, where there are no California certified engines available. But once there's a California certified engine, you're required to purchase those vehicles in New Jersey. All right, next slide. Paul also mentioned, as part of that November 7th proposal, there's a medium duty inspection. This is, we kind of call our donut hole. Currently, vehicles that are between 8,500 and 18,000 pounds are currently exempt from going and getting a periodic inspection. Interestingly, this proposal changes the methods by which those inspections can be conducted. It's still dependent on the Motor Vehicle Commission to actually call these vehicles in and either send them to the state lanes or to the private inspection facilities. But this is a significant step forward when you consider the level of tampering that have been identified in this class of vehicles. We have estimates that approximately 25 to 30% of all these vehicles in New Jersey have tampering, which means their air pollution control devices have been defeated, either bypassed or electronically, leading to emissions that can be upwards of 80 times the level of NOx and particulate emissions that a original equipment manufacturer installed on these vehicles. So this is a significant rulemaking. And again, it is out for public comment currently. And I think, next slide, that's the end of my slides. So we have a bit of time for some questions.
Thank you, Frank. And let's see if there are any questions. I do not see any questions. Oh, yeah, good. Okay, just one question. Okay. Let me read the question for you. For the CO2 emissions rule proposed December 6, 21, for boiler units greater than 1 to 5 million BTU per hour, what type of demonstrations will the facility need to make to install new natural gas-fired boilers of this size should the rule go into effect?
Well, the rule proposal lays out what would be required to obtain an exemption. So those conditions listed in the rule would have to be provided if we adopt the rulemaking. So they're lined out in the rulemaking. I don't want to necessarily comment on any of the language at this point, but I would direct the question to reread the proposal, which does lay out the individual criterion for an exemption.
And the second part of the question is, will existing natural gas-fired boilers be affected by this rule?
Is the question existing or new? And if the question is existing are not required, not until they are replaced. So only time this would come into play is for replacement boilers, if adopted.
Okay, and then the third part of the question is, when is this rule expected to be finalized?
Well, we have until December, December 6th? Is that what I said, the date? Yeah, we have until December 6th to finalize it.
Great, thank you.
Ron, there are a couple of questions in our chat box too.
Okay, let me go to the chat box then. 206, okay. Is the department planning to issue any new regulations for other types of industry besides EGUs over the next 5 to 10 years that would reduce emission limits or require new, upgraded, or additional control technology?
Well, Assistant Commissioner Baldoff did mention that we are looking at efficiency standards for consumer products, so that's obviously a rulemaking that's under consideration. I know that the team is currently looking at and reviewing the existing state-of-the-art manuals, which we are required by the Air Pollution Control Act to review periodically. So I would assume over the next 5 to 10 years we'll be doing looking at the state-of-the-art manuals. With regard to stationary source rules, it's hard to say. Right now, for the current standards, NACs that are in place, we probably are not going to be doing any new RAC rules. That could change if there is a new ambient air quality standard that requires us to reevaluate RAC, reasonable available control technology. So the odds are it's going to be state-of-the-art manuals sometime in the next 5 to 10 years, but that's likely the only rules that are on the horizon.
Great, thank you. And another question here is, will all types of air permit submittals, such as 7-day notices, be subject to the EJ rule?
In terms of the final rulemaking, we obviously, Deputy Commissioner Moriarty was posed the same question, so I'll give the same answer that he did. It will depend on whether it meets the definitions under the EJ rule. So is it a new piece of equipment? If it's a new piece of equipment, then it could in fact be subject to it. If it's a new facility, it's definitely subject to it. If it's an expansion of an existing facility where there is an increase in an environmental stressor, it would be subject to it. But other than that, it's kind of hard to know without the particulars of each individual case.
Great, thank you so much, Frank. I think there was one other question. Maybe Bob, the next speaker, would be able to respond. That's connected to EVs. Here we go. Thank you.
I know we are a few minutes early, but hopefully Bob is online.
Yes, hi Sunil, I'm here.
Hey, I'm sorry, Bob. I'm noticing the question to Bob is actually a DAQ question. So if you want, I can try to field that one, Bobby. I think the question is, question for Bob Keddick. Can you discuss DEP's interactions and coordinations with other state agencies? I mean, certainly you can do that. For example, regarding electrification of vehicles and New Jersey transit buses, which I think is pretty much the Division of Air Quality's area. I can tell you that the Division of Air Quality and also Bob's team in the Climate and Clean Energy Group, we do engage with BPU, Board of Public Utilities, and EDA, Department of Transportation, and all of those state agencies. We do a whole of government approach to all of the climate goals and electrification. So just by way of answering that to Sunil, that's where the whole program is. And Bob, I don't want to step on your toes if you wanted to expand on that.
No, I think you covered it, Frank. Good.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. So it's my pleasure to invite our final speaker, Assistant Director Bob Kettig, to speak next. He is the Assistant Director for Climate Change, Clean Energy, Sustainability, and Release Prevention at the DEP. During his 31-year career, Bob has managed the Bureau of Energy and Sustainability, the Bureau of Stationary Source in the Air Program, and has also supervised the Continuous Emission Monitoring Program and stack emission tests at numerous sites throughout New Jersey, while also working for the Bureau of Technical Services. So welcome, Bob, and you will take it to the finish line.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for hanging out here late on this Friday. I've been on some meetings today and I've had some Wi-Fi problems. So while I'm going through the presentation, I'm just gonna turn off my camera because the audio seems to have been better on that, and hopefully the audio is good. If my audio is not, please, Sunela, just let me know and we'll see what we can do. So, okay. Again, thank you for having me here today. I am Assistant Director for Climate Change, Clean Energy, and Sustainability. And what I'm going to try to do is walk you through some of the regulatory updates which we have in our division, and which is really specifically the newly adopted greenhouse gas monitoring and reporting rule. And I'm also going to give you an update on where we are with the RGGI funding plan updates. Not specifically a rule, but the funding is mandated in the Global Warming Solutions Fund rule. So next slide, please. Okay, so for the monitoring reporting rule, let's start from the beginning, give you a little background. On July 23rd, 2019, Governor Murphy enacted legislation amending the Global Warming Response Act. These amendments directed the department to promulgate rules to initiate statewide monitoring and reporting of greenhouse gas emissions from 4 specific categories. So they were fossil fuels used in the state, 2, any entity generating electricity in the state or for end use in the state, so meaning that we have to account for our imported electric generation, emissions associated from it. 3, from any gas public utility, and 4, from any additional entities that are significant emitters of greenhouse gases as determined by the department. Next slide. So here's a look at our most recent published inventory. We will later this fall have our mid-cycle update, which will include final 2020 data. But in 2019, the department projected greenhouse gas emissions for New Jersey to be about 106 million metric tons. The total net emissions were about 98 million metric tons. When you factor in terrestrial sequestration, which is the absorption of carbon dioxide in plants and trees and other natural processes. The largest contributor was transportation, and then followed by electric generation, and then residential and commercial. That's really the building sector. That's really the emissions associated with how we heat our residential and commercial buildings. Now, many of these greenhouse gas emissions are already being tracked by New Jersey or by the federal government through direct reporting, emissions calculations, and emissions modeling. So the department decided to focus on the rulemaking areas that more information was needed to inform the greenhouse gas inventory. And we narrowed that down to really highly warming gases and the waste management sector. And that was, we did an extensive gap analysis and identifying that really what we're looking at is the highly warming gases and really methane from waste. Next slide, please. So methane and hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs, are highly warming gases, both of which are classified as short-lived climate pollutants. Methane is, I know this is often debated, but it's a lot more. We're saying 28 times more potent at trapping the heat in the Earth's atmosphere than CO2. And while HFCs, they can be hundreds to thousands of times more potent at trapping carbon dioxide heat, trapping more heat than carbon dioxide. Significant sources of methane come from landfills, wastewater treatment facilities, and losses from the distribution of natural gas. Significant sources of HFCs mainly come from refrigerants. Next slide, please. So on June 6th, the department published new rules and amendments to address the information needed to comply with these statutory requirements, which I previously stated from the Global Warming Response Act. A new rule for greenhouse gas monitoring reporting was created under NJDEP 727E. And amendments were made to the emission statements program under 727 sub 21, as well as amendments to the air enforcement regulations to coincide with the mandatory compliance of the other rules. Next slide, please. So I'll quickly walk through some with the kind of the highlights of what those amendments and changes were. So previously, emissions of methane were not being reported to the department unless the facility has reportable emissions of the following: 5 tons of lead per year, 10 tons of VOC per year, 25 tons of NOx, or 100 tons of any of the following pollutants: CO, ammonia, PM2.5, PM10, SO2, and particulate. So basically, there were some sources that weren't captured under sub 21 that were emitting significant methane, but they weren't captured one of these other criteria. Now those significant sources would have to report methane. Next slide, please. So in the emission statement, so for all methane emissions at 100 tons per year or more, monitoring will began on August 1st, 2022, and that's going to go to December 31st, 2022. So we're in that period right now. After that, these facilities will be monitoring on a calendar year basis from January 1 to December 31st, obviously. The emission statement is submitted through a program called Radius. For those of you who don't know, Radius is a software program. It's downloaded by the user, and information about the facility and its emissions are entered into that program. Then every year after that, by May 15th, the facility must electronically submit the information to the department through its online portal. Next slide, please. So for gas public utility, so methane emissions occur really during every stage of the natural gas supply chain, including from distribution lines through leaks or other maintenance-related occurrences known as blowdowns or venting events. Natural gas leaks can be accidental, they can be caused by malfunctioning or aging components, or they may occur as a fugitive emissions from not properly operating equipment. So under the Greenhouse Gas Monitoring Reporting Rule, the department will monitor gas distribution systems through a pipeline modernization report. Next slide, please. So as required in the new rule, each gas public utility will be required to include 3 categories of information in the pipeline modernization report: general information about the mains and service lines in the state, leak monitoring information, blowdown event information, and that's going to include the miles of mains and the number of service lines, which are identified by the material type. So the material type is key because really, from the distribution system, it's really the cast iron pipes and even some steel that contribute the vast majority of any leaks. Gas public utilities, I'm sorry, next slide. So gas public utilities are going to monitor their gas distribution systems and submit their pipeline modernization reports in accordance with the rule. Record keeping is going to be for the first reporting year began on July 1st, and it's going to run to the end of this year. And, you know, because we promulgated the rule adopted in the middle of the year, so we're getting a partial year essentially of data. And then the subsequent reporting years are going to be conducted on a calendar year basis. The pipeline modernization report is due to the department on July 15th each year starting in 2023. Next slide, please. So for HFC emissions, so HFCs are the other category of highly warming gases that the department determined we really needed some additional information on to determine if there was actually needed for further reductions. So refrigeration systems and chiller leaks are the most significant emission sources of HFCs in New Jersey. We know that. So facilities like grocery stores, ice rinks, refrigerator warehouses, and other industrial applications for refrigeration will have to report their refrigerant usage to the department. The threshold for refrigerant reporting will be collected from refrigeration systems that have 50 pounds or more of refrigerant at full charge with a global warming potential of at least 150 times the heat absorption of carbon dioxide. The department will collect refrigeration usage information from these facilities annually, and then they will calculate the greenhouse gas emissions from each individual source. Next slide, please. Refrigeration facilities were required to register and monitor their refrigerant usage in accordance with the rule. And the record keeping for the first reporting year began on October 1st, or after the installation of the new equipment, whichever date is later. And the first reporting year ends at the end of this year, December 31st. Subsequent reporting years are conducted again on a calendar year basis. Next slide, please. So after the facility has completed this registration process, they will be able to report usage to the department in the DEP online. The facility must report the facility contact. It must identify the type of refrigeration equipment, as well as the system size, type, and the classification of equipment, and the emission and information on the type of refrigerant and its usage. Next slide, please. Okay, now I'll pivot and discuss a little bit about the RGGI strategic funding plan. The strategic funding plan identifies how New Jersey is going to invest its share of RGGI auction proceeds. It defines key initiatives that each agency, the BPU, DEP, and the Economic Development Authority are going to sponsor. Next slide, please. So New Jersey released its strategic funding plan that was covering years 2020 to this year, 2022. And this plan identified programs and projects that will receive funding over this period. 10% of the auction proceeds are dedicated to funding blue carbon and terrestrial sequestration projects in the state. 15% of the funds are dedicated to the creation of a green bank, and 75% of the funds were dedicated to clean transportation initiatives. Most notably, the Economic Development Authority has created the New Jersey ZIP program, and it has a $90 million voucher pilot for medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicles. Next slide, please. The new incentive programs that we have, the Natural Climate Solutions Grant will fund on-the-ground implementation of projects that create and restore and enhance New Jersey's natural carbon sinks, such as salt marshes, seagrass beds, forests, urban parks, and woodlands, and plant trees on streets. Natural resources that sequester carbon are going to play a critical role in New Jersey meeting their 2050 goal of an 80% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions below the 2006 levels. The department has dedicated $15 million of its auction proceeds to this program, and we have received requests for over $50 million total over 32 applications. The department hopes to make an announcement about the recipients in the next few months. Actually, hopefully really by the end of the year on that book. And eligible parties do include local governments, private landowners, and nonprofits. Next slide, please. Actually, I did have I didn't include a slide in here because we just announced it. Commissioner Latourette announced a new program, which I'm really happy to support at the League of Municipalities. But I'll just say it here without the slide. It's a Sustainable Jersey Schools Grant Program. So what we're doing in this new incentive program, we're partnering with Sustainable Jersey, and we're dedicating $2.5 million to Sustainable Jersey for a pilot program to increase tree coverage on school properties across the state, and the grants can become available to the public in the spring of 2023. So support for the RGGI Strategic Funding Plan, the 80 by 50 report, and the annual and the natural working land strategy are currently under development at DEP, and this is really going to feed into supporting those efforts. So one thing that we've really tried to do is report out to the public on the benefits of RGGI. So we've created this RGGI Climate Investment Dashboard, and so if you want to go for anybody for details about funded projects to date, you can check out this interactive dashboard. The dashboard is updated regularly, and it provides information on New Jersey's specific investments in clean energy, clean transportation, equity programs, utilizing proceeds from the quarterly auctions that we receive from the from being in RGGI. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide, but we are, it's hard to believe that we have gone through 3 years of being in Reggie. And we are now currently in development of the next Reggie strategic funding plan. That's going to cover years 2023 to 2025. We are busily developing that, and that is in review at senior management. And we're hoping to be able to have that finalized soon. And we are at a stage now where what we would be doing is scheduling public meetings to get input on what the proposals are in the plan. So I'm anticipating that very soon. And then as soon as that happens, we will send out via listserv, and we'll be announcing it on the on our various social media and posting it on the website. So again, thanks a lot for having me here today. Appreciate they're staying here on a Friday. I know it's good to get together in this little bit of a post-pandemic, which we're entering into. But I know being remote late on a Friday afternoon probably made it a lot easier for people to attend. So thank you, and I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you, Bob. And your audio came through strong. So if
okay, thanks. You know what? I'll put on my camera then. I put on a tie at home, so I might as well put on my camera then.
Sure. And I have just one question, unless more come in, and it's on the New Jersey School Grant Program. Where can one get more information on it, the new Sustainable New Jersey School Grant Program?
Yeah, that should be right on our Reggie website. Sunil, if you could just put my email in there, I will make sure that the person asking that gets that direct link.
Sure.
Right up on the DEP Reggie website.
Okay, and I'll ask Tyrone. He's good up with grabbing email addresses and putting them in the link. So he's going to take care of that for us. I think that is it in terms of questions. I think by the time Friday afternoon rolls around, people will run out of steam. So
I still see 178. I was watching numbers tick down when I was talking. I'm like, come on, stay above 200.
It's a really good showing for the weekend before Thanksgiving Friday. So
yes, it is.
So
all right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, Bob.
And with that, I think we have our final slide. Is there one after this too? Yeah, this is just a reminder again for people to fill out the survey in various ways. I just want to take, before we close or as closing, on behalf of AWMA and our North and Central New Jersey chapter, thank all the DEP speakers for the valuable updates on departments, programs, and initiatives. I want to give a very special acknowledgement to Dr. Ron Poshi. He's our DEP liaison and the person really responsible for outreach and instrumental in pulling this program together with the various speakers, and also to the DEP IT department, Tyrone and Anthony, on the planning, running the dry runs, really making this happen today in a seamless fashion. Hope this program was informational to all the attendees. And as I mentioned, please complete the survey through the QR scan, the link, or you can submit it via email. I also would like to take this opportunity to invite folks to become members of AWMA if you're not. Our chapter is always looking for people to get involved and take leadership positions, be engaged and active within the chapter. So we're always looking for new influx of engagement. And I want to wish everybody a safe and happy Thanksgiving holiday. Ron, do you have some final words before we?
Yes. Yeah. I'd like to thank you very much, Sunil. And also, in closing, I would like to thank all our speakers, moderators, backup moderators, IT team, AWMA, and all of you who made this conference possible. The presentation slides will be available on AWMA and the department's websites. Email notifications regarding availability of the slides will be sent later. Please complete the survey form, and happy Thanksgiving.
One last comment, several of us were able to come on video and show our faces, but there's a whole team behind us. They were backup moderators, and they were backup of backup moderators in case we had technical glitches. And Mary has been compiling questions. So there's a lot of background work that people have done that didn't get a chance to speak or come on video here today. So I want to just thank all of the team members here.
And sorry for any glitches. With virtual, anything could go wrong. That's the disadvantage of being virtual. But the advantage is that we can reach to 450 people who registered for this conference, versus in person, we could have only 100 people in the public hearing room.
That's true. Thank you, Ron, and have a
Thank you.
safe and happy Thanksgiving. Thank
You
you
too.
all. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.